America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Coke God of War. The people in the gym fled in all directions. Most of the cheerleaders screamed and rushed into the audience like headless flies. Some ran to the exit, while others lay down behind their seats, all praying for God's blessing. Andre's shooting skills were not very good. The target of the first round of shooting was also the basketball players. Except for a few unlucky cheerleaders, most of them ran away. The basketball players of Burbank High School who attacked Andre and his 3 men again and again were in bad luck. They were gathered together and were tall and strong. The probability of hitting bullets was 30 to 40% higher than that of ordinary people. Andre's magazine was empty and only 2 or 3 of the dozen were left standing. Andre walked forward and changed the magazine. He was in a state of excitement and his hands were shaking a little. His speed was not very fast. His eyes swept through the pool of blood on the floor. He could see clearly that Jackson and others who attacked last time had all fallen, but Miller, the leader, was not there. Andre turned his head and saw a figure wearing the team uniform at a glance. It was Miller, followed by Judith, the bitch. Without waiting for him to raise his gun, the two rushed into an exit. Andre was not in a hurry. All the doors were locked from the outside, and the only entrance and exit was guarded by Victor. They could not escape. He turned the gun around and shot each basketball player one by one. The screams disappeared, leaving only screams of fear. The beast in Andre's heart was completely released. At this moment, he felt inexplicably refreshed. He ran with brisk steps to chase another main target, Miller. Turning into the internal passage of the stadium, there was a safety door next to it, but it could not be opened. Originally, someone was guarding the safety passage and could open the door in the first time in case of an accident. But when the gunshot rang out, the man ran away with his head in his hands. Work and responsibilities are not as important as life. Several girls screamed in fear, and Martin said, "Shut up." Blake was also scared, but seeing that Martin was very calm, he calmed down a little, turned around and slapped the 2 girls in the face. "Shut up, bitch." Bruce said, "The door is locked from the outside." Martin tried his best to stay calm. Panic would only bring more serious consequences. He asked Blake, "You are familiar with this place. How do you get out?" Blake immediately led the way. "This way." She ran. "Before the game, the normal entrances and exits of the stadium will be temporarily closed to prevent people from entering randomly. Only the team entrances and exits will be open." Bruce and Martin followed closely behind her. Elizabeth wiped her face soaked with tears, bit her lips hard, and trembled to keep up with Martin. Helen said to the cameraman, "You shoot the front, I'll shoot the back." At this time, the 2 reporters did not throw away their work. Maybe they were used to seeing shootings and were not surprised. On the road, they saw several people lying in a pool of blood, and some girls couldn't help but make noises again. Passing a convenience store, turning the corner, and not far away is the players' passage. Victor, who was hiding in the corner, had already heard the sound and quietly extended the muzzle of the R. When they reached the corner, Blake was about to turn out, but Martin grabbed her and said, "Wait a minute." Before he finished speaking, the R gunshot rang out. Bullets hit the granite slabs at the corner with a bang, and stone chips flew everywhere. Blake was still in shock and trembled against the wall. Bruce took out the pistol from his armpit, took advantage of the gap between the other parties shooting, stretched out the gun, and fired 2 shots, and took the opportunity to take a look. There were more than 30 meters between the 2 sides, and this broken pistol could not fight against the rifle at all. Victor discovered this, and continued to shoot with half of his head sticking out. Bruce was completely suppressed. This was not shooting at a fixed target more than 30 meters away on the shooting range, but facing a skilled gunman with automatic firepower. Victor heard the screams of people in fear, and became more and more excited, wanting to move forward. Bruce quickly fired 2 shots, and scared him back. "Go, find another way." Bruce said to Martin, "I'll hold him down. Quickly find another way. Let him rush to this corridor. No one can get away." Martin didn't say anything, just turned around and ran back. He didn't have a concealed carry permit, and he didn't carry a gun on a daily basis. He couldn't help Bruce here, but was a burden. As soon as the gunshots rang out, some people couldn't control themselves and turned around and ran back subconsciously. Miller had the best physical fitness and ran the fastest. He thought of the locker room. As long as he rushed in and closed the door, he would be safe. If he let these bitches and bastards attract the attention of the gunman. Miller ran faster and faster, leaving the people behind him dozens of meters in an instant. Then, he found that a door 10 meters in front of him opened, and the gunman with blood on his face turned out. The gunman turned out to be Andre. This was the last thought that flashed through Miller's mind. Andre raised the muzzle of the gun and fired 3 shots in a row. Miller looked up and fell down with his head down in the crisp gunshots. Ah! The gunshots caused screams again, and many cheerleaders turned around and ran back. Andre was furious and followed the sound. Most people ran into the convenience store screaming, including the main characters of the crew and the 2 reporters. When they saw the body of the boss, they screamed even louder. Martin heard the gunshots and footsteps and had no choice but to push Elizabeth into the store and remind them, hide, lie on the ground. Elizabeth and Blake and others ran to the innermost part of the convenience store. Martin heard screams from behind the shelf, looked back at the body of the convenience store owner, turned back and jumped over the counter. The girls screamed one after another, and hiding with them was definitely not a good idea. Martin shrank under the sealed counter on the outside and saw the glass bottles of Coke in the plastic basket next to him. He immediately took 2 bottles and held them tightly in his hand. Holding the Coke, he felt like washing his face with facial cleanser, and his mind became much clearer. If he was the gunman, he would definitely be attracted by the screams and come to check the situation. In this way, Bruce would not be attacked from the front and back by 2 gunmen with automatic weapons. Martin calmed down and looked for an opportunity to fight back. The girls' screams were the best bait. At the same time, Elizabeth found that Martin was gone. She was completely panicked. She could only bite her lips tightly to prevent herself from making any sound and lay on the ground. On the other side, Abo covered her mouth tightly and stared at Blake with wide eyes. Blake's fingers on his lips were shaking like an electric shock. Even the 2 reporters were scared at this moment. But Helen still found an angle, put the TV on the shelf, and pointed the camera at the door. The cameraman pushed the camera out of the shelf from the ground and placed it on the passage facing the door. Even if they couldn't escape, they had to leave a picture of the murderer. Martin heard the sound of running footsteps, and the sound stopped beside the counter. Many girls realized that something was wrong, and their screams of fear suddenly stopped. Scream. Keep screaming. The beast rushed in Andre's heart, and he shouted loudly, "Scream for me." He picked up the R and fired repeatedly at the place where the sound came from the shelf. The bullets blew up a large piece of goods, and countless debris fell to the ground. Some people were so scared that they urinated. Elizabeth's head and body were covered with potato chip crumbs, and her eyes were filled with tears, as if she was trapped in endless darkness. Blake and April, the mortal enemies, hugged each other tightly, drawing the last bit of security from each other. Andre laughed wildly in shot, venting all the resentment in his heart. Martin hid under the counter, holding the glass bottle of Coke upside down in both hands, and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. Soon the gunshots stopped, and the sound of an R-type rifle emptying the chamber came over. The sound was not loud, but Martin had heard it countless times at the shooting range, and it was definitely not wrong. It was just such an opportunity. Martin dodged and threw the bottle of Coke in his right hand like a grenade the moment he stood up. Andre was changing the magazine, and didn't notice Martin at all. He was hit on the forehead by the heavy glass bottle. With a bang, the glass bottle flew away, and blood flowed out of his forehead. Andre was stunned for a short time. Martin jumped up, jumped onto the counter, and pounced on it. Before the man arrived, the bottle of Coke in his left hand fell down with a whirring sound. Andre had no time to react before he was hit on the head by a bottle from Martin. The external impact caused the Coke inside to expand. The glass bottle burst, and the fragments scratched Andre's scalp. He fell to the ground with a plop. Martin's heavy body hit his chest again, causing him to scream in pain. Andre subconsciously reached for the holster on his waist. How could Martin give him such an opportunity? He pressed his left hand with one knee and his right hand with the other. With his free hand, he grabbed the glass bottle of Coke from the plastic basket by the wall and smashed it on Andre's head with a bang. Andre was still struggling, and Martin picked up another bottle of Coke and smashed it again. Bang, bang. After smashing 4 bottles of Coke in a row, Andre raised his head and did not move, making a humming sound from his mouth and nose. Martin panted, still holding Andre tightly, and shouted, "Come and help me, give me a rope." Hearing Martin's voice, Elizabeth was the first to look up and see Martin pressing on the bloody gunman, as if she saw the only ray of light in the endless darkness. She didn't know where she got the courage from, but she got up and ran over, took a rope from the waist, and stuffed it into Martin. Martin's face was covered with blood, and his hands were covered with blood, like a demon in the bloody hell. But Elizabeth was not afraid at all, but felt a sense of security she had never had before. Blake finally broke free from April's entanglement. The moment she got up, her eyes met April's. The two turned their heads, and the woman's instinctive reaction overwhelmed everything. At the same time, she cursed, "Bitch." The danger was temporarily lifted, and Helen picked up the DV and rushed over to record everything that happened. Martin turned over Andre, who didn't know whether to live or die, and tied his hands and feet. Many people came over, and Blake asked Martin with concern, "Are you okay?" Boom. The sound of a shotgun rang out, and the girl who had just come out screamed and ran away again. Martin could hear clearly that the gunshots were coming from the corridor near Old Bull. There was a third gunman, and Old Bull might be attacked from both sides. Martin wiped the blood off his face, picked up the rifle, pulled out 2 magazines, stuffed one into his pocket, and loaded the other onto the gun. Elizabeth looked at Martin tremblingly. Abo said, "You, don't leave, can't you stay here?" Martin calmed his breath, turned around and smiled as he ran out. "My brother is outside." In the past Old Bull was guarding behind him, and now it was his turn to guard behind Old Bull. After working all morning, the third update is finally written. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 202. You are a hero. In the convenience store, everyone stared at Martin running out to save a follower, not knowing what to say. Elizabeth opened her mouth, but she never said Martin. She wiped the tears from her face and had only one thought in her mind: this is a man. In order to save people, he chose to hide in the place closest to the criminals, and when the opportunity came, he jumped out without hesitation and subdued the criminals in one fell swoop. If this is not called a man, there is no man in the world. Elizabeth will never forget this day in her life. It's over, I'm done. Blake has become the ultimate licking dog, shouting in his heart, "You have the face, the figure, the ability, and you are so manly." She secretly overturned her previous cognition. What is Leonardo compared to Martin? At most, he is a vase. Martin is my ultimate idol. As we all know, super licking dogs have only one idea about idols. Others are also full of gratitude to Martin. Without Martin, they are likely to die. Only reporter Helen is different. She picked up the DV, rushed out of the convenience store, and chased Martin. Helen has realized that today is going to be a super big news that will explode across the United States. She even saw the Pulitzer Prize beckoning. If she didn't fight now, when would she wait? Many reporters were crazy. At the same time as the shooting, Burbank police sirens sounded one after another. The campus was in chaos. Countless people fled in panic, and a large number of police cars blocked the entrances of the campus. Several helicopters belonging to journalists and LAPD were hovering at low altitude. The LAPD's SWAT explosion-proof vehicle drove into the campus. In the basketball hall, Bruce leaned against the corner and blocked Victor with a broken pistol, but the sound of our gunfire from the other side made him worry about Martin's safety. Just as he was about to make a move, the roar of the shotgun sounded. Bruce immediately turned the muzzle and pointed it in the direction he came from. At the corner, Victor stopped shooting and shouted, "Sergey, come here quickly. There is a bastard in the corner over here. We will attack him from the front and back. Here we come." The voice came with madness, and Sergey ran wildly along the arc-shaped corridor. Victor raised his rifle and shouted while shooting, "I'm on." Bruce had to turn around and shoot to suppress Victor. Martin ran all the way with his gun in his arms. Old Bruce was his real brother in life and death. The sound of wind rang in his ears, and the corridor kept retreating. Martin ran at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, and finally saw a figure in front of him holding a shotgun and wearing a tactical vest. He didn't even look at the bleeding body on the ground. At this moment, Martin only had old Bruce in his mind. Sergey was running all the way forward, not paying attention to the back. Martin stopped. He didn't have the shooting skills to hit the target while running fast. So, he leaned on the outer wall, with the butt of the AR against his shoulder, and his rapid breathing calmed down a little, aiming at the person in front. Just when Sergey was about to raise his shotgun, Martin pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in a row. Each shot hit Sergey's back. Even if Sergey was wearing a bulletproof vest, at such a close distance, under the huge kinetic energy of the bullet, he immediately fell to the street, bleeding from his mouth and nose. Martin shouted, "Old Bruce, it's me, leave the rest to me. Damn you, don't die." Bruce's special greeting sounded. Hearing old Bruce's voice, Martin felt relieved. "You idiot, if I hadn't come here, your ass would have been blown up." Bruce turned to deal with the gunman in front. "Then you have to help me guard it. I only smell a stink," Martin said, but he didn't relax at all. He pointed the gun at Sergey on the ground and approached slowly. After all, he was not a professional policeman or soldier, and he couldn't empty the magazine. "It's me, Helen." Probably inspired by Martin's words, Helen came over and revealed her identity before showing up. She turned around slowly with the DV in her arms. Martin glanced at her quickly, ignored her, approached Sergey, kicked away the shotgun, pulled out his pistol, and threw it away. He had seen too many counter-killings in movies. Even if Sergey was seriously injured and unconscious, he still untied Sergey's shoelaces, twisted his hands, and tied them up. "Sergey, Sergey." Victor heard the sound of the AR's gun. He called Sergey but no one answered. The 2 disgusting bastards on the other side were flirting with each other, which made him almost crazy. He was furious. "You 2 bastards, we are launching a shooting. Please respect people." Martin joined Bruce and fired 3 shots at the place where the sound came from, regardless of whether he could hit the target or not. After the gunshot, there was no sound from the other side. Victor discovered an embarrassing thing at this time. The angle he was in was indeed conducive to hiding, but he could not retreat. Once he came out, he would be immediately exposed to the opponent's shooting range. Bruce took the AR rifle from Martin's hand and looked for an opportunity. Martin took the pistol, guarded behind him, and said to Helen, who followed him, "Call 911. The police are probably here." Helen took out her cell phone with a DV in one hand and dialed 911 with the other. After a few simple words, the call was quickly transferred to the highest commander of the LAPD at Burbank Middle School. "I'm Bill Bratton from LAPD. Please tell me your identity." Helen Corner, a reporter from Warner TV. After Helen finished speaking, Martin simply took the phone and said, "Martin Davis, yes. That's the actor who held a promotional event here today. What's the situation over there? My bodyguard and I are confronting a gunman." Martin asked, "Do you know how many gunmen there are?" The reply from the other side was, 3 for sure. Martin was really relieved and said, "In addition to the gunman in the confrontation, we subdued 1 and seriously injured 1. The remaining 1 is confronting us at the corner of the 3-way intersection of the Players Tunnel." The other side was quite surprised. "You have solved more than half of the problems before our LAPD was dispatched?" Bill Bratton asked. "Are you sure?" Martin said solemnly, "Yes." Bill Bratton said, "Don't hang up the phone, keep in touch." He immediately called the head of SWAT and asked them to attack immediately. If they didn't go up, they would not be able to grab the last head and credit. Soon, Bratton's voice sounded on the phone again. "We will attack in 3 minutes. Help attract the attention of the criminals." Bruce held the corner firmly with AR in hand. There was no danger now. Martin would live in Los Angeles for a long time in the future, so it was necessary to build a good relationship with LAPD. He agreed immediately. "I will find a way to attract the attention of the criminals. Be careful, he has a burst AR rifle in his hand." Victor was about to rush out, but Bruce fired a few shots and scared him back. There were automatic rifles on the opposite side, and Martin and Bruce didn't want to take any risks. Martin calculated the time was almost up and shouted, Hey, man, there are 3 of you, right? I have good news for you. Those 2 bastards are both defeated, all because of me. Do you know why they can't beat me, even though they have guns? Because I'm the leader of the coke cult, and I can control coke to launch attacks. Bad guy using bad tricks. The biggest guy with R wanted to shoot me, so I made a move and dozens of bottles of coke flew up, blowing up his head and his ass, and knocked him to the ground. And Sergey, do you know how he is now? He has a bottle of coke in his mouth and another in his ass, and he's as happy as if he's in heaven. Helen was stunned. What the hell is the coke cult? She saw Martin smash the head of the convenience store robber with coke. Martin shouted again, hide your mouth and ass, the coke is coming. Sergey, Andrei, Victor shouted hard, but no one answered. He shouted almost madly, I will kill you. I will kill you. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out from the player's tunnel, and Victor, holding a rifle, was beaten into a hornet's nest by the SWAT. Bruce said, LAPD is here, cooperate with them. Martin threw away the pistol, wiped the blood off his face, turned on the phone and said, your action was successful. My friends and I are hiding behind the left corner. Don't get hurt by mistake. Bratton said, don't worry, they will be there soon. Helen turned off the DV at this time, removed the small storage disk, and stuffed it vertically into her chest, sandwiched between the 2 lumps. Then, she took out a new storage disk from her pocket, installed it on the DV, and restarted the camera to shoot. She found that Martin was looking at this side, and winked at Martin. Martin gave her a thumbs up outside the camera, as if he didn't see anything, and turned back. Bruce threw away his R rifle, and raised his hands. The dense footsteps came from far away, and several SWATs turned around. Martin turned on the loudspeaker on his cell phone and shouted, I'm Martin Davis. One of the masked men said, thanks, man. Martin pointed to the back. There is a gangster who was shot over there. He should not be dead. I tied him up. There is a convenience store ahead. Another gangster is in the store. I tied him up. The masked man was quite surprised. You did it. Martin shrugged. Lucky. More LAPD and medical personnel rushed in, and some came to help Martin and the other 2 check. Martin had no other injuries, except a small cut on his hand caused by a broken glass bottle. Bruce was fine. Helen had some bumps on her body, which could not even be considered an injury. An LAPD inspector came over and politely invited Martin and the other 2 to go outside. The entire campus has been blocked by LAPD, neither letting the gangsters escape, nor letting journalists in easily. Helen followed Martin all the time, and the DV in her hand was confiscated by LAPD as evidence. Martin sat in the back of a car, and a medical staff came to treat his wound. Thank you, I'm fine, just a skin injury. Martin pointed to the basketball court. There are many people over there who need help more than me. The medical staff nodded, picked up the medical box, and ran towards the basketball court. Bruce brought cotton wool, purified water and iodine to disinfect Martin's wound. At this time, a stretcher was carrying a body out. Helen looked over there and was terrified. Survived a disaster. She looked at Martin. Because of you, I saved my life. Martin was not polite. In that case, Helen, say more good things about me in the news. But Helen replied solemnly, Martin, you are a hero. I just finished writing, and I only checked it once. If there are many typos, please point them out. That's it for today, no more. I hold my waist with tears in my eyes, and ask for monthly tickets and rewards. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203. This person is too wise. Stretchers were carried out, and ambulances roared away. 2 seriously injured criminals were also carried out of the basketball hall. One had a bloody head, and the other was shot and unconscious. Bratton, the highest person in charge of the LAPD at the scene and the then chief, looked solemn. Such a serious and vicious case has happened again in Los Angeles. A police inspector came over quickly. Bratton asked, what are the casualties? No one of us was injured. The police inspector quickly reported the situation at the scene. One criminal was shot dead by SWAT, and the other two criminals were seriously injured. They were suspected to be subdued by Hollywood star Martin Davis. Among the victims, more than 10 people have been confirmed dead, and there are more than a dozen seriously injured, mainly basketball team members and staff of Burbank Middle School. Bratton cursed in his heart and said, "Collect the surveillance video of the scene, comfort the injured, contact their families, try not to let them talk nonsense, and take notes for those who are emotionally stable. I want to know what happened in the gym. This case is bound to make a sensation across the United States." Several female police officers came and contacted the cheerleaders to learn the details. Everyone's words pointed to one thing: Martin Davis. It was Martin Davis who saved them and subdued the gunman at the risk of his life. The LAPD only got a video of the SWAT rushing him from Helen's TV, but got the tape of the shooting from the cameraman's camera. Bratton and several police inspectors watched the videotape together. The video was not long, less than 10 minutes, but it clearly recorded the scene from Martin Davis' manager discovering something unusual, Martin calling people to leave quickly, to the scene of coke exploding in the convenience store's head. A model of self-rescue, a police inspector said. Another female police inspector followed up, "Without Martin Davis, none of the dozen girls would have survived." The video was very intuitive. The gangsters were already bloodthirsty and rushed into the store and fired randomly. If Martin Davis hadn't risked his life, everyone hiding in the store would have been shot to death. The death of a dozen young girls has a much greater negative impact than the killing of the same number of men. McLean, the police inspector who is in charge of public relations, said, "Martin Davis is a hero. He saved Los Angeles from a super massacre. Everyone knew that, if there were more deaths, the pressure they would face would be countless times greater. Those who can study in this top private high school are at least from wealthy middle-class families. The subsequent public opinion is a problem." Bratton was already considering the social impact before the body of the deceased was cold. Being able to sit in his position, he often thinks more like a politician. "We must guide the direction of public opinion." McLean said, "I think Martin Davis is the key." Bratton took the initiative to say, "I haven't let him contact outsiders for the time being. Let's go see him together." McLean and Bratton went to find Martin together. LAPD was very considerate and specially found two beautiful female police officers in their 20s to chat with Martin and Bruce. Martin chatted with them from time to time. He was not surprised to see Bratton and McLean. He knew that LAPD would definitely take the initiative to talk to him. McLean glanced at Helen, the reporter, and took the initiative to shake hands with Martin. He introduced himself first, then introduced Bratton, and said, "Let's find a place to talk alone." Martin nodded, "Okay." The three walked to an open space together. Bratton spoke first. "On behalf of the police, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Martin. You have stopped a vicious case from developing in a more cruel direction." Martin told the truth. "Actually, I'm also afraid of fear. I'm also trying to protect myself." Bratton said again, "I watched a video. You are very brave. You knocked down the vicious gangster at the most appropriate time, and in the most appropriate way." Martin specifically asked, "I hit a little hard. Will there be trouble?" Trouble? How could it be? With so many witnesses at the scene, Bratton knew very well that the incident would inevitably spread, and emphasized, "You are a hero of Los Angeles. I will write a special report on this matter and submit it to the mayor's office and the city council." Martin understood very well, stopped, and took the initiative to say, "Actually, I also want to express my gratitude to the LAPD." Bratton and McLean stopped, not understanding what Martin was going to do for a while. Martin said very seriously, "At that time, I and Old Bull, my manager, were trapped in the corridor by gangsters with automatic weapons. It was the LAPD who rushed in and rescued us in time. As far as I'm concerned, the LAPD is the hero." McLean was stunned for a moment. The chief had just laid the groundwork, and he, the person in charge of Guangdong, had not yet spoken, but the other party not only raised his hands in surrender, but also shouted that we are a family. This man is too sensible. After doing such a heroic feat, shouldn't he be unruly and arrogant to the point of looking down on others? Bratton reacted very quickly and said, "This is the duty of the LAPD. Martin, on behalf of all LAPD police officers, I invite you to visit the police headquarters. Martin said, I will definitely go to your house in person to express my gratitude. Today's matter belongs to him, and he can't escape. While he benefits, it doesn't hurt to have a good relationship with the LAPD, the largest gang in Los Angeles. Bratton shook hands with Martin vigorously. LAPD never treats friends badly. McClane said, shall we talk about it in detail? Martin said, I'll call the agent. You can talk to him about this matter. McClane nodded. Okay. Martin took out his cell phone and went to make a call. Bratton asked, what do you think? A very smart and sensible young man. McClane tried to remain objective so as not to affect his boss's judgment. He will definitely become a hero of this city. We will also give him a push from behind, using his deeds to attract the attention of the public and public opinion, and reduce our pressure. Bratton nodded. Okay, since he is willing to cooperate, our work will be much less troublesome. Also, you go and deal with the reporter from Warner TV. McClane said, leave it to me. Martin came back after the call, said a few words, and returned to the car. The police still have many aftermath matters to deal with, especially in terms of public opinion. Many cheerleaders and their parents came to the car. As soon as Blake Lively saw Martin, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Tears wet her eyelashes, and she touched him up and down with her hands to make sure that Martin was not injured. She choked and said, you're okay, that's great. You went out with a gun to save old Bull. I was scared to death. Martin patted her back gently and comforted her. It's all over. We are safe. A middle-aged man came behind Blake. Martin wanted to let go of Blake, but Blake held him tightly and kept touching him up and down, as if to prove that he was unharmed. Ernie Lively said, Blake. Blake then let go of Martin, stepped back 2 steps, and introduced, this is my father. Martin shook hands with him. Mr. Lively. Ernie shook hands with him solemnly. You saved my daughter and my family. Thank you. Martin said, you're welcome. Blake and I are friends. Ernie took out his personal business card and handed it to Martin. You should have heard of me. If you need anything, just call me. Martin exchanged business cards with him, said a few polite words, and Ernie left with his daughter. Blake looked back every few steps, with stars in her eyes. There was no way, a girl of 17 or 18, how could she bear to meet such a person and such a thing? Leonardo and Jack and the like had been thrown behind Blake's mind, and her idol was only Martin. Then, Judith and her parents, as well as girls and families whose names Martin couldn't remember, came to express their gratitude to Martin one by one. Martin gained a lot of goodwill and favors from people. Whether it is Burbank High School or Hall High School in North Hollywood, they are all top-notch private high schools in California. Students who can attend such schools do not have ordinary families. Martin knew very well that these favors could be used at least once. Sister, Martin is there. Elizabeth came over with a woman who was nearly half a head shorter than her in each hand. Without Martin, I would probably be lying in the ambulance. Ashley and Mary also expressed their gratitude to Martin. Elizabeth came over, but threw herself into Martin's arms and cried. Martin's face was full of innocence, and he opened his arms to indicate that he did nothing. Mary wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Ashley. Let her cry for a while, and she will be fine. After crying and going back to sleep. Sorry. Mary pointed at Elizabeth. She was too scared. Bruce, the scumbag, sat in the back of an ambulance, watching the show with interest, and the more he watched, the more exciting it became. He swept his eyes over the Olsen sisters, then shook his head. These 2 skinny guys were hunched over, and they were obviously not Martin's cup of tea. Chloe's problem is definitely not my fault. Bruce found sufficient reasons and excuses for his bad behavior. It's all Martin's fault. It was this bad guy who infected and taught me bad things. Elizabeth wanted to leave with her sisters. Martin persuaded her, go back early and have a good rest. Elizabeth asked, when are you going to Louise? Martin said, I'll contact you when I go. I'll find you then. Elizabeth was taken away by her sisters. Martin came to old Bruce, took the water he handed over, twisted it open, and took a sip, and then saw Thomas. The agent hurried over. With him came someone who surprised Martin. Louise, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a professional suit, walked over quickly, looked at Martin slightly, and said casually, "I'm glad you're okay." Martin deliberately showed the wound on his hand smeared with iodine. "I'm injured." Thomas said beside him, "You're going to scare me to death." Martin said, "Business, after I told you, you should negotiate with LAPD about the public opinion. Go ahead." The tool Thomas hurried to do his work. Martin looked at Louise and smiled at her. Louise said, "Why, I came unexpectedly? Don't forget, you still haven't paid off the formula you owe me." She snorted coldly, "You want to die before you pay off your debt? It's not that easy." The second update will be later. Chapter 204 Public Opinion Focus. Not only Thomas reached an agreement with LAPD on behalf of Martin, but Warner TV also reached an agreement with LAPD. All TV stations were frantically reporting the relevant news, and only Warner TV had exclusive footage. The footage shot by Helen did not contain content that the LAPD could not accept. For the sake of ratings and popularity, the video was specially cut into several segments and broadcast on TV news at different time periods. Warner TV was so crazy. Helen, who hosted the show in person, also found the best excuse and reason. Because of the hasty escape, the TV was damaged, and the technicians were repairing the storage disk overnight. Warner TV used the following comment on the headline of the 6 o'clock evening news: "Los Angeles hero, Martin Davis." The video played was Martin saving people in a convenience store. Helen personally hosted the news report with the credit of shooting the video on the spot, and her voice choked up several times when she mentioned Martin. "I don't know how to thank him. People who can bravely stand up to the gun deserve the title of hero. He saved 16 people including me. There is no need to brag, because the video shot by Helen is enough to explain everything." All 4 major TV networks followed up, and all news channels broadcasted the incident. Before Martin left the scene, he appeared in front of the media reporters and asked them to take photos of him covered in blood. Now, each of his photos taken at the scene can be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. With the crazy media coverage, Martin Davis' name instantly spread throughout North America. Many European media such as BBC and Sky TV reprinted the relevant news at the first time. The video and images of Martin in the shooting were transmitted outside North America and caused a great response in Europe. Martin was connected with Helen, and many related videos appeared on the internet that night. From fleeing in panic when attacked by the gunman to fighting back desperately when facing a dead end. Among them, the most widely circulated was Martin's words after he got out of danger, picked up the gun from the ground, rushed out of the convenience store, and turned around and said, "My brother is outside." The comments on the internet can only be described as crazy. This sentence made me cry. I also want to make friends with such a brother. Because of this sentence, I will never say bad things about Martin in my life. The name Martin Davis ranked first on Google's hot search keywords that night. Countless netizens flocked to Martin's blog to leave messages. "I watched the video on the news. Although I don't like your movies, you are really a hero. I originally thought that the perverted killer was blown up by the eyes of the mountains was an exaggeration in the film art, but now I know that it is a true portrayal of you. Martin is a real hero." Thousands of similar comments lined up in the blog area, and by around 10 o'clock in the evening, it exceeded 50,000 in one fell swoop. Some cheerleaders who survived the accident were interviewed when they left school. NBC broadcast an interview with an ordinary girl. "We all thought we were dead. My classmate next to me was so scared that he peed his pants." The girl, with her coat wrapped around her waist, said something typical of my classmate. "It was Martin who stood up. He took the risk of hiding behind the counter near the door closest to the gunman and subdued the gunman regardless of his own safety. When I secretly watched, I saw him hitting the gunman's head with a coke." At the same time, the head of NBC News held an emergency meeting in the office and shouted to his subordinates, "I want Martin Davis's detailed information. Also, contact him and let him appear on our show, not the damn entertainment show. I want him to appear on the news, the most serious news show." CNN, headquartered in Atlanta, even called Kelly Gray to invite Martin to be interviewed. ABC mobilized its connections overnight and called Ari Emanuel of WAM. Eri had already communicated with Thomas that Martin's exposure was too high now, and he didn't need to appear on a special show. If he rashly participated in some shows, it might have a counterproductive effect, so he just turned it down. Besides, there will definitely be an official press conference in Los Angeles later. At 10 p.m. in Los Angeles, the ratings of Warner TV's evening news reached a new peak. Tens of millions of viewers across the United States waited in front of their TVs for the latest shooting video. This was a video of Martin and his 3 companions being cornered. Since both sides had reached an agreement with the LAPD, the news story became that Martin and his companions were waiting for the LAPD to come to the rescue and cooperate with the LAPD to distract the gunman. Martin was performing the whole time. "Because I'm the leader of the coke cult, I can control coke to launch an attack." This statement spread across the United States through TV programs. When you think of Martin using a glass bottle of coke to headshot another gunman, the leader of the coke cult is worthy of his reputation. The news video was quickly forwarded to the internet and spread rapidly like a virus. The reputation of the coke cult was established on the internet in just 1 hour. Although Martin always kept silent on the internet to avoid being interpreted, he still couldn't stop enthusiastic netizens from coming to worship the leader. "How can I join the coke cult?" At first, he asked tentatively, and later he took the initiative to join the cult. "Master, please accept me. I want to join the Coca-Cola cult. I beg you to join me." Some are even more ambitious. "Are there any positions for deputy master or high priest? Can you leave one for me?" Because of the time difference, it was still early in the morning in Los Angeles, but people in Atlanta had already gone to work. At the Coca-Cola headquarters, Brody, the marketing director, had just arrived when his supervisor Justin knocked on the door and entered the office. "Boss, big news." Justin held a USB flash drive in his hand. "Look at this. There was a shooting in Los Angeles." Brody picked up the USB flash drive and plugged it into a laptop. "I heard that there were heavy casualties at Burbank Middle School." Justin said. "Martin Davis, a Hollywood star from Atlanta, saved more than a dozen people. He is so amazing. He knocked down the gunman with our Coca-Cola." Brody responded quickly. "Really? Can the marketing promotion do something about this?" Justin said. "Also, Martin Davis claimed that he founded a Coca-Cola cult and claimed to be the leader." Brody had already clicked on the video to watch it. There were 2 videos in total. One was Martin Davis using a bottle of Coca-Cola to knock down the gangster, and the other was a video of Martin using the so-called Coca-Cola cult to attract the attention of another gangster. The more he watched, the more exciting it looked. "Is there such a thing as a Coca-Cola cult?" Justin waited until his superior finished reading it and said, "The reaction online is explosive." Brody opened the browser and found that 3 of the top 5 hot search keywords on the Google search page were related to yesterday's shooting, with Martin Davis and Burbank High School being the top 2. The Coca-Cola cult ranked 5th. Brody clicked on the relevant entries and saw many web pages with messages from netizens clamoring to join the Coke cult. He couldn't help but ask, "Is there really a Coke cult? Or did Martin Davis just say it casually?" "Not sure for now." Justin remembered something a friend had mentioned. Since last year, there has been a rumor in the Atlanta beverage industry that there is a guy who calls himself the High Priest of Coke and is buying up Coke produced in 2003 everywhere. Brody was puzzled. What is the purpose of buying Coke produced in 2003? It's expired now. He shook his head and got back to the point. "You let me see these for the precarious person?" Justin said. "He is one of the best young stars under the age of 25 in Hollywood. The movies in which he has played the leading role have grossed over $100 million in North America." Last week, Martin Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio's new film The Departed announced that he would play the second leading role. He pointed to the USB flash drive again, and these, among the young Hollywood male stars, who is more suitable to be our precarious person than him? Brody had a similar view. Along with the video of Martin subduing the gangster, Coca-Cola made a big splash. The leader of the Coca-Cola cult and Coca-Cola, a perfect match. Justin continued, "Martin Davis is from the birthplace of Coca-Cola. Think about it, we have so much to do in advertising." Brody thought for a moment and said, "You are responsible for collecting information related to Martin Davis. At the next meeting, I will propose that Martin Davis be the new spokesperson for Coca-Cola. With the fermentation of this matter, it is very likely to be passed. Your team should also prepare for the relevant negotiations. Justin replied, "Boss, I will do it." In the subsequent meeting, there was almost no resistance, and the preliminary resolution to contact Martin Davis and invite him to be the new spokesperson for Coca-Cola was passed. After a night of fermentation, the next day, the front page headlines of the three major North American newspapers, the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times and the Washington Post, were all reports on the Burbank High School incident. The authorities intended to control public opinion. The most prominent position in the newspapers was full of large close-ups of Martin saving people. Mainstream media reports all used small print to describe sensitive points such as the number of casualties, and used bold and black fonts to emphasize Martin's heroic act of saving people. This is the most common way to report tragedies. The headline of the Los Angeles Times was concise: Los Angeles City Hero, Martin Davis. Martin Davis, he deserves to be called a hero more than any hero in Hollywood movies. This was the headline of the New York Times. The Washington Post was even more exaggerated. Yesterday, Martin Davis was the spiritual totem of America. Warner TV News Channel launched a special news report on the shooting early in the morning. Helen, an eyewitness, became popular and discussed with another guest why Martin was able to defeat the gangster. In every shooting incident, there are always innocent people who fall, and Burbank High School is no exception. But this time someone stood up, and his identity was surprising. Martin Davis, a Hollywood star. He happened to be there because of the movie promotion. When the incident started, he panicked like an ordinary person, but when he ran away, he did not forget to remind people to run for their lives. When he was cornered by the gunman and everyone else was waiting for the fate to be decided, Martin stood up. Because of the shooting incident and Helen, the morning news ratings were very high. Helen specifically said, Martin is preparing to participate in an action gun battle film adapted from the comic Wanted. In order to better play the leading role, he has undergone a long period of action gun training. It is precisely these rigorous trainings that allow Martin to explode in desperate situations and subdue the gangsters in one fell swoop. Countless people remember Wanted. Chapter 205 Honorary Citizen and Medal of Freedom. Burbank High School, at the main entrance. The LAPD alert has been lifted. Since dawn, Los Angeles citizens have come to lay flowers and mourn the victims. A very ordinary Volkswagen car stopped on the side of the road. Martin got out of the car holding a bunch of flowers, walked to the school gate with a heavy face, took off his sunglasses, and placed the flowers in the mourning area. Like other people who laid flowers at the same time, he stood in silence facing the school. Many people around looked at him, and many people recognized Martin. A white-haired old woman opened her arms and walked towards Martin, and Martin hugged her gently. "Child, don't be too sad, you did a good job." The old woman comforted Martin. "May God bless each of us." Martin separated from the old woman, his expression solemn, his eyes red, and he seemed to be still immersed in grief. Others came over, shook hands with Martin, hugged Martin, and offered words of comfort. "You have tried your best. Child, you are a hero. No one can do better than you." Martin remained silent, as if he was about to be crushed by heavy pain. Of course, there are journalists in such a place, where flowers are used for mourning. They use their cameras to record everything that happens. A reporter came to interview, but Martin declined politely. Martin walked to the car, leaving a back view for the camera. This back view was slightly hunched, as if he was carrying the weight of the entire Los Angeles. The Volkswagen drove away, and many entertainment reporters and paparazzi followed. Soon, the car stopped in front of a famous psychological clinic, and Martin, accompanied by his agent Thomas, entered the clinic. No matter how strong a man is, he will be weak sometimes. A female reporter said to the assistant, "I hope he won't have any psychological problems." The slightly wretched assistant took the photo and maliciously speculated, "Isn't this something he pretended? In fact, he has nothing wrong, because he is very happy, because of his fame." The female reporter said, "He saved 16 people. No matter what you say, it can't change this fact. Martin certainly has no psychological problems." Thomas was worried and asked him to come to see a psychologist. Considering the actual needs, he just talked to the psychologist for a few words. Thomas received a call. When Martin came out and got in the car, he said, "The company just received a call from Coca-Cola headquarters. Coca-Cola wants to invite you to be the North American spokesperson." Bruce, who was driving, couldn't help laughing. The Coca-Cola cult. You can talk, but don't make it public right away. If the news is made public now, it will give the public the illusion of taking advantage of others' misfortune. Martin reminded him, "What I have done is high profile enough. Be a little more low-key." Thomas understood what Martin meant. Negotiations won't be that fast. Now it's just a preliminary contact. It will take some time to reach an agreement. I will accompany you to Atlanta to shoot a movie in a few days, and it's just the right time to negotiate with Coca-Cola. Martin certainly wouldn't refuse Coca-Cola. With the current posture of the Coca-Cola cult, it would at least require a 7-digit endorsement fee. They all say he is a hero in Los Angeles, but the hero of Los Angeles doesn't even have a house in Los Angeles. Bruce looked at the time and turned on the car radio. The White House classmate, Bruce, will give a televised speech on the Burbank Middle School incident at 10:30 a.m. Washington, White House press room. Bush spoke in front of the camera, saying that many families had experienced the most terrible nightmare yesterday, and the national flag was lowered to half-mast to mourn. He promised that the authorities would take more powerful measures to protect the safety of campuses and teachers and students. When a reporter asked about the issue of gun control, Bush said directly, "In fact, what I can do is not as much as Martin Davis did. He was able to knock down the gunman and save 16 people, and I can't do anything except praying and mourning." Another reporter said, "Mourning and prayer can't stop bullets." Bush found the best shield. Martin Davis prevented the tragedy from expanding. He forced a change of subject. "I'm very pleased to see that a hero like Martin Davis stood up. He is a young man who represents the hope of America. I suggest that he be awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. This is the highest civilian medal of honor in the United States, awarded annually by the president." The reporter's attention immediately turned to Martin Davis, and no longer asked difficult and meaningless questions about gun control. After the press conference, the White House forwarded Martin's information to the Distinguished Civilian Service Committee, which nominated a list of candidates, and finally Bush made the decision. In a villa in Los Angeles, Charlie watched the live news on TV and fell into thought. The Presidential Medal of Freedom is almost the highest federal honor a civilian can receive. Bush dared to mention it at the press conference, not just to take advantage of Martin's popularity, but really intended to do so. After all, it is a medal approved by the president. Charlie was a little envious. How good would it be if she could get this thing? It would fit the route she planned to take to improve her style outside of movies. How many actors in Hollywood have received this honor? Charlie thought carefully. She could only remember 2 people. One was Audrey Hepburn, and the other was the black actor Sidney Poitier. The phone next to her rang. It was a call from Brad Pitt. "Hi, tonight. Is your wife away?" Julie's eyes were still fixed on the TV. The TV news was once again showing the scene of Martin's heroic rescue yesterday. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Peter on the other end of the phone was boring. So she made an excuse. "I have an important script discussion tonight, so I don't have time to go on a date. Let's talk about it another day." Peter on the other end was very disappointed, but he didn't force it. Julie put down her phone, picked up the remote control, and changed the channel. Martin's name and image could be seen on almost every news channel. As long as nothing big happened, Martin and Burbank High School would still occupy a prominent position in the hot news in the next few days. Julie watched the news video of Martin swinging a Coke bottle to smash the gangsters. She unconsciously picked up her phone and dialed Martin's number. When the call was connected, she smiled and said, "Teacher Martin, I'm your student Ng. Do you have time today? I have a lot of questions to ask you." Martin's schedule for today was full, so he declined. "Sorry, Ng, I'm very busy today. After yesterday's incident, there are a lot of troubles to deal with." "It's okay." Julie smiled and said, "Wait until you have time." Someone was talking on the other end, so she hung up the phone first. Julie glanced at her phone and put it on the sofa. Martin's enthusiasm would not be reached for a while. Originally, she wanted to use Martin's enthusiasm to ignite herself. Julie stood up, came to the window, picked up a newspaper, and saw Martin. Martin was everywhere. Julie calmed down and told herself not to worry. Wanted was about to start filming. As a student, she had plenty of time to ask teacher Martin for advice. 2 days later, Los Angeles City Hall. The Presidential Medal of Freedom has not yet been determined, and even if it is determined, it will have to wait until Independence Day to be awarded. But the honor awarded by the city of Los Angeles was quickly determined. In order to control the direction of public opinion, the Los Angeles City Hall and the City Council awarded Martin himself as quickly as possible. Martin, accompanied by Thomas, attended the memorial service at the City Hall Plaza. LAPD public relations expert McClain was always with Martin. Before the event officially started, Martin and McClain were interviewed by TV stations including the Los Angeles Times, Warner TV, CNN and NBC on the side of the rostrum. After 3 consecutive days of silence, Martin finally spoke a few words and gave an assist to the LAPD. His voice was very soft and hoarse, which made people think of excessive sadness at first glance. I have always wanted to express my gratitude to the LAPD, but I have had some psychological problems in the past few days and cannot talk or communicate with people. Many reporters present saw Martin see a psychiatrist with their own eyes. Martin said, with the help of the doctor, I gradually recovered, and finally I can say thank you to LAPD. My companions and I were trapped in the corner of the corridor by the gunman. At the most critical moment, it was LAPD who rescued us. McClain, who was following him, immediately said, no, it was Martin who saved 16 people, subdued 2 gunmen, and cooperated with LAPD to kill the last gunman. LAPD should express gratitude to Martin. As for the tragedy, it doesn't matter. What matters is that Martin and LAPD have all contributed. The memorial service will start soon. After a moment of silence, Los Angeles Mayor Villaraigosa took the stage to speak. For the past 3 days, the whole of Los Angeles has been immersed in grief. He talked a lot and wiped his tears while speaking at the back. The top movie emperors are all in the political world. Grief is not the theme of this event. Villaraigosa added, we cannot forget every victim, every injured person, every traumatized person and family, nor can we forget those who have helped Los Angeles. Martin Davis, an ordinary actor, an ordinary young man, bravely stood up in the face of the gunman's gun and saved 16 people. He is a hero of Los Angeles. The mayor raised his head and faced the sun, as if he saw hope. In that dark time, Martin Davis was like the sun. Los Angeles will always remember Martin Davis. On behalf of Los Angeles, I will award him the title of honorary citizen. Villaraigosa said, please welcome Martin Davis. McClain pushed Martin, and Martin walked onto the podium and took the golden key symbolizing honorary citizen from Antonio. Warm applause rang out throughout the square. The public had watched the video and knew what Martin had done. They believed their own eyes. Martin held the golden key and walked to the microphone that Villaraigosa had given up. What he said was, I'm sorry, I tried my best. He didn't finish his sentence and burst into tears. I'm sorry, I can't go on. At this point, Martin turned around and walked off the stage. There was silence in the square at first, and then someone shouted, Martin, you are great. You should be proud. The voices were instantly drowned out by applause, and the warm applause lasted for several minutes. Chapter 206 Upgrade. After the meeting, Martin chatted with Mayor Villaraigosa and LAPD boss Bratton for a while. Seeing that they had important matters to discuss, Martin said goodbye at the right time. McClain saw Martin out of the city hall. He not only exchanged personal contact information with Martin, but also gave Martin an exemption card on behalf of the LAPD. Of course, it was not an exemption from breaking the law, but it could get certain preferential treatment within the scope of LAPD's law enforcement. Martin thought of McClain's position and said specifically, I'm developing in Hollywood and also involved in film project investment. Last year, I established a studio, which is mainly affiliated with Warner Brothers and Pacific Pictures. In the future, I may cause trouble to the LAPD in filming. LAPD can be said to be one of the largest partners of Hollywood producers. McClane was originally in charge of this area and said, "Call me directly if you need anything." Martin shook hands with him and said goodbye. "I won't be polite." When he came to the side door of the city hall, Thomas was waiting here and said, "There are a lot of reporters outside." Martin's face changed instantly, lowered his head, and closed his mouth with a heavy expression. When he went out, flashing lights kept lighting up, and there were reporters clamoring to interview him. Several PDs stopped the reporters, and Thomas escorted Martin out, saying as he walked, "Sorry, everyone. Martin is not feeling well right now." Bruce opened the car door and Martin got into the back seat. After Thomas got in the car, Bruce started the car and left. Thomas leaned back in the seat. He was too tired from working hard these days to move. Martin took out a can of Coke and handed it to Thomas. "Replenish some energy." Thomas opened it and took a sip, then asked, "What position do I hold in the Church of Coke?" Martin was generous in assigning positions. "Do you want to be the deputy leader or the leader's advisor?" Thomas was curious. "What is the most important position?" Bruce, who was driving, interrupted, "Of course it's the saint. There must be at least 10 saints in the Church of Coke, right?" Thomas understood that the saint mentioned here was definitely not like Joan of Arc. 10? Old Bruce, do you look down on me? Martin rarely spoke his mind. "At least 100. Bruce reminded him, "It's agreed that I will be one of the deputy leaders." Thomas didn't want to stay away from Martin's small circle, and said, "I want to be the deputy leader too." Martin thought to himself, the saint hasn't even seen her shadow yet, but a lot of deputy leaders have come first, all wolves. Bruce drove to Century City, dropped Thomas off, and returned to the North Hollywood apartment together. As soon as he entered the apartment, he saw the landlord Antonio holding the gun of friendship, sitting in the hallway like a door god. The paparazzi who followed from a distance saw the gun on the fat man's shoulder and automatically walked back. Antonio pointed outside. "Martin, there are more and more paparazzi following you, and my tenants here have complaints." Martin said directly, "I'm going to Atlanta soon, and I don't have time to find a house now. I'll find one when I come back." Someone offered $50,000. It was not easy for Antonio. Is it possible for an ordinary person to refuse such a big temptation? Only he is an old millionaire. "I can hold on for a few more months." Martin patted Antonio on the shoulder. "People who use the gun of friendship must value friendship very much." Antonio pulled Martin to his side. "Come, let's take another photo. The hero in Los Angeles is my tenant. There is a new screenwriter on the first floor. When the photos are developed, I will ask him to write an advertisement to describe our deep friendship in detail." Martin stood behind Antonio and asked Bruce to take a photo. When Bruce and Martin went upstairs, Antonio muttered, "Enlarging the photo and replacing it can raise the rent again." Martin looked down and said, "I have to give you a commission." Antonio looked up. "You are a big star now, and you have a golden key. How can you be short of money?" Martin said no more and went upstairs. Jessica stood at the door with a box at her feet, obviously waiting for them. Martin asked, "Where did the express come from?" Jessica said, "It was mailed from Queensland, Australia." Bruce kicked the box forward, opened Martin's apartment door, and kicked the box in. Martin asked casually, "Where's Emily?" Jessica followed Martin into the apartment and said, "The fans are quite excited these 2 days. She went to see Rachel." Martin was curious, "What's going on?" Jessica looked at Martin and whispered, "After the video about the Coke Church went viral online, many people clamored to join the Coke Church." Martin scratched his head. "They all came to join in the fun. There will be ordinary believers soon." Bruce rarely saw a business opportunity, but of course a bad guy could only think of bad tricks. "The opportunity to cash in is here. Want to join the Coke Church? Pay the membership fee." He looked down and saw the big box of goods. "This can be used as a church badge. $50 a piece is not expensive, right?" Martin gave Bruce a middle finger directly. "Student scum, don't show off your pitiful knowledge." He didn't think about the Coke Church making money for the time being. He said so at the time, on the one hand, to distract the gunman's attention, and on the other hand, to attract some people's attention through Helen's video. Both goals have been achieved. Martin said to Jessica, Tell the members of the fan club that if they join the fan club, they will automatically join the Coca-Cola cult. We are just a loose interest organization and have no plans to register formally for the time being. When we actually register, we will notify them as soon as possible." Jessica replied, "Okay." Bruce then opened the box, took out the crocodile tooth pendant and bison horn, and put them in a large box on the side of the living room. Jessica went over to help. Martin dragged out another box, took out a mahogany gift box containing jade jewelry, and put the golden key away. He would be returning to Atlanta soon, so he had to prepare some gifts. Although Martin rejected Bruce's bad idea of cashing in on the Coca-Cola cult, in the highly developed commercial society of America, personal reputation and influence can really be converted into commercial value. In the week since the Burbank High School incident broke out, the sales of the House of Wax disc, which could only sell less than 3,000 copies per week in North America, soared and sold more than 70,000 copies in the latest week. The Hills Have Eyes, which had been withdrawn from North America, was pushed back into the screening channel by Warner Brothers in conjunction with several theaters, earning nearly $5 million in box office revenue that week. This also allowed the film's cumulative North American box office to exceed $110 million. Related news also spread overseas, especially in English-speaking countries and regions, where the overseas box office of The Hills Have Eyes was once again in turmoil, suddenly raising its head, earning another $4.15 million in overseas box office revenue that week, and a cumulative global box office of $180 million. The film's recently released DVD sales were hot, with $19.54 million sold in the first week. Although it is far from the DVD sales of Spider-Man 1, which could sell $50 to $60 million in the first week, this is just a horror film with a small investment. Even the long-lost zombie gigolo was dug out by many fans, and in the past week, rentals, DVDs and videotapes sales generated more than $1 million in revenue. But this film has no direct commercial benefit connection with Martin. When Martin filmed Zombie Gigolo, he had not yet joined the Screen Actors Guild, so naturally he would not enjoy the later income sharing agreed between the union and the Producers Alliance. For the two films House of Wax and The Hills Have Eyes, the higher the post-production revenue from DVDs, the more share Martin can enjoy. Many old-time stars who lived a life of luxury during their active period have lived on the post-production revenue from the many films they starred in after fading from the film industry. As long as they are not as extravagant as Marlon Brando, most of them live a very comfortable life. At Warner Studios and the Wanted Studio, the crew was packing various luggage and preparing to move to Atlanta. The project will soon enter the shooting stage. Director Leterrier went to Atlanta in advance with the crew and stunt team. Jessica and Emily were going to stay in Los Angeles. Martin had just finished explaining the work to them when Mean ran in from outside. "Boss." Mean pointed to the door of the studio and said, "There is a tall girl looking for you. She seems to be the heroine of the Jeans crew." Martin knew who it was. Blake called him yesterday. He came to Bruce, who handed him a small handbag and said, "You've upgraded. I was poor before, so I had no choice." Martin, carrying the handbag, walked out of the studio and saw Blake, who was wearing low-waist jeans and a belly-bearing sweater. He pointed to the front and said, "A truck will be here soon. Let's go to the coffee shop in front. The cold drinks there are good." Blake wanted to put her arm around Martin's arm, but she was worried that her boyfriend would not agree. She raised her hand halfway and retracted it, pretending to organize her small backpack, and followed Martin forward. "I've been worried about you recently. I called you several times, but couldn't get through." She saw the news report that Martin went to see a psychologist. "Are you okay?" Martin would not tell anyone about his true situation. "I'm a little autistic. I turned off my phone and didn't want to contact anyone. Now I'm much better." Blake finally reached out and grabbed Martin's arm. "If you have something in your heart and no one to talk to, you can tell me." Martin saw the coffee shop and said to the brown-haired girl behind the counter, "Maya, give me a cup of black tea and a portion of fat-free ice cream." He and Blake sat by the window, and Maya quickly brought the drinks over. Martin put the bag in front of Blake. "This is for you, a kind of amulet. Wearing it can eliminate bad luck." Blake was surprised, but more excited. He quickly took out the gift box and opened it. Seeing the emerald jade pendant, he asked, "Emerald? Jade?" Martin said, "An investor I found is from Asia, where this kind of gem is abundant. I bought a few pieces." Blake picked it up and hung it around his neck. "Is it beautiful?" Martin nodded. "It suits you very well." Blake was a little annoyed. "I didn't prepare a gift for you." Martin smiled. "You can stay here and talk to me, which is the best gift." Blake was full of joy. "Yesterday you said that you were going to Atlanta to shoot a movie. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow." Martin said simply, "An action gun battle movie. I will come back after the premiere of Jeans." Blake calculated the time. It was the critical time for her to apply for college, and it would be difficult to visit Atlanta. Thinking carefully, it is better to wait until after August. Chapter 207 The Good and Bad of Bad People. At Atlanta International Airport, the cruise chartered plane arrived smoothly. Martin walked out along the corridor and waited for Bruce to catch up. He pointed to the Atlanta sign in front and said, "Old Bruce, I'm back again." Bruce, wearing an Atlanta Braves baseball cap, replied, "The bastards have jumped back into the quagmire." "That's you." Martin said with great momentum, "I'm back and told the king to return to the place where he started his army." Bruce held back his laughter. "The leader has returned to the headquarters of the church." Martin saw Robert's big head at this time and immediately quickened his pace to leave the corridor. Robert was wearing a suit, his hair was neatly combed back, revealing a huge forehead, and he looked very impressive. For more than a year, the two were thousands of miles apart, but they were closely connected through coke. Meeting at this moment, there was no sense of strangeness. Robert came forward and prepared to shake hands with Martin, but Martin opened his arms and hugged him tightly. "My friend, my high priest, we finally meet again." Robert opened his arms for a while and finally hugged Martin. "In just 1.5 years, you have become a nationally renowned star." Martin let go of him and laughed. "You have contributed to it." Bruce came over and bumped fists with Robert. "Man, you look really impressive." Robert also laughed. "You have made something of yourself." A younger brother came out from the side. The boss is now the performing arts director of Merita Agency and a big figure in the Atlanta entertainment industry. Martin couldn't help but glance at the man, nodded slightly, and asked Robert, "How is the captain?" "Same as always." Robert led the way out. "He always looks so calm on the surface, but he actually wants to come over, but he can't save face." Martin understood this mentality and said, "I'll go find him tomorrow." The four people did not leave the terminal, but went to the underground parking lot and got into a black Cadillac together. Robert asked, "Which hotel?" Martin had already decided where to go first when he came. Merita, Clayton Community. The sun turned to the west and approached the horizon. In the living room of the Carter family, Elena and her four siblings were silent. Hall stood up and walked to the door. He looked at the yard, which was very flat. Lily sat in front of the computer desk, dragging the mouse to click on the web page. "I checked. The last flight from Los Angeles arrived a long time ago." Harris played with a star in his hand and continued, "He has so many things to do. Maybe he won't come today." Elena got up from the sofa and went to the open kitchen area. "Don't worry about him. Let's prepare dinner." Lily muttered, "You took a leave of absence from work." Elena suddenly turned her head and stared at Lily. Lily quickly covered her mouth. "I didn't say anything." A short car horn sounded from outside the door. Hall shouted, "He's coming. He's coming." Lily threw away the mouse and keyboard, got up and rushed to the door, followed by Harris. Elena put her hands in her jeans pockets and walked out of the kitchen slowly. A black Cadillac stopped by the road. The back door opened and Martin got out first. There were two houses next to each other. The one he originally lived in was still in its old shabby state. The exterior wall of Carter's house had been repainted and the fence had been replaced with a brand new wire mesh. The most surprising thing was that the yard, which was originally bumpy and overgrown with weeds, was unusually flat. Something was wrong. Martin came to the door of the fence and saw Carter's four siblings standing on the steps at the door. Hall, who was in the front, had grown taller and had a face full of flesh, and he didn't look like a good person. Lily next to him was nearly 5 centimeters taller than Elena and was smiling at him. Harris was still the same. Elena leaned against the door frame, looking more confident than before. Idiot, you're at the door. Why don't you come in? Elena said in the old tone. Do you want me to go and invite you in person? Martin smiled at them. My dears, I'm back. Aren't you coming out to greet me? Lily tilted her head. TSK, you're not a stranger. Martin glanced at Hall, who suddenly turned his head and looked away. The Cadillac drove away, and Bruce came from behind with a bag on his back and asked Martin, what are you standing here for? Waiting for you. Martin pulled him and said, let's go. Bruce was the first to enter the yard. After taking the second step, he felt something was wrong and fell down. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and there was no additive inside, so he didn't fall. Martin pointed at the 4 siblings on the steps. You 4 idiots, you still want to plot against me? He shouted. Tell me, whose idea was it? I'm going to kick his ass. Lily stood up and admitted, it was my idea. Behind her, Elena raised her fist and hit her head with a bang. Do you want to be kicked so much? It depends on who kicked me. Lily's voice was so low that only she could hear it. Bruce pulled his foot out and looked at the unusually flat ground in front of him. He couldn't help but grin. Could there be a trap? The 4 Carter siblings were really extraordinary people. They welcomed people in this way. Seeing that they didn't trap Martin, Elena said, Old Bruce, come around from the left. Bruce walked to the left. Seeing that he didn't encounter any more traps, Martin also went around from the left to the door. As soon as he got on the steps, he raised his fist and hit Hall on the top of his head with a bang. Idiot. Hall didn't say anything, thinking about where to dig a trap to trap Martin, the bastard. Martin bumped fists with Harris, pushed Lily aside, and came to Elena. Elena stepped aside and said, come in. Martin followed him into the living room. Many of the furniture and appliances in the room had been replaced with new ones. Elena noticed his gaze and said, I won the Georgia bartending championship last year and now I have a good income. I should thank you for teaching me how to make a bartender. Bruce handed the bag to Martin. I'm going to go back and take a look. He looked at Harris. Hey, buddy, let me borrow your car for a while. Harris handed him the keys to the Ford. Martin reminded, Old Bruce, be careful. Bruce nodded. I will. A year and a half has passed. The situation in Mexico has changed very quickly. Those people may have been swallowed up by someone. As before, Elena placed various meals on the dining table. Martin went to wash his hands and sat at the dining table with the 4 siblings to eat together. That's the taste. Martin ate a piece of grilled meat and said to Elena, your cooking is still so delicious. Elena asked, are you not injured? Martin knew what she was asking. I suffered a serious psychological trauma, so I came back to seek your comfort. You are an idiot. Stupid and stupid. Elena said in her usual tone, those California guys can die. Is it worth it to take risks for them? Lily replied, that's right, they are not me and Elena. Hall asked in surprise, what does it have to do with you? Lily stared at her brother with wide eyes. If it weren't for her sister, she would have started the violent suppression mode. Martin said, you know me, I'm trying to save myself. After dinner, Martin helped Elena clean up the table, took the bag that Bruce put down, and started the gift distribution. He threw a box to Elena. Yours, see if you like it. Lily came over eagerly, looking at Martin without saying a word. Martin said, you have too many gifts. They are shipped together with the cruise goods. I will have someone send them to you tomorrow. Lily's face was full of surprise. So many? She couldn't help but be curious. What are they? Martin was not a human being. Dozens of Australian buffalo horns. I ordered them from Australia specifically for you. Aren't you practicing carving? The clown you carved, based on me, is pretty good and very popular with some people. It seems that Louise also taught Kelly experience. When you carve them all, mail them to me. The surprise on Lily's face turned into astonishment, just like Martin's child in his previous life, who was looking forward to gifts, but got exercise books instead. She stepped back several steps and sat on the sofa, unable to speak for a long time, especially when she saw her sister open the gift box and took out a beautiful lady's watch. She wanted to cry for no reason. Don't bully people like this. Martin gave Harris and Hall a handheld game console each, then took out a gift box and threw it to Lily. This is the reward for carving. Lily opened it and found that it was a watch of the same brand as Elena's, but of a different model. She smiled and assured him, not to mention dozens, hundreds of horns are no problem. Martin nodded. Australian buffalo are rampant. Lily slapped herself on the mouth. What a broken mouth. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the door. Plop. Oh my, there's a thief. Hall picked up a baseball bat and ran out. He stopped at the door and found that his father Scott had been trapped in the trap he dug and fell flat on his face. Scott split his legs, climbed up and walked forward, cursing, "It's time to go." He took a step forward and fell again. This time he was unlucky and fell on his butt. Scott jumped forward faster than he fell. It hurts. His feet landed on the ground and he fell into the pit again with a bang and fell in front of the steps. Scott looked up and saw his 4 children. Elena asked coldly, "Why are you here if you're not with your rich woman?" Scott struggled to get up, his arms and legs all scratched, and pointed at Martin and said, "This bastard is a jerk in Hollywood. I'm here to remind you, don't be fooled by him." Lily said, "Martin is a jerk outside, but he's really good to us." Hall, who had just received a gift, nodded in agreement. "Go, Scott." In Harris's eyes, Martin taught Elena how to mix drinks, which really changed the fate of this family, and the Atlantic Astronomical Association also made him no longer worry about tuition and living expenses. No matter how Martin is outside, he treats the 4 siblings without complaint. Elena nodded. "We know, you can go. I'm your dad." Scott roared helplessly. Lily said, "Go and live your rich life." Scott glanced at Martin coldly, turned around, and walked out with his legs split. Martin and the other 5 went back to the house. Without Scott, the atmosphere quickly improved. Chapter 208 Saint. In the evening, Martin and Elena went to the next door. Lily sat on the sofa in the living room, took a pointed carving knife, and kept poking the box containing the horns. With a sound of puff, there was a big hole. It seemed that she was venting some depressed emotions. Hall squatted on the sofa nearby, playing the game console happily. In order to avoid offending the little sister who was in a bad mood, he deliberately turned off the sound of the game. Suddenly, a fist fell and hit him on the head. Hall looked up and saw Lily's gloomy face. She said sadly, "I didn't offend you." Lily said, "You are very happy, but I'm not happy, so you can't be happy either." Hall had no place to reason and ran back to the house with the game console. Lily went crazy for a while and simply returned to the computer desk, took out the textbooks and study materials, and began to review her lessons. The 16-year-old girl turned depression into motivation for study and planned to take the SAT exam next year, aiming for a university in Los Angeles, USC or California Institute of the Arts. The 2 schools flashed through her mind, and she temporarily put them aside, no longer thinking about random things, especially Martin and Elena next door, and concentrated all her energy on studying. What good can a bad boy and a slutty girl do? Next door, the female knight Elena was fighting a dragon. In order to increase her fighting power, she also wore the chastity ring. But the dragon named Martin was too powerful, and the female knight was unfortunately captured. The scene changed from a man riding a dragon to a dragon riding a man. Everything calmed down, and the 2 tacitly did not mention Los Angeles. The rear window leaked, and a breeze blew in. Elena lay on Martin and said, "After you became famous, the 4 of us dug James out in the early morning and secretly buried him in an empty tomb in the Methodist church. There will be no more problems." Martin said, "I came back this time, and I also wanted to deal with this matter. Originally planned to find a knight to dig a pit with old Boo." Elena said, "Hall is good at setting traps and it's easy to solve them. How should I reward you?" Martin said to Elena and the others, "I will sign a contract with Coca-Cola soon, and will get a large endorsement fee. I will buy you a new house." Elena raised her eyebrows. "You idiot, you want to support me?" Martin shook his head and said seriously, "My home is here. Old Bush always says that I'm a bad person. All my sincerity and true feelings are left in Atlanta." Elena stopped talking. Martin added, "I have founded a Coca-Cola cult. There is a position for a saint. I will hire you to be the saint." Elena didn't want to give up her current job. "I have a job." Martin said, "I, as the leader, am a part-time worker, so of course the saint can also be a part-time worker." He took Elena's hand and pointed to the chastity ring on it. "Look, you have been prepared to be a saint a long time ago. The chastity saint must be you." Elena snorted. Idiot, you haven't signed the endorsement contract yet. Wait until you sign the contract and get the money. Martin suddenly remembered something. Where's Emma? Why can't I see Emma? She ran away with someone again. Elena was going crazy when she thought of her mother. She is addicted to drugs. I didn't give her money to buy flour, so she ran away with someone. Someone saw her at the truck camp near the airport. Martin stroked her smooth back comfortingly, not knowing what to say. Elena added, I asked about the bastard Jack in detail. She only knew that Jack cheated all her money and went to Australia or New Zealand. She didn't know anything more specific. She looked next door. I just want Lily and Hall to grow up safely. Maybe Jack is in trouble and will never show up again. Martin seemed to be talking to a stranger. With Jack's character, could he bear not to come out when he saw me become famous? Maybe he was chatting with God and trying to cheat money from God. Elena said, idiot, you'd better be prepared. You are bad, but Jack is 10 times worse than you. Martin said without hesitation, I have no brothers and sisters. If Jack jumps out, I will publicly sever ties with him. I have discussed some measures with old Bull, and I may need you and other neighbors at that time. Elena nodded, no problem. The next morning, after breakfast, Martin visited Mr. Ward, Nanny, Welbeck and others who had fought side by side with him in the community. He gave each of them a practical gift and a crocodile fang pendant, and also met their request for taking photos. Then, they got into a Mercedes driven by Bruce, left the Clayton community and headed for Peachtree Street. A large group of young actors stood under the office building of Merita Performing Arts Agency. In front of them were the two giants of the company, Jerome and Robert. The latter had a big head and was cheerful. The former was calm and composed. A Mercedes drove over and stopped in front of the building. Martin got out of the car, smiling, and walked towards Jerome. Jerome found that the Martin in front of him was still the same Martin, as sunny and handsome, as kind and friendly. He also walked forward. The two hands were tightly clasped together. Martin was as excited as before. Captain, I'm back. Jerome shook his hand vigorously, but, very good. You didn't embarrass our Merita troupe. You are the pride of the entire troupe. Martin laughed. Captain, you said that. I'm proud. Jerome finally laughed, especially happily. I didn't misjudge you. Without Martin's strong recommendation, the troupe and the agency that came with it would not have reached a deep cooperation with Grey Pictures, let alone the scale it has today, and he would not have become one of the bigwigs in the Atlanta entertainment industry. As far as Jerome knows, no Hollywood star is as nostalgic as Martin. Not even Robert Patrick can compare to Martin. Robert came over at this time. Let's go back and talk. Jerome invited Martin. Let's go inside and take a look at the company. Martin followed the two people to the office building. The young actors in front of the building automatically made way for a passage. Some people tried to say hello to Martin. Hi, Martin, you are my idol. You are my favorite star. I will work hard with you as my goal. Martin kept smiling and nodding. Thank you for your support. The four people in front entered the office building. These young actors were all dreaming that one day they could become Hollywood stars like Martin. After all, Martin also walked out of here. Martin entered the office building. In the most conspicuous position in the lobby, there were photos of him, Jerome and Robert hanging respectively. Jerome said, Robert and I have discussed and want to introduce you as a partner of the company. No need. Martin followed them upstairs. I'm a member of the Actors Guild. The union stipulates that actors cannot participate in any agency business. Just like agents cannot directly participate in the production of movies or TV series. Arriving at Jerome's office, Martin asked, I'm here mainly to shoot Wanted. I've communicated with the crew, and they will recruit extras and young actors in Atlanta. Jerome said, the actors in the company are participating in the audition of the crew, the only partner. Martin took the bag handed over by Bruce, and handed it to Jerome with great attitude. I brought a special gift to the troupe this time. I came from the troupe, and my acting skills were also honed in the troupe. Jerome opened the bag, and saw a Saturn-like trophy in a transparent plastic box. He couldn't help but get excited. Saturn Award. Martin said, the first trophy I got in Hollywood, the Saturn Award for Best Young Actor. It should be placed in the troupe. Atlanta is his base camp and the place where his personality is most likely to collapse in the future. When Martin was in Los Angeles, he decided to manage the network of people here well. After chatting for a while, Martin went to visit Robert's office again. As soon as he entered, he saw the desk with the coke on it and couldn't help saying, "The headquarters of our coke cult is here." Robert said, "The coke from 2003, the olive oil produced in 2003, and the desk was moved from the theater. Everything and every step is very particular." Martin thought that he didn't have olive oil, so he said, "Send a batch of olive oil to Los Angeles." Robert took out a small notebook and handed it to Martin. "This is the detailed process. I copied a copy for you." Martin read it carefully and gave it to Bruce to keep. In fact, for him, these are just like the pig head placed before the crew started in his previous life, which is also to seek good luck. The first good luck that attracted his attention was the coke Robert put when Marzen was acting. At noon, Jerome treated them to a meal, and Martin had lunch with them, took a short break, and went to the crew's residence in the afternoon. The original General Motors Atlanta Production Center has been bought out by Gray Pictures, and Gray Pictures has officially moved here. The office area of the automotive park has been renovated for the company and the crew to work. Some production workshops have been transformed into large studios. Some workshops are also being transformed. Martin met Kelly Gray, who had short chestnut hair and a lightly made up face that looked shrewd and capable, much like a strong female CEO in a Hollywood movie. "The big hero of Los Angeles, you seem to have a better figure." In the president's office, Kelly sat on the swivel chair with her smooth legs crossed, looking up and down at Martin. "Why do I think you are more beautiful? Is there a halo effect between being a star and a hero?" Martin pulled her up, sat on the swivel chair, and then held her on his lap. "Why do I attract so much attention? Because of the videotape or video incident? To be honest, it's not as good as the Sacred Valley, or even the late night films you made before." Kelly rocked back and forth, looking for a special position, because of the special effect of celebrities. "That's right," Martin said, "not only physiological, but also psychological satisfaction." Kelly asked, "Why didn't that slut come with you?" Martin said simply, "She will come to Atlanta with the rest of the crew in 2 days." Kelly finally found the right position and sat down hard. "Martin, I have been helping you from the beginning, so you have to help me this time. I don't know if it's Ariang. The low fever has been gone for 3 days, and there are no other obvious symptoms, except that the throat is uncomfortable. There will be another burst of updates in the next few days at the end of the month." Chapter 209 Female version of KOZ. In late April, after Louise led the remaining crew members to Atlanta, Wanted officially started filming at the Gray Film and Television Base. Martin's first scene was a fight scene, a beating scene. In the studio set that was arranged as an office, all departments were preparing for filming. The actor who acted with Martin was a fat man with a big face and a big belly. Facing Martin, his face was full of flattering smiles. "Hello, Martin, I'm Chris Pratt, your fan." This sentence sounded particularly familiar. When a young Hollywood actor met a celebrity fan, Martin took the keyboard from the prop master and nodded with a smile. "Hello." Then, he found that the fat man looked very familiar. After taking a closer look, he found that it was the young and fat version of Star-Lord. The prop master said to Martin at this time, "Be careful when you pick it up. Most of the keys are loose and can fly out with a slight shock." Martin understood and responded, "No problem, I know how to use it." After the prop master left, Chris Pratt's fat face came over and said, "Don't worry, just hit the keyboard hard. I have thick flesh on my face and body, so I can bear it." Martin seemed to see the shameless self 2 years ago in him, and replied casually, "Shoot normally. Don't worry, there will be no problem on my side." Pratt knew that, if he could be hit by the male lead Martin, this character would have a chance to show his face and even leave a deep impression on the audience. He heard the assistant director asking the actors to take their positions, and hurriedly said, "I'm going to prepare. Call me anytime, if you need anything." Director Letaria looked at Martin, and Martin gave him a thumbs up. The script supervisor played cards and the shooting began. Martin left his workstation, picked up the keyboard, and strode towards the door. Pratt got up from the workstation near the door, blocked Martin's way, and spoke the lines loudly. Martin swung up the keyboard and smashed it. Pratt leaned back in coordination, and the keys flew everywhere. This was not over yet. Martin swung up the keyboard and smashed it again. Just like Sean when he hitting Leifu. Then he threw away the keyboard, raised his middle finger to the fat boss behind him before leaving, and gave a standard American greeting starting with F. Very good, this one passed. The first one passed smoothly, and Lateria was in a good mood and shouted, keep preparing. Pratt, who was squatting, got up from the ground and shook his big belly hard, and some number keys fell out of his shirt. The next few scenes were all set in the office. Pratt was more of a bootliker in front of Martin than Blake Lively, and he was just about to take off his pants and ask Martin if he wanted his fat ass. In the rest area, Mean, who had just shaved his head, said to Bruce, I feel very stressed when he does this. Bruce put his arm around his shoulders and said, when did we meet? What have you done for Martin, and what has Martin done for you? This idiot can't compare to that. Mean was much more confident than before. Yes, we are a team. On the first day of filming, Martin was in a very good state. The crew adjusted and rested around 10 o'clock. He came to the rest area, took the phone handed over by Bruce, and looked at the text message. Louise and Kelly asked him to have dinner together at noon. A temporary actor who played a female clerk came over. This person had blonde hair and was quite beautiful. Bruce was worried that Martin had forgotten, so he reminded him, your old partner in Zombie Dancing Man. Catherine hesitated a little, but still came over and said hello. Hi, Martin, long time no see. Martin remembered her. After all, they had filmed Mars Enxy and Zombie Dancing Man together. He was surprised. Catherine, why are you here? He remembered that she had followed a senior executive of Lionsgate. I'm a fool, dumb and stupid. Catherine looked at Martin, who was radiant, and seemed to be the core of the whole crew. She couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. The Lionsgate people provoked our relationship, and lied to me that there was a project, but in fact there was nothing. She was annoyed. I was too easy to trust people. It was all my fault that someone provoked the relationship between you and Benjamin. Martin didn't speak. It might be true that the Lionsgate people lied to her, but provoking? Catherine felt that if she hadn't taken that wrong step, she might have made a name for herself in Hollywood. After all, Martin, who was in the same period, had become a big star. Opportunity. As long as there is an opportunity, she can take off. I was wrong about what happened back then. I apologize to you. Martin no longer paid attention to this trivial matter and waved his hand. The past is the past. Catherine was secretly happy and further said, I also apologize to Benjamin. Ben recommended me to Merita Agency and got the opportunity to star in this work. Martin. Bruce reached into his pocket, touched his mobile phone, and dialed with one click. Just do your job, that's all. Martin certainly understood what she meant. Catherine was stunned for a moment, then said, give me a chance for our past. Martin's cell phone rang. He looked down and said, sorry, I have an emergency call. Catherine could only watch Martin walk away. Seeing him walking farther and farther away, she felt very unwilling, but also helpless. The actors who were originally on the same starting line ran so fast that she couldn't even see their backs. Martin walked on the road, hung up the call from old Bruce, came out of the studio, and stood in the shade to take a breath. Bruce and Mean followed from behind. At this time, an electric car stopped nearby, and a black man got off. The black man had a bald head, and his head was pointed like a cone, which looked very funny. This man was obviously coming for Martin. Bruce didn't know him. Mean knew him. He is Tyler Perry, a celebrity in the black film circle. The comedy Diary of a Madman in the spring season cost $5 million to produce, and earned more than $50 million in North American box office. Tyler saw Martin from a distance and came over. Before he got close, he took the initiative to extend his hand. Are you Martin Davis? I'm Tyler Perry. Martin shook his hand. Hello, I'm Martin. I came here to visit today and didn't expect to meet you. Tyler was quite polite. I'm a fan of yours. I like zombie dancers very much. I even went to visit the House of the Beast and was deeply impressed. Martin didn't know why he came, so he said politely, Diary of Madman, a comedy masterpiece. Tyler smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry to make you laugh. I just show off my black eloquence. It's nothing. I'm far worse than you. Martin, you are now the most popular star in our Atlanta. Martin said vaguely, I'm just lucky and got the opportunity. He asked, are you from Atlanta too? Tyler said, I moved to Atlanta from Louisiana when I was 12 years old and grew up in the South City. The southern part of Atlanta is populated by black people. Martin smiled and said, great. He had almost no contact with people in the South City. The only person he really contacted was Boyette, the owner of the black bar opposite the Beast House, who was shot in the butt by him with a shotgun and is currently in prison in the state prison. Taylor was very confident. He briefly tested Martin and handed him a business card. We are all from Atlanta. We will help each other in the future. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate. Martin exchanged business cards with him. I hope so. Taylor got on the electric car, waved, and left. Martin asked Bruce, is he from South City? Bruce shook his head. I haven't heard of him. He took out his cell phone and called Robert. Let me ask. After the call was connected, and they talked for a while, Bruce hung up the phone and said, he didn't mix with the acting circle in Atlanta before. He wrote, directed and acted in his own stage plays. Later, he went to New York to develop his career. Last year, he brought a group of people back to Atlanta to shoot Diary of Mad Black Woman. Martin's sensitivity to South City is far beyond the imagination of normal people. People who have done too many bad things are afraid that others will use bad things to mess with them. Let someone pay attention to him and see if he has any connection with Boyette. Bruce called Jerome and Ivan on Vincent's side respectively. Martin went back to continue filming. Today's scenes were all about him. There was no scene with the heroine Fox, so Julie simply didn't come here. After get off work in the afternoon, after removing her makeup, Pratt was waiting at the door of the trailer. As soon as he saw Martin, he smiled and said, Martin, do you have time? Let's go out for a drink tonight. I'll treat you. Martin shook his head, not tonight. I have an appointment. Pratt's fat face was full of smiles. It's okay, we can go someday, when you have time. Martin nodded and patted him on the shoulder. Pratt smiled even more brightly. At least Martin didn't refuse his kindness. Martin made a phone call on the way and went back to the hotel where he was staying. When he came to the elevator, he happened to meet Julie coming down from upstairs. The latter came over and said, teacher, I have a few questions to ask you. Martin was too busy to do anything, so he could only say, let's talk about it another day. I have something to do tonight. Julie was very curious, but she didn't dare to ask directly. When Martin's elevator came, she simply followed him into the elevator. Julie made up an excuse. I forgot to take my phone. When she came to the floor, where the luxury suite was located, she deliberately walked behind Martin. Turning into the corridor, the door of the innermost suite opened. Kelly came out and smiled at Martin and gave him a few looks. Martin quietly raised his thumb to indicate that he was ready. Julie stopped at the door of her suite and peeked over when she swiped her card to open the door. The woman with short chestnut hair at the door looked a little strange, but she had been to that room before, the suite where Louise Mayer stayed. The door opened and Julie went back to the room. The last thing she saw was the woman kissing Martin passionately and entering Louise's room together. Julie leaned against the wall by the door, stroked her chest with her hand, and let out a breath, her chest heaving violently. At this moment, she felt that Martin was extremely charming. After Martin broke up with Anne Hathaway and became a bachelor, in Julie's eyes, his male charm had lost more than half, but later he put on the shell of a teacher and a student, and his charm increased again. Now, Martin has two female companions, one of whom is her old friend Louise. Julie's legs began to tremble with excitement. Bachelors are nothing in her eyes. She likes to snatch married men or men with regular female companions the most. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, The One Who Got Screwed, Wants to Get It Back. The balconies of the suites on both sides were adjacent. Charlie ignored her adopted son, who ran over to ask for a hug, and ran to the adjacent balcony, hiding in the darkness and looking at the next door. To her disappointment, there was no one on the balcony next door. Charlie could not hear any sound, even when she pricked up her ears. Many people in the circle like to be on the balcony, don't they like it? Charlie was itchy and wanted to jump over there. She didn't want to join them, but wanted to snatch the person away. Just like when she was 16 years old, she snatched her mother's boyfriend, and later snatched John Lee Miller, who was engaged, and last year she snatched Aniston's husband Pitt. If it is not snatched from other women, it is not pleasant to use it. Charlie considers herself a brave woman who dares to snatch and use. Louise's suite is separated by a wall. The shameless couple used playing games as an excuse to deceive the poor female producer. Louise was tied to the single sofa by Kelly with a rope. "You two sluts," she cursed. "Shame on you." Martin said innocently, "It's none of my business." He said so, but his hands were not slow at all. Kelly quickly disarmed herself. She hummed, "How dare you say I'm shameless? Where was your face when you called me in Los Angeles?" Louise was almost furious. "You can choose not to answer the phone. You can hang up." Kelly retorted, "You can close your eyes and not look at it and have a good sleep." Louise really closed her eyes, but she couldn't block her ears. She was soon awakened by the night Kelly's melodious singing voice comparable to that of a soprano. She opened her eyes and looked at the two people in front of her in surprise. She said bitterly, "How can people be so shameless as you?" Martin seemed not to hear it and concentrated on playing the trombone. The trombone hummed and played beautiful music. Kelly smiled triumphantly while singing, but she smiled too early. Louise was completely shameless and started to shout the beat. 12:34, 22:34. Now, Kelly's rhythm was messed up. She followed Louise's beat unconsciously. She realized that she could not be controlled by her and wanted to change it by force. Louise laughed happily. She wanted her to be able to see but not touch, and she would not let Kelly feel good. Soon, Kelly could not bear it anymore and untied Louise. The three of them were in a mess. I don't know when Kelly was tied to the sofa chair by Louise, and she was the one who got hurt again. In order to prevent Kelly from closing her eyes, Louise also found tape and stuck it on Kelly's eyelids. Fortunately, Martin had a conscience and immediately tore off the tape, because he knew that Kelly would never close her eyes. Just like every time she called, she quarreled fiercely, but never hung up. In the morning, Milton came to the Methodist headquarters. People who saw him stepped aside and greeted him respectfully. "Chairman." Milton was serious, nodded slightly, and walked into the office. Since the pink kettle incident more than a year and a half ago, Milton has become more silent, no longer easily expressing his opinions, and focusing more on doing things. The previous negative impact has dissipated over time. Several commercial entertainment projects he promoted have been successful, regaining the support of the Elephant Party behind the Methodist Church, and he has been promoted to the chairman of the Atlanta Methodist Church. Milton entered the office and first looked through today's mainstream newspapers to understand social trends. He opened a copy of the Atlanta Constitution, and the headline news on the entertainment page caught his attention. American hero Martin Davis returns to his hometown Atlanta to shoot the new film Wanted. There is also an interview with Martin below. After many negotiations with the producers Pacific Pictures and Warner Brothers, I finally brought this project with an investment of up to $65 million back to my hometown Atlanta. I hope it can create more jobs for Atlanta and make Atlanta more well known. Milton doesn't remember meeting Martin, but he has a deep impression of this person. A year and a half has passed since the pink kettle incident, and he has more or less found out a lot of inside information, such as the promoter of the incident is Kelly Gray on the surface, but in fact many plans come from Martin Davis. Milton also saw a familiar face in the so-called hero video exposed by Warner TV some time ago. The man had mocked him in the bar, saying that he had an affair with his ex-wife. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Martin Davis' manager and bodyguard had an affair with his ex-wife. Milton didn't believe it. The assistant knocked on the door and came in. "Mr. Perry is here. Let him in." Half a minute later, Tyler Perry entered the office, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Milton, and said with a smile, "Good morning." Milton asked, "Why do you have time to come here?" Tyler said, I went to see the Gray Film and Television base yesterday. Kelly Gray is a big step ahead. It's not easy for us to catch up. Just like the Clayton community in Delena, the Methodist Church has a particularly large influence in poor communities, including the poor South City, because of free training in food distribution. Tyler has received countless grants from the Methodist Church during his growth, and the relationship between the two sides has long been inseparable. The Perry studio he founded not only invested in the filming of Diary of Mad Black Woman, but also prepared to build a film and television production center. Among them, most of the funds came from the Methodist Church and the forces behind it. The profound lesson of the Pink Kettle made Milton pay attention to Kelly Gray and her company, and subsequently began to lead the investment in the film and television industry. Because conservatives also have a lot of money to do accounting, the film and television industry is too convenient. Milton found a document and handed it to Taylor. There is an abandoned industrial park in Union City, covering more than 300 acres. It is currently going through the procedures and is enough for you. Taylor looked at the documents and photos carefully and said, the buildings there are too dilapidated. Most of the warehouses need to be demolished and rebuilt before they can be used. The investment is large and the effect is slow, especially with the competitor Gray Film and Television base. When we finish building it, they will leave us far behind. Milton asked directly, what do you think? Except for a few studios and post-production studios, Gray base is basically completed. Taylor is a black man. Even though he is a star and director, he is still a black man in his bones. Can you think of a way to grab Gray base? He looks very funny and does comedy, but those who can do successful comedy are never funny people. In this way, we can eliminate competitors, shorten the time cost, and teach those bastards a lesson. Milton told Taylor about Kelly Gray. Have you found a breakthrough? Taylor took the Constitution and pointed at Martin on it. The two largest shareholders of Gray Company are Kelly Gray and Louise Mayer, the owner of Hollywood Pacific Pictures. I have some information channels in Hollywood. These two people have a close relationship with Martin Davis, especially Kelly Gray. Martin is behind the Pink Kettle incident. He said, I plan to deal with Martin first and use Martin as a breakthrough to pry open the tortoise shell of Gray Pictures. Milton crossed his hands on the table and said lightly, I don't like Martin Davis and Kelly Gray, as well as Martin's manager and bodyguard. I'll earn some information in South City. Taylor added, I need support, not only funds, but also other aspects. Once I open a breakthrough, it will inevitably cause a backlash from the forces behind Gray Company. Milton said, this is Atlanta. Although we lost a round last time, the conservative forces are still dominant. Taylor nodded. Wait for my news. Keep moving forward on your side and continue with the land process in Union City. Compared to Taylor, a black man, Milton considered more comprehensively. Also, your next movie started preparations this morning, and many people's bills are waiting. Taylor understood what he meant. No problem on my side. Milton watched him walk out of the office. If something unexpected happened, it would all be Taylor's fault. Black people. A few minutes later, Taylor came down from the office building and got into his Lexus. The driver was a white guy. Boss, where are we going? Taylor asked him to calm down and asked, Kyle, last time you told me that you and Martin were in the same crew? Yes, Gray Company's late night drama, calling people from the city. Kyle recalled the situation at the time. On the first day of joining the crew, Martin bullied me and threatened me with a gun, saying that he was a gang scavenger. Taylor asked, is he really? Kyle shook his head quickly. I don't know, but my cousin Adam Smith, the star actor of the late night drama, went to jail because of Martin. I went to visit Adam, and Adam said that Martin framed him with DP. Taylor asked, are you sure? Kyle swore to the sky. That's what my cousin said. At that time, they were competing for the male lead of the zombie dancer. Martin was just a temporary actor, and my cousin was a star. If he hadn't been framed by him, Martin would not have gotten the male lead. He lowered his voice. Some people say that Martin hooked up with Kelly Gray and entered Hollywood through this male lead. After listening, Taylor thought carefully for a while and said, let's go to South City. Kyle started the car and left the Methodist Church. Taylor was originally from the South City. After asking around, he found Betty, the wife of the black bar owner Boyette. Betty was at odds with Boyette and had limited knowledge of Boyette and the black bars business. But Betty could confirm one thing: Martin Davis shot Boyette, which led to his arrest by the APD. Taylor also found Lynn, an audition director who had worked for Grey Pictures, through Kyle. Lynn further confirmed to him that Kelly Gray had a long-term lover relationship with Martin Davis and had been deeply involved in the operation of Grey Pictures projects. These made Taylor convinced that Martin had found the right breakthrough. As for National Heroes, isn't the ending of Heroes all about being trampled on by others? Taylor used the relationship of the Methodist Church in Atlanta to comprehensively collect information about Martin and Martin. Then, he found something quite interesting. While in Los Angeles, Martin Davis mailed gifts to Lily, an ordinary middle school student, the sister of his ex-girlfriend Alina, many of which were worth a lot of money. Chapter 211 Group, Variation, British, State, Gathering, Collection. Inside the Macupe trailer, Martin finished his Macupe, put on an ordinary t-shirt, and asked the Macupe artist to leave. Thomas closed the trailer door, came back and sat down, and said, "I have had preliminary contact with Coca-Cola. Because of the Burbank Middle School incident and the relationship between the Coca-Cola cult, they have a strong desire to cooperate and invite you to be the North American spokesperson for Coca-Cola. The contract is for 3 years." Martin did not reject this. It was not bad to make legitimate money, so he asked directly, "What are the specific terms?" Thomas said, "At least 5 events and 2 commercials per year, with a total cost of $12 million for 3 years. He added, "I will try to negotiate it to $15 million in 3 years. Your momentum is rising very fast, and they can see that. You are responsible for the negotiations." Martin specifically instructed, "Keep talking quietly before the official announcement, and don't make it public." Thomas knew Martin's concerns and said, "Coca-Cola and I have reached an agreement on this. They will wait until you officially sign the endorsement contract before they will make it public." Martin thought for a while and said, "If the price really can't be negotiated, $12 million is also fine. Coca-Cola is one of the biggest local tyrants in Atlanta, and he also wants to have a good relationship with them." Thomas responded, "Don't worry, I know how to handle it." Martin saw that the time was almost up, so he got out of the trailer and entered the studio. In the set that was set up as a shooting range, Mean was skillfully disassembling a pistol. He played the role of a gunsmith and was also one of the gunsmith teachers of the male protagonist. Bruce not only served as Martin's assistant and manager, but also held the position of a prop master in the crew. He would check all the guns used. Action director Chad came over at this time and reminded Martin, "Don't forget to shoot in an arc and shoot with your hands swinging." Martin nodded, "No problem." Julie also entered the set. She was wearing leather boots and tights, and had a great figure. Martin found that the Macupe could not cover up Julie's dark circles, and asked, "Are you not used to this place? Didn't you sleep well last night?" Julie couldn't help but glance at Martin and found that he was energetic and normal, and couldn't help but marvel at his fighting ability. She said, "Let's have lunch together at noon." Martin nodded, "Okay." Another character, the real villain Morgan Freeman, arrived last. The old man was very impressive and was accompanied by 2 assistants, one of whom was a young black girl. The 4 of them got familiar with the positions, and the shooting started soon. The shots shot in the morning were mainly about the male protagonist Wesley practicing with a gun. The gunsmith taught him the basic knowledge of using a gun. Fox and the old man wanted him to learn arc shooting as soon as possible, so they pulled a piece of pork in front of the target. Morgan Freeman personally took the stage and demonstrated with his old Mauser pistol. The actors only needed to make shooting movements, and the bullet time required the crew to use special stunts. The crew shot in the shooting range for the whole morning. After work at noon, Martin waited for Julie. Most of the crew members had left, and Erector Literia led a bald man to the restaurant in broad daylight. The man was not tall, but very strong, and at first glance, he looked quite like Statham. Bruce scratched his head and whispered, "I remember when I first came to Atlanta, Literia was often with an actress." Martin said, "Two-way plugs are very common in the entertainment industry." "That's right." Bruce nodded slightly, "He's from a place like Paris." At this point, he shut up. Because Morgan Freeman came with a female assistant, Black girls are so mature that their specific ages can't be seen at all. Freeman nodded to Martin politely and praised, "Your acting is good." The other party was very friendly, and Martin's attitude was also good. "Morgan, I have a lot of questions about acting that I want to ask you." Freeman smiled and said, "You are welcome at any time." He turned to introduce the girl next to him. "This is my granddaughter Adina. Please help take care of her if you have any questions." Martin replied, "No problem." The grandfather and grandson left, and Bruce took a closer look and found that Morgan Freeman's hand pinched Adina's butt and quickly took it back. Martin was packing up his things with his head down. Bruce said, "Actually, I have always had a good impression of him." He couldn't help shaking his head. "I was wrong about one thing. You are a rotten person, but your principles and bottom line in some aspects are much higher than this." Martin looked up and asked, "What?" Bruce said simply, "You are not so rotten that you cannot be saved." Julie came out of the bathroom at this time and took Martin's arm. "Teacher, let's go." Martin took her to the restaurant openly. Julie asked as they walked, "You and Louise and the female boss of great pictures." Martin didn't need to deny it. "They made me famous. I was just a temporary actor in Atlanta before. You know some things that you can't refuse." "Great." Julie didn't mind, and her voice trembled with excitement. "So, you are in a long-term relationship?" Martin neither admitted nor denied it. Julie smelled the kind of charm from Martin that could make her explode on the spot. Such a man is worth it. Bruce followed far behind, thinking that the main creative staff of this crew were all weird. A male protagonist who got promoted by living on gigolos, a two-way plug director, an Oscar winner who had bad intentions on his granddaughter, a male supporting actor who only licked middle-aged and elderly women, a female protagonist who liked to seduce men with partners. What a collection of perverts. Gray Film and Television Production Center is now the largest film and television production base in Atlanta. In addition to the Wanted crew, there are 2 other Hollywood crews shooting here. There are many people coming to lunch at this time. As soon as Martin entered the restaurant, Chris Pratt waved at him. "There is an empty seat here." He occupied 2 tables by himself. Martin and Julie took the plates and went over together. Julie was not a vegetarian yet, so she put a lot of meat on the plate. Pratt gave up a table and called Mean and Bruce over, looking very good. Mean sat opposite him. "Man, you're making it hard for me to do this." Pratt said cheerfully, "I don't mean anything else. I just want to leave an impression on Martin. Really, I don't want to steal anything from you." Mean had also experienced similar situations and reminded, "Don't go too far." "Okay." Pratt nodded quickly. Actors like him who are at the bottom can only get up by cutting their heads, and most of the time there is no way to get up. When he joined the crew, Pratt had learned carefully that this group was originally organized by Martin. Those who can organize such a group are likely to organize the next one. At another table, Julie forked a piece of meat and said, "I thought about becoming a vegetarian." Martin was allergic to this word and quickly ate 2 bites of meat to calm down. Julie asked, "Teacher Martin, what's your suggestion?" "You are free to be a vegetarian." Martin made his attitude clear. "As long as you don't interfere with others, there will be no problem." Julie understood and stuffed the meat into her mouth. "It seems that you have a very bad memory." Martin nodded slightly. "I was so hungry that I was shaking all over, and my body almost collapsed." Julie asked, "Louise or Kelly?" Even if they broke up, Martin didn't want to say anything bad about Eliza, just shook his head. "It has nothing to do with them." The 2 of them ate and talked, and the meal took more than half an hour. After leaving the restaurant, they walked towards the trailer rest area and came to Julie's trailer first. Martin specifically reminded, "We have a kissing scene in the afternoon, don't forget to brush your teeth." Julie turned around and deliberately said, "Don't worry, I won't eat garlic." There were still many scenes to be filmed in the afternoon. The 2 didn't say much and went back to the trailer to take a lunch break. Martin was a little tired. After all, he was in a rotation last night. No matter how hard working the cow is, it will also cost a price to finish plowing the land that keeps bubbling with water. Outside the trailer, Pratt patted his fat face, cheered himself up, and prepared to find a place to rest for a while. Suddenly someone shouted, "Chris." Pratt turned around and saw a black man, an actor he knew in Los Angeles, Shermer, why are you here? Shermer pointed to a studio. I followed a crew to shoot a film. You forgot that I'm originally from Atlanta. Pratt smiled. What a coincidence, I'm too. The two had attended the same acting class in Los Angeles and had a pretty good relationship. Shermer invited, my friend opened a coffee shop outside. Let's have a cup of coffee together. Pratt followed him out. Shermer asked, you are in the wanted crew? In the same crew with Martin Davis. Wow, he has been so popular recently. Pratt and him left the film and television base, walked half a street, and entered a black coffee shop. In the afternoon, the crew continued filming. It was mainly to shoot the scenes of the male protagonist Wesley practicing firearms. Among them, many adrenaline-stimulating shots were added. Martin only needs to perform normally, and the final effect will be presented with high-speed slow motion and special effects. When it comes to his last scene of the day, a real frozen pork is pulled up to block the target. Before shooting, Martin took the breath freshener handed by Bruce and sprayed it several times in a row. Julie came over at this time, took the breath freshener from him, held the place where Martin had just bitten, and sprayed it continuously. During this time, a pair of watery eyes released a hawk-like look and flirted with Martin. After spraying the cleaning agent, she came over and said, it tastes good. This was very ambiguous. Martin took the freshener and threw it to Bruce. Everyone in the studio could see that Julie was seducing Martin, but no one said anything, and no one thought it was strange. Just like what happened to Morgan Freeman and director Leterrier, after being in Hollywood for a long time, they are used to it. The assistant director shouted at this time, get ready. Martin and Julie entered the set. At the director's command, the scene officially began filming. The male lead had been unable to practice arc design for a long time, so the female lead simply replaced the pork and stood between him and the target. When the bullet shot by the male lead bypassed her and hit the bullseye, the female lead strode back. According to the script, Julie hugged Martin and kissed him forcefully. Then, she did not follow the rules of martial arts and took the initiative to stick out her tongue. Chapter 212 White Lotus. What should we do when facing people who don't follow the ethics of martial arts? Martin used practical actions to tell the people on the set that they should fight back fiercely. So, he fought back fiercely. Director Leterrier called for a stop, but the performance of the hero and heroine did not stop. To describe it in professional terms, the hero and heroine, who are extremely professional and dedicated, are immersed in the emotions of their respective roles and cannot extricate themselves. Martin and Julie were too deeply involved in the play. As a result, they could not distinguish between reality and acting. The two ignored the dozens of onlookers in the crew and continued to kiss passionately. One of Julie's legs was directly across Martin's waist. All the scenes for today have been shot, and the work will not be delayed. No one came up to disturb the two. In the rest area, Morgan Freeman wanted to sit down and rest for a while. Seeing this shameless man and woman, he suddenly didn't want to stay here and called out, "A dinner, let's go back to the hotel early." The black girl followed Freeman obediently. Julie separated from Martin and asked, "Teacher, what should I do next?" "You have to teach me." Martin expressed it in another special way. "Kelly and Louise are still waiting for me in the hotel." As soon as these words came out, Julie seemed to be ignited, and the flames burned like a flood, and it was out of control. She wanted to stage a student's counterattack for Martin here, so that he would know what it meant to be merciless. Martin had already figured out Julie's psychology. There were so many people like KO thieves in his group in his previous life. Julie grabbed Martin and pulled him out. Martin did not take the initiative, did not promise, and did not refuse, and was pulled out of the studio by Julie. Chris Pratt stood at the door of the studio, looking at the shaking trailer, thinking that if the things here were spread out, would it cause a public opinion storm? He slapped his forehead and found that he was wrong. If this matter really spread out, and the person involved admitted it, it would cause a sensation in the entertainment media. Pratt, who was struggling at the bottom, suddenly realized that for an actor, love is not just love, but also a stepping stone to a career. Mean came out of the studio and said to Bruce, "The boss's charm is really amazing." Julie took the initiative without much effort. Bruce knew more than him. Martin didn't do much, but everything he did was just right. He had a firm grasp of Julie's psychology. Mean said with a sad face, "Why don't I have this ability?" Bruce pointed out the key. "Your ability is all in your mouth." Mean thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. Everyone has their own strengths. After a long time, the trailer stopped shaking. In the car, Martin took a shower, changed his clothes, and sat on the sofa chair. He was so comfortable that he didn't want to move. Julie lay on another sofa chair, took out her mobile phone, and looked at the photo of herself and Louise first, and then looked at Martin. She thought he was handsome, cool, and strong. This feeling of stealing a friend's man is so good that you can't get down from the sky. Julie got up wearing only a white shirt and asked, "What would you like to drink?" Martin looked at the wine cabinet in the trailer. Gold whiskey. Julie poured 2 glasses of wine, handed one to Martin, clinked glasses with him, took a sip, and specifically asked, "How do my skills compare to those two?" Martin looked at this female version of KO Thief and thought that it would not be the only time. For the sake of future enjoyment, he decided to tell the truth. "You are not as good as them, and your skills are not as good." Julie was not convinced. "How is it possible?" Martin pointed at himself. "The real experiencer is sitting here." Julie drank the wine in the glass in one breath, and secretly made up her mind that she would use all means to make Martin look bad next time. She suddenly thought of the most important point. "You won't leave them because of me, right?" Martin was stunned. "I haven't thought about this issue yet." Julie thought more than him at this moment. "They are both very important to you, especially Louise. For your future, don't leave them for the time being." Today was her most enjoyable time. In addition to Martin's ability and skills, Julie believed that the addition of psychological factors was also the key. For now, we must not let the psychological factors disappear. Julie hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I also have some things here that need some time to deal with. Once I deal with them, the other things will not be important." Martin, this bad guy, knew what Julie was talking about, and that was exactly what he needed, and immediately said, "It's okay for me, you are the priority." Bad men and bad women, what a perfect match. The more Julie thought about it, the more she thought about it. Martin's enlightenment gun opened up a road that she had never touched before. With smooth flow from top to bottom, Julie planned in her mind that she would use Pitt to stir up trouble first next month, see the market response of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and then kick Pitt out. Then, wait until Wanted is released before she stirs up trouble with Martin again, and enjoy 2 waves of popularity in a row. If one of the 2 films can be a big hit, she will be pulled out of the quagmire of box office failures, and even become a box office panacea. She can also use these 2 people who are on fire to create a perfect personality who loves family and children. Just think about it, if these 2 groups are a little smooth, she will make a lot of money. Martin seemed to be still immersed in the afterglow, leaning back on the sofa with his eyes closed. Julie admired the handsome face of her friend's male companion, and suddenly an idea popped up in her mind, an idea that could make things even hotter. The first wave remained the same, forcing Pitt to divorce Aniston, and the second wave encouraged Martin to pursue Aniston, and a love triangle between her, Martin and Aniston would definitely explode public opinion. Teacher Martin's careful teaching finally allowed the student to enter a real transformation period. The more Julie thought about it, the better she felt this method was. Martin seemed to be asleep, asking nothing, pure as a white lotus. Julie decided to give Martin a heads up in advance and said, "There's something I want to tell you about. I asked you for advice a while ago." She roughly recounted what happened during the filming of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and then vowed, "Since I decided to cooperate with you on Wanted, I have never had any contact with Pitt again, and I will never have any actual contact with him in the future. I swear on the name of my mother and son." Martin was afraid that Julie would change her mind, so he deliberately asked, "So, you asked me those questions to hype this matter?" Julie nodded. "I can't afford to fail again." Martin pushed her forward fiercely. "I fully support you. If you need any help from me, just ask me. I can mobilize some resources on my side." Julie didn't completely believe Martin, but just as Martin wanted to borrow the public opinion caused by Julie also wanted to borrow Martin's tangible and intangible resources. From the root, the 2 were using each other. Julie added, "Actually, I did a lot of public opinion preparation." Martin asked. Those reports about you and the child, and about Pitt liking children and Aniston not wanting them? That's it. Charlie smiled helplessly. If it weren't for you and the Burbank Middle School incident, it would have been hyped up. The bad boy and the bad girl discussed carefully and reached a tacit understanding that only Pitt and Aniston would be hurt, and they and the movies they starred in would make profits. Charlie didn't say anything about Martin and Aniston's ideas for the time being, as she was not sure she could convince Martin. Martin got out of Charlie's trailer and left the grey film and television center first. No matter who asked, he had only one statement for the time being, discussing roles and plots with Charlie. As long as the parties involved don't admit it, Hollywood has never cheated. Couples on the crew are common in Hollywood, but if the parties involved don't admit it, it's just a rumor. Martin returned to the hotel and got in a car with Bruce and Mean. Bruce took some information and handed it to Martin. Ivan just sent it over. After I called yesterday, Sophia specially asked someone to collect Tyler Perry's information for safety reasons, and also asked someone to take some photos of him in South City yesterday. Martin looked at the photos first and stopped when he saw the photos of Tyler and the driver. The driver looked familiar. He recalled carefully and gradually remembered that this was the unlucky guy who was hit on the foot by Robert's glass bottle of Coke. He couldn't remember his name. Are these two people together? The information collected by Sophia showed that this man named Kyle started working as Tyler Perry's driver 2 months ago and was highly valued and trusted by Tyler. Martin asked, "Nothing else?" Bruce said, "Tyler went to the ATL Methodist Church headquarters." Martin was really familiar with this name. To be frank, he climbed out of the quagmire by stepping on the Methodist Church as a stepping stone. Martin didn't say much for the time being. He looked down at Taylor's information. This black man had a very unfortunate life. After moving from Louisiana to Atlanta, he was abused by his father, a carpenter. He dropped out of school early and changed his name to break off relations with his original family before he was 16. The shadow of the Methodist Church can be seen in Taylor's subsequent growth. The other party appeared here yesterday. Was it a test of overconfidence? It's not impossible. After all, Taylor just earned $50 million at the box office with a production cost of $5 million. Success can bring great confidence. Not to mention the black people from the South City. Martin returned to the hotel. Kelly Gray and Louise were not there. He sent a text message and then had dinner with Mean and Bruce. The three of them also discussed it. At 8:30, Kelly and Louise, who were visiting her home, returned to the hotel room together. Martin mentioned this matter specifically and emphasized, Tyler Perry is very likely involved with the Methodist Church. No need to guess. Kelly took a bottle of water handed to her by Martin and said, Perry Studios was originally invested and funded by the Methodist Church. Most of the funds for Taylor's Diary of Mad Woman came from the Methodist Church and the forces behind it. The situation is similar to my side. Louise asked, the films he made are completely different from our audiences. There is no competition. Is it just to retaliate against the pink kettle you made? Kelly is an important member of the Atlanta Liberals and has her own news channels. Perry Studios wants to develop a film and television base, and I'm the biggest competitor. The child has a fever. Everyone has to come once. Please forgive me if the update is late tomorrow. Chapter 213. It's terrible. Georgia has introduced favorable policies to vigorously promote the film and television industry. I have also achieved success. Naturally, the other faction will not give up this piece of cake. While Kelly was talking, Louise took out a pink kettle from somewhere and placed it in front of Kelly to gesture. Kelly glared at her and said, Tyler Perry is one of the agents they pushed to the surface. Martin understood immediately. It's not just a desire for revenge, but it involves business competition and higher level politics. Louise answered, even if that black man wants to do something that has no benefits, will others support it? Kelly asked Martin, do you think he is targeting you? It shouldn't be my illusion. Martin had talked about the driver before, and this time he specifically dragged Kelly into it. The Methodist Church is our old friend. Kelly suddenly lowered her head, bit the straw of the kettle in Louise's hand, and drank a few sips of water. Louise knew Martin a little bit. I've done so many bad things, and I'm always worried about being screwed over. Martin didn't deny it, but his statement was more interesting. I'm yours and I'll only be willing to be screwed over by you. Kelly and Louise both giggled. The former was not only making waves, but also thinking about things. They may use you as a breakthrough. Martin also made this guess and said, they are really good at picking people, and they specifically pick on honest people to bully. He looked at Kelly. I don't understand the business and politics of the upper class, so I can only rely on you. How could Kelly, who had been asked to get to the bottom of this nonsense, believe it? She said, we are still the same as before. I'll do high-end things, and you'll do low-end things. Martin achieved his goal and said, how low is it? Kelly just smiled but didn't answer. Instead, she said, we are not isolated individuals, and the same is true for Taylor. Without sufficient preparation and confidence, he won't take action. You shouldn't be too eager for success, or you will be fooled by others if you fail to do so. She thought about it for a while and said, you can be a bait that bites back at any time. Martin had an idea in his mind. I'll shoot you to cut the line. Kelly laughed. That depends on your performance. Okay, now that we've talked about our troubles, it's time to do happy things. Louise threw away the kettle, hugged Kelly, and opened her mouth to bite her. Kelly turned back, her eyes full of help. She briefly broke free from Louise's entanglement and shouted, save me. The female president asked for help. As an American hero, Martin rushed forward without hesitation, even though he had just experienced a fierce battle in the afternoon. The next morning, Martin failed to wake up on time. Fortunately, he didn't have a role in the morning. The continuous round-robin battles were too terrible. After all, one of the enemies would always be able to rest. Martin was strong enough, but he was also squeezed to the point of being sore and weak. When he went to the restaurant for dinner, he ran into Julie. Julie whispered, teacher, I have a few questions I want to ask you. Can you come to my room after dinner to teach me? Martin was full of confidence at this moment, and was not tempted at all. He made an excuse. I have something important to do in Merita, so I don't have time. Yesterday, Lily called him, and invited him to dinner. Martin naturally agreed. Julie nodded and said, I'll wait for you in the trailer when we finish work this afternoon. It's settled. Martin turned and walked towards the seafood area of the cafeteria, where there seemed to be oysters. After dinner, Martin went back to rest for a while, then drove a car of the crew to Merita. Bruce followed closely behind him. Martin deliberately turned around twice. Bruce didn't see his tail behind him. It was almost time for school to end, so Martin drove to the vicinity of Merita Middle School and parked his car diagonally opposite the school gate. Not long after, Lily came out of the school surrounded by 7 or 8 girls. I have something to do today, you guys go. She found Martin's car, strode over, knocked on the passenger window, opened the door and got in. Martin pointed to the school gate. Are you the big sister? Lily's nose was almost up to the sky. Don't say these bitches, even those boys. I can deal with whoever I want. Do you have money to treat us? Martin started the car and prepared to go to Rosario restaurant in downtown Merita. Lily smiled and said, I get a commission from selling stars. Those idiots who are in love will pay money just to spread the girls' legs. There were many cars parked on both sides of the road in front of the school. In one of the cars, Carl praised, did you see it? Isn't she pretty? Sitting in the passenger seat was a black man, Shermer, an actor who grew up in Atlanta and later worked in Los Angeles. He couldn't help but say, her figure is no worse than Blake Lively, and her face is much prettier than Blake's. Kyle resentfully said, Martin Davis is a bastard. Shermer is a black actor from South City. Has Boss Taylor really decided to get him? Kyle nodded. Are you scared? Scared? People from South City don't know what fear is. Shermer doesn't need to choose. His skin color and background determine that Tyler Perry is his backer. Martin Davis has no shortage of women. Does he really have this fetish? Kyle didn't know that Lily had just got into Martin's car. He just said, Martin went to Los Angeles and had extremely close contact with this girl. Don't forget, there is Blake. Taylor asked April, the lead actor of the Jeans crew, and April made it clear that his relationship with Blake is not normal. He retracted his gaze and looked at Shermer. Find a way to hook him in. Shermer shook his head. I'm not in the same crew as him, so I can't talk to him. He has a friend who is black, but that guy is not mentally normal. He hangs around a few middle-aged and elderly women all day long. Kyle said, I'm not asking you to take action in the next few days. The boss will give you enough time. I'll think about it carefully. I can't force it. Compared with those compatriots in South City who only know how to smash and loot, Shermer's brain is much better. He thought seriously for a while and suddenly remembered someone. He went to the same acting training class as me in Los Angeles. He is an actor in Martin's crew. He said that he has a good relationship with Martin. Maybe we can start with him. Kyle asked, is it suitable? Shermer remembered the fetish that the guy mentioned. I'll try to get him to fall in love with him first. He is good with young girls. Kyle understood and advised, keep calm, take your time, and don't alarm them. I understand. Shermer looked at the time and said, send me to the film and television base. Lunchtime is almost here. I'll go and have lunch with him. Kyle started the car and left Merita. Shermer returned to the film and television base just in time for lunch. He easily found the fat man Pratt in the restaurant. The two sat at a table and chatted while eating. Shermer intentionally led the topic to Martin. I heard that Martin and Julie got together yesterday. Pratt said, you have been to many crews, and it is not uncommon for male and female protagonists to get together. Shermer was not without envy. It's great to be a star. Whether you sleep with men or women, you can always find the right one. Hey, man. Pratt leaned back and said vigilantly, you are not interested in men, are you? Shermer said, how is it possible? I'm only interested in women. He sighed, it's a pity that I haven't touched a woman for a long time since I came here. Pratt was helpless. Me too. Atlanta is too unfamiliar. Shermer smiled. There is an Atlantan sitting in front of you. I will take you out to play when I have time. Okay. Pratt explained in advance, don't take me to that kind of messy place. Shermer secretly reminded himself not to rush. Of course it's a regular nightclub. After dinner, the two agreed to go out together after work in the afternoon. Rosario restaurant. Lily ate the delicious barbecue and asked Martin, do you really want to give Alina a house? Not a gift. Martin corrected forcefully, I hired her to be the saint of the coke cult, and the house is her part-time salary for many years to come. Lily swallowed the barbecue in her mouth and recommended herself. Why did you choose Alina? I'm younger than her, and more suitable than her. Martin glanced at Lily and said, just go to school, and don't think about anything messy. Lily muttered, I want to be a saint. Martin replied casually, wait until you go to college. What Alina can do, I can do too. Lily's words were on the tip of her throat, but were suppressed by the barbecue in her mouth. She had grown up, and was no longer the girl with a foul mouth. She also knew that such people were not tolerated by mainstream society. As for the non-mainstream, Lily glanced at Martin. She remembered very clearly that Martin had discussed with Alina once, and said that he didn't like women with tattoos, piercings, and drugs. Martin asked, you are good at carving. Do you want me to help you find a carving teacher? Lily thought for a moment and said, forget about it for now. I'll talk about it after I apply to college. She asked with great interest, can I visit you on the set this weekend? Looking at the beautiful girl opposite and thinking of the perverts on the set, Martin shook his head firmly, and he didn't have time. I'm leaving Atlanta the day after tomorrow and returning to Los Angeles. Lily was quite surprised, leaving so soon. Martin explained simply, a movie I starred in, The Summer of Jeans, will have its premiere this weekend. According to the actor's contract, I must attend. This movie has become very famous because of the Burbank Middle School incident and Martin's relationship. Lily has also heard about it. Okay, I'll talk about it when you come back. After dinner, Martin drove Lily to school and returned to the film and television base to continue filming in the afternoon. Most of the scenes shot in the studio are interior scenes. A small number of scenes involving the streets of New York will also be shot using the increasingly popular green screen, and the background will be replaced later. After work in the afternoon, Martin and Julie entered the same trailer, and there was another special teaching between the teacher and the student. Even though he was physically strong, he still felt that these 30-year-old women were too scary. During this time, Julie even encouraged Martin to call Louise or Kelly. Martin was not confused yet, so he turned it down. As Martin was preparing to return to Los Angeles, Julie also wanted to go back. Most of her scenes were in the same scene with Martin, and she couldn't shoot without Martin. The two simply took the same flight back to Los Angeles. Chapter 214 Full of guilt. At Los Angeles International Airport, the paparazzi who had been notified in advance came to the gate, waiting for the news to hit them automatically. Jody wore a Dodgers baseball cap backwards, hung a camera, and waited in the area of the airport where photography was allowed. This morning, she received a call from Atlanta, a notification from an old acquaintance. The airport broadcast announced the arrival of the target flight. After waiting for a while, passengers began to walk out of the VIP channel. Jody picked up the camera and prepared to take pictures. When Martin walked out of the channel, she pressed the shutter of the camera repeatedly. Sure enough, there was news. Walking next to Martin was Angelina Jolie. The two did not communicate much, more like partners and friends. Jolie was wearing a short windbreaker, holding a walking little boy in her left hand, and holding a little girl in her right hand. She was filled with the radiance of maternal love. It seemed that the child was everything to her. Martin sped up and left, leaving the performance venue to Jolie alone. On the plane, when they came here, the two had a deep chat. This time back in Los Angeles, Jolie was going to start. Martin left the terminal and got into the car driven by Jessica. He said, "Don't go back to the apartment for now. Go to the Four Seasons Hotel." As soon as they left the airport, paparazzi followed them. Martin was used to it and said to Bruce, "Pay more attention to the news about Jolie. Things will eventually get out of hand." Bruce suggested, "Aniston is America's sweetheart, and you are America's hero. You might as well take Aniston down." Martin was too lazy to pay attention to Bruce. He was several levels lower than Aniston in status. He asked Jessica, "Are there any special events recently?" Jessica knew that Martin was asking about him, so she said, "No, everything is normal." Entering Beverly, the car quickly stopped at the door of the hotel. Martin and Bruce entered the hotel together, checked in, and went into the elevator to meet the two people who came out, Anne Hathaway and her agent Maher. Both sides stopped at the same time. Martin was very graceful, nodding to Annie and Maher. What a coincidence. Maher was a smooth agent, smiling and responding, "Long time no see, Martin." Anna's eyes fell on Martin's face, and she wanted to leave directly, but she couldn't move her feet. She whispered, "Can we chat for a while, when you have time?" "Sure." Martin left the elevator, went to the coffee shop next door, and found a place where no one was sitting. Annie followed in alone, and sat opposite Martin. After more than 2 months of not seeing each other, this man has become a hero sought after by the whole United States. Not only did he get the Golden Key of Honorary Citizen of Los Angeles, it is said that he will also receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Annie felt very uncomfortable, but these were not the key reasons. A few days ago, Annie read in the newspaper that Wanted started filming in Atlanta, and the public production cost was $65 million US. Martin is not only the male lead, but also the production manager, and he obviously attracted investment. There is also the cast announced by the crew of The Departed. Martin plays a second male lead and brings money into the group. That is a movie directed by Scorsese. Anne asked in a low voice, "I saw on the news that you were filming in Atlanta?" Martin said frankly, "Yes, I'm filming Wanted, and I came back to attend a premiere this time." Anne raised her head and stared at Martin. "Why did you lie to me? Everything was going well. Why did you say that the investors gave up the investment?" Martin was surprised. "When did I tell you that the investors gave up the investment?" He deliberately recalled, "I never said that," and remembered that Martin had never told her in person. But at this moment, she was indignant and said directly, "That morning, Bruce came to the room, and I heard what you said to him." Martin tried to recall. "I remember, the day you said you wanted to break up, I was going to audition for the crew of The Departed, and I asked Bruce to help me rehearse and further familiarize myself with the audition scenes, so that I could go to the crew for a second audition." Even though Anne thought she was very smart and did things in a set, she did not expect such a situation to happen, and she was stunned. She couldn't believe it. Are you telling the truth?" Martin said, "In order to check the performance effect, I asked Old Bull to bring a camera. We specially filmed it at that time. Old Bull read the lines with a temporary script. If you want to see the video, I'll let Old Bull find it. Annie lowered her head slightly, but just as she lowered her head, she raised it again and asked, "Why didn't you explain to me?" Martin looked helpless. "You said you wanted to break up with me, but you didn't tell me the reason. How can I explain it?" Annie thought, "I can't tell you that I'm breaking up with you because you have no money prospects, right? I'm not such a mercenary person." Martin continued, "I called you, and you hung up the first time and turned off your phone directly. Later you changed your number." He asked back, "What can I do?" Annie was very upset. She actually gave up on such a high quality stock on her own initiative. How stupid. She thought of Martin's current fame and career and tried to make amends. "I misunderstood you. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, Martin immediately interrupted her. "I'm sorry, Annie. Everything is over. I've been through the shooting, and my body and mind are extremely tired. I just want to be alone and quiet. I don't want to talk about love for the time being." Annie still wanted to make amends. Martin seemed to be greatly hurt and walked out lonely and dejected. Anna's eyes were red, full of guilt, and she murmured, "I'm sorry." She watched Martin walk farther and farther away, turned around and disappeared, with only one thought in her mind: "I failed this relationship." Martin returned to the hotel lobby and joined Bruce upstairs. Entering the suite, Bruce couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did Anne ask for a reunion?" "I refused and put all the blame on her. It's impossible for most people to make the princess feel guilty and admit her mistakes." Martin sat on the sofa and asked, "Am I a scumbag this time?" "It's okay. In the past, Bruce would have said all kinds of bad things, but this time it was different. Compared to those perverts in the crew, you, a scumbag, have a much higher bottom line and principles. Let's not talk about anything else, just Morgan Freeman. How well he manages his public image, his acting skills and character are well known." Bruce packed his luggage and said to Martin, "I'm going out tonight." Martin said, "Go meet your Kardashian sisters." Maybe he has seen too many perverts in the crew. Bruce has become justified and at ease. Back in Los Angeles, Martin was finally able to give that thing a break, took a hot bath, and slept well all night. It's not easy for male stars either. After all, it's much harder to stand up at any time than to spread your legs at any time. That night, Martin slept very soundly, and he didn't even hear Blake Lively calling him. When he woke up the next day, he could see news about Jolie and Pitt in all the entertainment newspapers and magazines that Bruce brought back. Jolie focused on maternal love, like a saint. Pitt still yearned for family and children. The publicity plan that was interrupted by the Burbank High School incident was launched again, and the persona was forcibly established. There was only more than a month before the release of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and this was the last chance. In a farm owned by Jolie in the suburbs of Los Angeles, reporters and photographers from Warner's People magazine were busy setting up the shooting site. Their editor-in-chief reached an agreement with Jolie and the senior management of Warner Brothers to obtain a series of exclusive news. Jolie came out of the wooden house with the children. She held the one she had just adopted this year and then played with her son. There was no need for a script. Jolie had enough ability to make these natural and real. Moreover, the photographer's level was also very high, and he could always capture the most exciting moments. After shooting for a while, a minibus drove over, and Brad Pitt got off the bus first, and then asked the dozen orphans on the bus to get off in an orderly manner. Then, he took the children and joined Jolie. The theme of today's photo shoot is family and children. After taking many photos, under Jolie's deliberate guidance, the photographer took a photo of Pitt having fun with her and their 2 children. It was perfect for the cover. After the photo shoot, someone took the children to visit the farm, and the chief reporter of People magazine came to interview Jolie and Pitt, who loved children. Jolie was in control of the overall situation. Finally, the interview was over. The staff of People magazine was the first to evacuate. Jolie was busy all the time, and it took a long time for Pitt to find a chance to really calm down and chat. "Should we go to your place or mine later?" he specifically asked Jolie. "We haven't been together for several months." Jolie said, "It's not convenient for me these few days, and I have to take care of the children." She planned to force Aniston and Pitt to divorce, so Pitt almost lost his charm in her eyes. What we are doing now is related to our future. Every step is very important. Let's be cautious. Pitt agreed. For our future. Charlie had long been different from him. Temporary patience is for better development in the future. We can't have any accidents at this time. Pitt nodded. I understand. Then wait until this period is over. Charlie smiled slightly. Keep in touch. Pitt got in the car and left. He made a phone call on the way and planned to go back to find the female housekeeper he usually used to solve the problem. Female housekeepers, nannies, cleaners and the like have always been his favorite dishes. After Pitt's cow left the farm, Julie took out her cell phone and called Martin. As soon as the call was connected, she smiled and asked, Mr. Martin, do you have time? I'll go to your class. After getting a response from the other side, Julie immediately threw her two adopted children to the nanny, drove the nanny's car straight to Beverly Hills, and went into the Four Seasons Hotel alone. After a night of ammunition replenishment, Martin regained his firepower. Julie left alone in the afternoon. Because Martin was leaving. This afternoon, the premiere of Summer of Jeans was held at the Sunshine Cinema in Los Angeles. This youth film will be widely released in major theaters in North America on the second weekend of the summer season. Chapter 215 Fanatic. Both sides of the red carpet at the Sunshine Theater were almost completely occupied by Martin's fans. The light boards and posters held high were as dense as the plants in the rainforest. Generally speaking, young people are the main fans of stars, especially for movies like Jeans. But there was also a large group of middle-aged and elderly people on the edge of the red carpet. They held up special posters and banners. Martin, you are a hero. Support the hero of Los Angeles. Like Mean, Martin has also become the favorite of some middle-aged and elderly people. Among these people, there are also fanatics. The Burbank Middle School incident really made Martin famous and expanded his public influence. So, when Martin got out of the car and walked on the red carpet, the atmosphere on the scene was as warm as a tsunami. Screams and shouts, and even excited cries, flooded over. The latter were from those middle-aged and elderly supporters who believed that it was really not easy for Martin to overcome pain and psychological trauma and reappear in public. Martin waved to both sides frequently. When he came to the middle, he saw a white-haired old woman. This was the person who comforted him at the entrance of Burbank Middle School. Martin immediately walked over, opened his arms, and hugged the old woman. Thank you for comforting me. Martin's words were full of sincerity, as if everything he said was true. You helped me to really come out. The old woman smiled and said to Martin, it's good that you can come out. Martin turned around and asked the media reporters to look over here so that they could take a photo of him and the old woman. Photographers took pictures one after another. Martin returned to the red carpet, and when he was about to reach the media area, he met the die-hard fans led by Rachel and Phoebe. Under the coordination of Jessica, the fan group prepared a special gift. Rachel gave unified command and shouted loudly, "Start." Hundreds of fans took out a can of Coca-Cola in unison, opened it one after another, raised their glasses to Martin, and drank together. Coke God Cult. Emily, who was mixed in the crowd, shouted loudly, and both sides of the red carpet completely erupted. Coke God Cult. Leader Martin. Similar screams emerged one after another. Martin simply walked over, took an unopened can of Coke from Rachel, opened it and drank 2 sips. Then, he handed the Coke to Bruce, and walked into the media area. Since receiving the Golden Key of Honorary Citizen of Los Angeles, Martin has rarely appeared in public. At this moment, a large number of reporters surrounded him. But Martin only accepted interviews from the official media, designated by the crew. The person who interviewed him was an acquaintance, Helen from Warner TV. She asked, "How does it feel to be a leader?" Martin said seriously, "I don't understand how to be a leader at all." Helen asked again, "Can I join the Coke cult?" Martin waved his hand, and Bruce immediately handed over a bottle of Coke, and he gave it to Helen. "You joined." Helen couldn't help laughing. There was another commotion on the red carpet, and Blake Lively walked quickly into the media area. Helen immediately pulled her over and asked, "How do you feel about playing a couple with Martin in the film?" Blake stared at Martin and said, "You can't imagine how lucky it is. It's like the goddess of fate has favored me." Martin and I are naturally compatible and have a tacit understanding. No matter what we do or say, we are on the same channel. Her dog licking remarks were direct and naked. Martin is my male god. I really hope to work with him again, no matter what. Helen thought to herself, you are almost kissing him directly. Martin ended the interview in time and stood in front of the background board with Blake to take pictures. Blake reached out and held Martin's arm tightly. The camera flash kept lighting up. The aesthetics of this era are still normal. Everyone likes to see handsome men and beautiful women. A few minutes later, the two entered the theater. Blake still held Martin's arm and asked as they walked, I called you last night, but you didn't answer? Martin said, I was too tired from the flight, and I fell asleep when I arrived at the hotel. I slept too soundly. Blake was very concerned about him. Work too hard? You should pay attention to rest. Yes, too tired. Martin thought to himself, how could he not be tired? Several juicers were waiting in line, and the steel man would be squeezed into molten iron. He was quite helpless. There are always endless things to do. At this stage, I dare not relax. If I don't make progress, I will regress. Blake understood the pressure of this industry and wanted to relieve Martin's pressure. After thinking about it carefully, it was not appropriate. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, so she could only hold Martin's arm tighter. When they were about to reach the entrance of the theater, she remembered something important and invited him in advance. My 18th birthday is in late August. Can you come to my birthday party then? Martin vowed, I swear to God that I will be there. The two entered the theater lobby, greeted the other crew members, and sat in the seats next to each other. The main creative staff of the crew entered one after another. The three heroines, April, America and Lexis, came to express their gratitude to Martin. They were among the 16 people who were directly saved by Martin. After the Burbank Middle School incident, the atmosphere between the four heroines in the crew, including Blake and April, became much better. At least they stopped being confrontational in private, and they were like good sisters. Perhaps as time goes by and they grow up, they will find that the quarrels in the crew are nothing at all. Because as they get older, they don't know how many hands will reach out to them. After the routine exchanges between the main creative staff of the crew and the media in the audience, the film officially began to be screened. This is a movie about the friendship of girls. Although the released version has added many shots of Martin compared to the first cut, his role is limited after all, and it did not make the story unbalanced. The four girls are closely connected through genes, corresponding to the four stories of truth, first love, first loss and first facing tragedy, which are exactly what many people are experiencing or have experienced. If the film can resonate with the target audience, it will undoubtedly be successful. What's more, the film is well known because of Martin. Those who came to watch the movie because of Martin will not be disappointed. Every shot of Martin's lens is the most handsome and can be used as computer wallpaper. Some people in the audience praised, this movie is worth the price of the ticket, just to see Martin and Blake. Blake Lively is now at the most charming age for blonde white girls. Even with her naturally mature appearance, she is still very tender. As for Martin, his charm shines in the short shot, and no one can ignore it. So when the subtitles floated up, the audience gave warm applause. All the main creative staff of the crew stood up and applauded. Hearing the thunderous applause, Blake couldn't help but look back, turned around and hugged Martin, and asked, we succeeded, didn't we? Martin replied, we will definitely succeed. The premiere was over, and the audience left one after another. The main creative staff of the crew was also preparing to leave. Blake said goodbye to Martin, and, accompanied by her agent, came to the main entrance of the theater. As soon as they went out, a large number of fans surrounded them and asked for autographs. The nearby entertainment reporters and paparazzi raised their cameras to take pictures. Blake was flustered for a moment at first, but under the protection of her agent and several security personnel, she quickly calmed down, took a signature pen, and signed for the fans. Everyone was surrounding her, and this feeling of being the center of the world would make those who were new to it intoxicated. When they got on the car, fans were still blocking the front and back of the car, shouting Blake's name. The paparazzi nearby also caught up. Blake suddenly felt that college was meaningless, and what she wanted was a life like tonight. The success of a film will change a person's choices and destiny. Martin returned to the Four Seasons Hotel, and as soon as he entered the suite, he received a call from Blake Lively. "I've made a decision." Blake wanted to share with Martin immediately. "As long as this film is successful, I won't apply for college. I want to be a star like you." Martin didn't say anything biased, just replied, "Talk to your family." Blake said, "I'm home. I'll call you tomorrow." Martin put away his phone, thinking that he could sleep well tonight, but the phone rang again. It was Wes Craven calling, and the old man invited Martin to wash his face together. Martin certainly wouldn't refuse. After a simple modification, he came to the side door of the hotel, waited for a slightly shabby business car to come, and got in the car. Agia and Zomi were there, and the four of them went straight to the old place. It was another refreshing night. At dawn, Blake came down from upstairs, sent her brother Eric out, and bought a bunch of newspapers and magazines. She didn't have time to eat breakfast, so she went back to the room with the newspaper and looked for news about the summer of jeans. This is a good movie that can really make people happy. Several young actors in the film have shown excellent acting skills. The New York Times review made Blake very happy. The Hollywood Reporter praised the two actors. When Martin and Blake appear together, the film always becomes particularly charming. After reading some newspapers and statistics, Blake called Martin, and when the call was connected, she couldn't wait to say, "Martin, have you seen it? The media reviews are all positive, and the film has a good reputation." On the other end of the phone, Martin spoke with a breath. "Yes, the reputation of Jeans is very good, and the box office will not be bad. Blake, you are going to be famous." As a bootlicker, Blake thought she was familiar with every aspect of the male god. Martin's voice was obviously abnormal, and she couldn't help asking, "Your voice is a little strange. Are you sick? You must be punished." Martin let go of his hand and increased the strength and speed at the same time. Julie became even more excited and even fell into a frenzy. "Tell me, how many women have I cheated on? Recommend this book. You don't understand the joy of being a director." Introduction. "Director, I want to make a movie." "Oh, stand up and talk." The Grundy's Colden Entertainment article with multiple female protagonists, Sissy, Mimi, and Gal Gadot have been in place one after another. The protagonist is currently developing in Hollywood. Chapter 216, 3 years, 15 million. Saturday, Four Seasons Hotel, Weinstein Pictures long-term private room. Harvey, like most producers in the industry, keeps up to date with the latest film statistics. This week, there is another film that he is very interested in. Harvey found the name of Summer of Jeans in the box office statistics on Friday. It earned $7.75 million on the first day of release in North America, ranking second only to Star Wars Episode 3, which was released on the first weekend of May. In the cast, announced by Warner Brothers, Martin Davis is the male lead. So, the film he starred in will be successful again. Harvey recalled the young actor he had talked to once. There was no disrespect in his words to him. On the surface, he seemed respectful, but what was the reality? Martin Davis' agent rejected his invitation. Although it was very tactful, a rejection was a rejection. This made Harvey a little annoyed, and also made his promise to Matt Damon fall through. The bathroom door opened from the inside, and Meryl Streep, wearing pajamas, came over, leaned over and kissed Harvey's fat face, and walked around to sit on the sofa opposite him. Although she is over 50, Meryl has taken good care of herself, and looks only about 40. Harvey asked, "When are you leaving?" Meryl said, "I'm on a flight this afternoon. I have a family, and I'm going back to New York to be a good wife and a good mother." Harvey stared at her for a while and asked, "Are you still in touch with Jack Nicholson?" Meryl didn't answer, but asked, "Why are you asking this?" "Jack has joined Scorsese's The Departed." Harvey said directly, "Do you know Martin Davis? He is also in The Departed." Meryl guessed, "That Los Angeles hero? He's a small actor, and he offended you?" Harvey said, "Please tell Jack to not let Martin Davis get too comfortable in The Departed. Matt Damon will cooperate with him." Meryl lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "I get together with Jack a few times a year. As old friends, we always need some special ways to maintain our relationship. I'll convey your message to Jack, but you know he's a very strange person with a very strange temper. I can't guarantee anything. She was curious, is it worth it for a small star? He is not just an ordinary little star. He can attract investment and has the support of Pacific Pictures. Harvey recently learned Warner Brothers also values him. Meryl spit out the cigarette in her mouth, and without asking any more questions, she said, "What about the next Oscar you promised me? Be patient." Harvey's fat face trembled with laughter. "I'm looking for a suitable project. I will definitely do what I promised you." Meryl put out the cigarette, stood up and unbuttoned her pajamas. She wanted to ask Harvey Weinstein to help, and it was about the Oscars. She always had to show some courtesy. 2 hours later, Meryl, who had put on makeup, left Harvey's long-term room and took the elevator downstairs. 2 floors down, the elevator stopped and opened, and Julie walked in alone. The two looked at each other, and no one paid attention to each other. Meryl, who was experienced and could be called an expert, smelled a similar smell from Julie, the smell of having an affair with a man. It can only be understood, but not expressed in words. Meryl complained in her heart, which producer did this slut just accompany? The elevator opened, and the two left the hotel separately. Half an hour later, Martin left the hotel and got into the car driven by Bruce, heading to California Institute of Technology to participate in the film's promotional activities. Although the main audience of Jeans is the teenagers, the audience and media have good reputations. The former's CS score is A, and the latter's MTC Media average score is 73 points. In addition, Martin and Blake's outstanding appearance conditions have also attracted many supporters of the appearance party. These days, appearance is still considered justice in the market. If a black, fat, and ugly person is used as an endorsement, the product will collapse directly. The era of super magic will not really begin for nearly 10 years. Although Martin did not make any special publicity, he still fully cooperated with the crew and the distributor in normal activities. Warner Brothers pushed him to the position of the male lead, and he would naturally benefit from the big sales of the film. On the second day of the release of Jeans, it still maintained a similar popularity as yesterday, and won $8.07 million in North America. On Saturday night, Martin invited Blake to dinner, and the two went to a high-end restaurant in Pasadena together. The waiter brought the dishes up and poured drinks for the two. Blake was excited. "Did you see that? Those people surrounded me and asked for autographs. They were so happy that they went crazy when I took a photo with them." Martin raised his glass. "Congratulations on becoming famous." Blake clinked glasses with him, his head still not dizzy. "I have been infected with your good luck, Martin. Without you, the performance of this film might have been reduced by half." Martin asked casually, "Who said that?" Blake did not hide it. Director Kappas and several executives of Warner Brothers said so. "They said that you and the shooting added value to the film." Thinking of the danger of Burbank Middle School at that time, Martin sighed. "I would rather not have any added value than encounter this kind of thing again. Who the hell wants to face the muzzle of a gun?" Blake forked up a piece of greens and ate it, not without regret. "We can't reach the top of the box office chart." Martin smiled and comforted. "There's nothing we can do. Star Wars Episode 3 was released last weekend. Even if it's the next weekend, we can't compete with Anakin." Blake envied. "Martin, you have won 2 box office championships, and I haven't won once." Martin said, "Take your time, don't rush." George Lucas claimed that the final chapter of Star Wars was so powerful that anyone who knows the North American film market would know that it was a veritable box office bomb. But Jeans still gained a good box office under the influence of Star Wars. Monday, Atlanta, Coca-Cola headquarters. Thomas and his assistant Natasha once again walked into the meeting room for negotiations. Justin, the commissioner in charge of this negotiation, was waiting in the meeting room. The two sides shook hands and sat on each side of the conference table to prepare for a new round of negotiations. Thomas spoke first. "I brought some new information. I hope you can take a look at it." Justin nodded. "Okay." Natasha opened her notebook, connected it to the projector, opened a file, and the information in it was immediately projected onto the silver white screen. Thomas pointed at the screen with a laser pen and said, "Just last weekend, my client, Martin Davis, starred in The Summer of Jeans, which was released in North America. It took in $20.87 million in the first weekend. The film was a great success. Justin had already seen the relevant news and statistics. Martin Davis continued his upward trend and will have a greater influence in the future. Thomas clicked on an excerpt from an interview. When talking about the box office, Warner Brothers executive said that the first week in North America could achieve such a result. Martin's personal influence at least increased the box office figures by 1/3. He gestured to Natasha. Natasha switched to the next page, which was mainly pictures, photos, and videos of the Jeans premiere. She clicked on the video, and immediately there was a chaotic sound. Coke God Cult. Coke Cult Master. In the video, Martin stood on the red carpet, and similar shouts came one after another. Hundreds of fans took out their Coca-Cola bottles and held them high to pay tribute to Martin, the leader of the Coca-Cola cult. After the video was finished, Natasha clicked the mouse again, and the screen switched to screenshots of internet forums and various news reports. It was filled with various short comments and gossips about the Coca-Cola cult from netizens and the media. Although the Coca-Cola cult has never been truly established, it has been widely recognized, and Martin's reputation as the leader has spread throughout the United States. Thomas was confident and spoke with extra confidence. Another point is that Martin is only 24 years old now, and his career has just started. He will only go higher and higher in the next 3 years. Justin seemed not to hear Thomas' words, staring at the projection screen and said, "The Coca-Cola cult is so interesting." Thomas smiled and said, "No one expected that Martin's unintentional move would have such a great influence." He switched back to the topic of the negotiation at the right time. For Martin, who is so special to Coca-Cola, and a star who is generally optimistic about the future, isn't it worth a 3-year $15 million endorsement? In fact, this figure did not exceed the upper limit of Coca-Cola. Justin opened a laptop in front of him and browsed various news about Martin on the internet again. There were many good reviews, and Martin's public image was very good. As for Anne Hathaway's die-hard fans attacking Martin for his alleged cheating and philandering, as long as it did not involve breaking the law, it was never a problem for celebrity commercial endorsements. On the contrary, if he can create gossip that attracts the attention of the whole United States like big stars like Leonardo, they will help push him from behind. Justin went to see Martin's future work plan again. Coca-Cola has consulted experts from CS Company. Wanted, which is being filmed in Atlanta, has the blessing of this year's big event. As long as it is not too bad, the chance of success is very high. The next job is to play the second male lead in The Departed, opposite Leonardo, Martin Scorsese's gangster film. Even Justin, an outsider, knows that the chance of success is much higher than failure. There is also a Presidential Medal of Freedom in July. In other words, in the next 2 or 3 years, even if Martin Davis is unlucky, the chance of his fall is very small. Justin no longer hesitated and said, "We accept the endorsement fee of $15 million for 3 years. Thomas breathed a sigh of relief. The most critical point was agreed. He stood up and shook hands with Justin across from him. "Look, we have reached more and more consensus." Justin shook his hand vigorously. "I hope the next one will be as smooth as today. The most difficult point is not the end. There are still dozens of other small items to discuss. For agents like Thomas from a professional agency, even Martin's attendance time and vehicle when he appeared at the Coca-Cola event must be specified in the terms of the contract. My wife and daughter are no longer feverish, so I don't need to take care of them. I can concentrate on writing today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, Russians. In the new week, Martin followed the crew to participate in a film forum event in Los Angeles to continue promoting the film. At the event, he met a critic from the Los Angeles Film Critics Association, Kenneth Turan from the Los Angeles Times. The two found a quiet place to chat alone. "I've seen your new film, and the character is too superficial." Kenneth Turan was very optimistic about Martin, a new actor, but he was very disappointed with the new film and the new role. He pointed out directly, this character only acts cool and has no spirituality. This is one of the top critics in Los Angeles, so Martin was very humble and looked like he was learning. I know, I realized these problems during the filming. Kenneth Turan was quite satisfied to see that he listened and reminded, in your last role, your performance was explosive and you could control it freely, which is very rare. As a critic, he felt that he needed to remind a very talented actor to take the right path. Young actors should be more patient and hone their acting skills on roles and movies with depth. Martin said very seriously, this is what I thought too, so I tried my best to get the second male lead in director Scorsese's new film. It is a very complicated role, a two-faced man. Kenneth Turan remembered the related news he had read and nodded. Martin also wanted to gain support from the critics, and specifically explained, I was born in the slums and my economic situation was very poor. The little salary from the wax museum was all invested in improving my own training. I took accent lessons at Paramount Pictures, and the price was so high that it made me vomit blood. He was helpless. In order to have a better development, I can only keep investing in myself. During that time, even the rent was almost a problem. I could only solve the economic crisis first. If I don't even have a foothold, I can't concentrate on acting. Kenneth Turan understood that artists also have to make a living, and he quite agreed with Martin's words. It is indeed difficult for young people to start their careers. I can understand. Martin automatically switched to the accent he specially practiced in order to prepare for the role directed by Scorsese. I specially practiced the Boston accent and went to BPD to experience life for more than 20 days. Kenneth Turan could hear that Martin was indeed using a standard Boston accent and couldn't help but encourage him. I very much look forward to your further progress in character creation. Martin said, I will give 200% of my effort. When he left, Martin breathed a sigh of relief. It was a bit tiring to play such a character with high artistic pursuits. It was not like playing a pervert, a double-faced person, or a despicable person, which he could do easily. Bruce, who was following behind, came over and whispered, your acting skills have improved. Martin said, my status is still not high enough. I need some critics to cheer me on. He glanced at Kenneth Turan who was walking away. You should learn about the interests and hobbies of the most famous critics in Los Angeles. Kenneth Turan, Todd McCarthy of The Hollywood Reporter, and Courtney Howard of Variety. Bruce followed Martin in Hollywood for a year and a half, fully understood the operation of this circle, and understood Martin's intention to prepare for the role in Scorsese's film. Martin was thick-skinned enough. If the critics don't praise me, how can others understand my efforts and excellence? The event ended, and the two walked out. Bruce deliberately asked, what if they like men? Martin patted his shoulder heavily and said, I have a fierce General Bruce, who dares to fight. Bruce said, you are completely inhuman. After getting in the car, Martin checked the time and said, let's find a place to have lunch. I have an important date in the afternoon. He picked up a newspaper and saw the entertainment section and couldn't help saying, oh, it started. Just this week, many media outlets revealed that Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston were experiencing a relationship crisis, and the former had moved out of their love nest in Beverly Hills. The conflict between the two was that Aniston had a miscarriage last year. It was basically about how Pitt valued family and loved children, while Aniston insisted on having an abortion despite Pitt's opposition. All the blame was put on Aniston. Bruce couldn't stand it. You are bullying an honest man. Martin said frankly, if I can get the role purely by acting and succeed by the quality of the movie, I will never do bad things. I also want to be a good person, but the environment of Hollywood does not allow it. You are right. Bruce has heard too many shameless remarks from his old friend, so he simply joined in. So, it's not us who are bad, but the world. Martin snapped his fingers. Old Bruce, your ideological awareness has finally improved. In the afternoon, in a cafe near the LAPD headquarters, Martin met McLean, who is in charge of public relations for the LAPD. The latter shook hands with him and congratulated him first. Congratulations on another big hit in your film. Martin smiled and said, without you helping me get the golden key, there would be no such good results. I will never forget the help of the LAPD to me. People speak nicely, and McClane also smiled. If you get into trouble in Los Angeles, call me at any time. I won't be polite to you. Martin knew very well that this kind of favor should not be used casually, and it should be used at the critical moment. McClane got to the point. I'm going to meet you today because of a few things. Since it involves you, I need to tell you about them. Martin asked, is it related to Burbank Middle School? Yes, it is directly related. McClane introduced the details. One of the 2 gunmen captured was seriously injured and died after many days of treatment. The news will be published in the newspaper after the next LAPD routine press conference. Martin did not have much psychological burden, let alone blame himself. In that situation, if he didn't get angry, he would be the one to fall. He asked, will I be in trouble? McClane said, no, there won't be any legal trouble, but you have to pay attention to the Russians. While you were in Atlanta, the LAPD launched a special operation against the Russians and basically wiped out their forces. He smiled. It will be difficult for the Russian mafia to survive in Los Angeles in the next few years. They don't have the courage to retaliate against you. The immediate relatives of the 3 people have all been arrested, and it will be difficult for them to get out within 15 years. Martin heard the key from his words. Is the problem outside Los Angeles? The Russians living in America are not stupid and will not do anything reckless. You are not an ordinary person and they cannot afford the consequences. They also have family and friends and the authorities will not allow them to do anything reckless. McClane emphasized one situation. The gunman who died recently was Andrei, who was shot in the head by you with coke. His grandfather was also involved in illegal criminal organizations in Russia. The LAPD is powerless, and that side is not ordinary either. It is impossible to put pressure on them to cooperate in handing over people. Martin understood. In other words, the Russians coming from overseas may be bad for me, McClane said. It's just a possibility. The powerful America will keep them out of customs. Martin just listened to this and said, I'll pay more attention. McClane also specifically reminded, for some time to come, you'd better not go to Russia or even Eastern Europe. Martin nodded. I won't joke about my own safety. He thanked him specifically. Thank you, Mike. McClane said, you are a hero in Los Angeles and we will never allow anyone to do anything bad to you. If Russians really do something bad to Martin on LAPD territory, what's the difference between that and directly slapping the LAPD in the face? He added, LAPD can only supervise the urban area of Los Angeles, and we have also notified the FBI of the relevant situation. Martin took it seriously and asked, I want to apply for a concealed carry permit. Is it easy? McClane said, given your situation, it shouldn't be a problem to apply for it. I'll send you a form later, and you can fill it out and give it to me. Martin replied, no problem. McClane then said, I'm planning to shoot an official promotional video for the LAPD, but it hasn't been decided yet. Martin said, just call me if you need anything. The atmosphere of this meeting was more harmonious, and both parties left. After getting in the car, Bruce reminded Martin, there are many crazy people in the Russian mafia, so you should be careful. Martin said directly, say hello to Thomas, and if there are any activities involving going to Eastern Europe and Russia in the future, turn them down. He tried to get Bruce's opinion. Should we hire a few bodyguards? Bruce thought about it for a while and said, 2 people will do. On the one hand, the cost is high, and on the other hand, if you really encounter a situation, they will not rush over to help you block the gun, but can only follow you around as a warning. Martin understood. Bodyguard is a job. You can only live if you have a life. Movies are not reality. How can people who earn a few $1,000s a month risk their lives? Bruce contacted WMA. There are security companies in Hollywood that specialize in providing services for celebrities. They may be worse in other aspects, but because their service objects are all celebrities, they are particularly good at discovering stalkers. Before leaving get off work that day, WMA forwarded the news that the Civilian Service Award Committee in Washington formally submitted the nomination for the Presidential Medal of Freedom to the White House and was approved by the current President Bush. Martin's name was among them. The awarding ceremony will be held at the White House on Independence Day. In addition, the agency also asked Martin whether he would attend this year's Saturn Awards ceremony. Martin was nominated for Best Actor. It is impossible for him to win this award because Jim Carrey, Tom Cruise, Will Smith, Johnny Depp and others were also nominated. Martin is self-aware. After being nominated this time, he did not make any efforts. Last time he went out to wash his face with Wes Craven, he did not even mention it. Martin will not attend the award ceremony because the time conflicts with his filming in Atlanta. Today's third update, please vote for me. Chapter 218 Martin's advantages. Los Angeles' heat in May is not as intense as the gossip in Hollywood. After the Burbank High School incident in April, another piece of Hollywood news went viral, attracting the attention of the American public. The recently published People magazine first revealed that Brad Pitt and Aniston were about to divorce, and the former would be with Angelina Jolie. The cover of the new issue is a photo of Pitt and Jolie's family. In the related cover report, in the name of children and family, all the faults were pinned on Aniston's not wanting children. The producers of Mr. and Mrs. Smith also secretly made a move and pushed hard. On the increasingly influential internet, there are even widely circulated gossip articles. Children. During the 5 years that Pitt and Aniston were married, Pitt always wanted children, but Aniston didn't want to. She gave up her family for her career, which eventually led to the breakdown of their relationship. Don't expect the media to have integrity, stance, and sense of justice. At this time, they will only eat bloody buns. This is not a political event, but entertainment gossip that the public likes to hear and see. For a film, the exposure and curiosity of the leading actors can effectively boost commercial performance. Fox, which invested heavily in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, reported all related news in favor of Pitt and Jolie. Jolie is a loving mother, and Pitt is a man who loves his family. The only one who was hurt was Aniston. The latter was not ambiguous, and cut the Gordian knot, publicly announcing her divorce from Pitt, and making that famous statement about marriage. I hope to get the most loyal relationship in the depths of my soul, but he has the right to choose another way, so he chose to break up. Aniston's voluntary withdrawal did not calm public opinion. This shocking gossip even spread beyond Europe and the United States, and people even discussed it on the internet on the other side of the Pacific. The coolest man and woman seem to have come together, and even the Mr. and Mrs. Smith they starred in has attracted much attention. Have you checked out the online forums? In the room of the Four Seasons Hotel, Martin was looking at a movie forum and said to Jolie, who was walking back and forth, "There's a survey on the latest movies here. The number of people who want to watch Mr. and Mrs. Smith has increased more than 10 times compared to last week. Judging from my limited experience, the box office of the movie won't be bad." Julie turned around and walked towards Martin, disarming herself as she walked. "Teacher, it's all because of your good teaching. I couldn't have done it without you teaching me." Martin knew very well that it was impossible for him to establish a normal relationship with this slut, so he simply said, "Classmate, how are you going to repay the teacher?" Julie knelt down in front of Martin, reached forward and grabbed the belt buckle, but did not move further. Instead, she said, "Teacher, can you give Louise, Kelly or Blake a call? Even Annie will do, please. Please call them quickly." Martin said, "You should ask for help with the right attitude and posture." Julie understood instantly and went to unbuckle her belt, but her cell phone rang at this time. She didn't want to answer it, but when she glanced at it, she saw that the caller was actually Pete. "Teacher, it's Pete. Should I answer the phone?" She looked at Martin with a sidelong glance and said seductively, "How could an honest man like Martin do such a perverted thing?" He said, "Your business, you decide it yourself." Jolie answered the phone. "It's me. What's up?" Pete asked. "I'm at your door. Are you not at home? The paparazzi are harassing the children so badly that they can't be quiet." Jolie is a loving mother, so she pulled the children out as a shield. "I've moved to a hotel temporarily and will stay in the hotel before returning to Atlanta." Pete asked, "Which hotel are you in? I'll go see you." Aniston has announced her divorce from Pete. In Jolie's eyes, Pete has no charm at all. She said, "Do you want to bring all the reporters and paparazzi here? Let the children be quiet. They have been frightened by reporters recently." Pitt still remembered his personality of loving children and responded, "Okay, wait until you come back from Atlanta." After the phone was hung up, Jolie was super excited, opened her mouth wide, and pounced on him like a wolf. Martin, an honest man, silently endured the perverted active attack. It's not easy to integrate into the Hollywood circle. The next day, the public opinion was still bombarding, and the popularity of Mr. and Mrs. Smith soared. Martin attended the last promotional event for Jeans, and met the two bodyguards selected by Bruce and WMA. The two were called Duke and Murphy. They were in their 30s, plain looking, with clean backgrounds. They were professionally trained, and good at finding stalkers. They were very popular bodyguards in the Hollywood circle. Under normal circumstances, celebrities hate stalkers like paparazzi and fanatical fans the most. The former is easy to say, but the latter is quite scary. When love reaches its deepest point, it will inevitably bleed. Duke and Murphy's daily work is to follow Martin from a distance to check if there is anything unusual. Before returning to the Atlanta crew, Martin went back to the North Hollywood apartment. Fat Antonio sat under the sun umbrella on the roof, holding a straw and drinking cold Coke. In front of him, a tenant was handing in the keys. When the tenant left, his walking posture was quite similar to Scott. Martin waited for a while until the tenant came downstairs, and then he went over. Antonio pushed a can of Coke to him. "Please enjoy it, master." Martin opened the Coke, took a sip, and said, "I really envy you. You enjoy life every day. You are not bad. You have achieved this level without using the business card I gave you." Antonio pointed to the stairs happily. The one just now went to see Dr. Hyena many times, but to no avail, so he had to leave Los Angeles. Martin knew he was talking about the anorectal doctor. "I also paid a great price, at least tens of billions." Antonio thought of the two women who came to the apartment to sing songs, and said, "Your ass didn't receive tens of billions of gifts. You should have a drink to celebrate." Martin picked up the Coke and clinked it with Antonio. "I will have millions of dollars in my account in a while, and I want to buy a house. Aren't you going to recommend it to me?" Thomas has already negotiated the endorsement fee with Coca-Cola. The 3-year $15 million will be paid in installments of $4 million/5 million/6 million. Real estate is Martin's rigid need. An honorary citizen of Los Angeles must have a good property in Los Angeles. In addition, Martin was also going to buy Alina a detached house in Merita. Antonio was a long-time Los Angeles millionaire with a wide network of contacts. He asked, "What are your specific requirements?" Martin said in detail, "A detached house with a small garden, in a better community, preferably with a reliable community committee and neighborhood defense league." The public security in Los Angeles was not good, and he also had the potential threat of Russians. As for the location, North Hollywood, Sherman Oaks, Malibu, Burbank or Brentwood are all okay. At this point, Martin thought of something and added, "Sherman Oaks is preferred." Antonio wrote everything down and said, "I will help you keep an eye out. I will never buy a haunted house or other problematic houses. You know that this city is full of traffickers. If the house you buy has things left by traffickers, it will be very troublesome. Then I'll leave it to you." Martin got up and went downstairs, saying, "I'll go get some things and leave in a while." Downstairs, Bruce had already taken some crocodile tooth pendants. Jessica was talking to him. Martin came down and asked her to come into the room with him. He said, "You and Emily have an important task for the next 2 months." As Jessica gained more experience, she gave up her dream of becoming an actress and worked very actively. "Just give me your orders." Martin said, "You organize the fans who often leave messages under the blog, divide them by city, contact the active ones in the name of the Los Angeles fan group, and find suitable candidates to form a fan group locally." Jessica understood. "I will start immediately." Martin said, "First, in the first tier cities with large populations. Just like the consumers of the brand, the supporters of the star also need to be operated and cultivated. As long as the core group maintains a certain number, he will have enough market competitiveness. With powerful works, he will naturally gain more. This work is quite tedious, and Jessica is already thinking about it." With the burden-bearing people, Martin called Bruce to leave the apartment. That afternoon, he and Julie appeared at the airport at the same time. Martin has been waiting in front of the security check. With Julie's arrival, the whole airport seemed to be in turmoil. A large number of paparazzi reporters poured in and surrounded Julie not far away to take crazy photos. Just like when she came, Charlie held the younger one in her right hand and held the older one in her left hand, showing her loving motherly demeanor to the media. As for whether the child would be frightened, Charlie did not consider it for the time being. Afterwards, Charlie met Martin, passed the security check, and entered the VIP channel. The reporters took pictures one after another, but did not capture any intimate or excessive movements or expressions between the two. Why didn't Pitt come to see her off? A reporter was curious. Did something happen between Charlie and Pitt? Another person said, these two are at the center of the storm. How could they appear at the same time? A paparazzi speculated, do you think Charlie is involved with Martin Davis? The entertainment reporters present shook their heads almost at the same time, and one of them said, why did Charlie snatch Pitt? It's not just because Pitt is so charming, but also because of Pitt's status. Pitt and Charlie's quarrel this time. The entertainment section is on the headlines every day, and Charlie is popular again. Someone agreed. What does Martin Davis have to compare with Pitt? The status, money, and identity are not enough. As long as Charlie is not crazy, will she choose a small star? Even if there is a relationship, it's at most a one-night stand. What does Martin Davis have? Good looking? Big thing. But the paparazzi said, I always feel that Charlie's brain is not normal. Something is wrong, and I can't figure it out. The entertainment reporters no longer paid attention to him, and hurried back to write essays to get attention. Psychological habits like Charlie's mostly seen in men. Martin's advantages, that he has enough female companions. Chapter 219 Forced to move. Back on set, Martin started shooting the main action scenes, most of which were gunfights. The advantage of long-term shooting, practice was fully demonstrated. He was quite skilled in using several types of pistols, just like a professional gunman. As for the difficult action scenes, stuntman Buck and Lewis took turns to perform. They had worked with Martin and the crew of The Eyes on the Hill and their body shapes were similar. Action director Chad personally took the stage to shoot knife training and close combat scenes with Martin. After a fight scene was finished, Martin had just returned to the rest area when Chris Pratt came over with a towel. He handed it to Martin. You know a lot. You are good with guns and knives. Martin could hear this kind of rainbow fart. He took the towel and wiped his sweat and asked, I heard you dance well. Yes, don't look at me as fat, but I'm a flexible fat man. Pratt twisted his big belly and fat butt and danced an unknown weird dance. Martin waved at him, and Pratt stopped quickly. Mean went over and put his arm around his shoulders. Man, you're really hardworking. Pratt laughed cheerfully. How could he get ahead without hard work? Martin handed the towel to Bruce. Seeing Chad holding a puppy and feeding it milk, he went over and asked, a new dog? Chad held the puppy in one hand and the milk bottle in the other. He said, I picked it up from the back wall of the film and television base. It was demolished and rebuilt a few days ago. Several stray dogs came in. The big dog was caught by the dog catcher, and this puppy was left behind. Martin touched the puppy's forehead. It looks a bit like a German Shepherd. Chad seemed to have studied dogs. The bloodline should not be pure. Martin had a pleasant cooperation with the German Shepherd because of the filming of The Mountain Has Eyes. I'm glad that you like it. Chad asked, are you interested too? You can adopt it. I'll forget it. Martin was fine for teasing, but it was too troublesome to raise it. It took a lot of his energy to deal with the round-the-clock battle. I can't even take care of myself. Chad stroked the dog's head and said, in your last movie, you cooperated very well with the dog. When I was doing the action design at the beginning, I had the idea of letting a few dogs cooperate with Wesley in the fight. Later, I felt that mice were more suitable. After all, letting dogs carry explosives to blow up killers might cause trouble for the movie. Indeed. Martin knew what Chad was worried about. Once people go to extremes, it's terrible. Chad agreed, and the topic returned to the previous one. In fact, I always think that the one dog one person model of The Hills Have Eyes is very good, and we can extend the action scenes and plot design on this basis. During the time Martin has been working with Chad, he is sure that he has real talent and encouraged him. After you finish this film, you can try to design it. Chad patted the puppy's head. Let it fight with you then? Martin smiled. Sure. Thomas came to the studio at this time, and Martin ended his chat with chat and returned to his chair. Bruce was the only one around, so Thomas said directly, Coca-Cola has an idea to hold a large signing ceremony to highlight the concept of the Coca-Cola cult and then promote advertising and other promotional activities. Martin agreed, okay, but the time must be coordinated with the cruise schedule. Thomas had the cruise schedule and said, I'll coordinate it. Martin said, once they have finalized the plan, I need to take a look first. Thomas nodded, no problem, I've already discussed it with them. Martin asked, what about advertising? What does Coca-Cola think? There is a preliminary plan to invite a big director to shoot it. Thomas said, the specific candidate has not yet been determined, but from what they said, it should be a first-line or quasi-first-line director who started out shooting commercials. Martin was not surprised. There are many Hollywood directors who make quick money by shooting commercials, and it seems that Scorsese has done it. 10 minutes later, Lateria gave an order and the shooting continued. Martin and Chad moved around in the frozen pork, and the prop knives kept making collision sounds. Compared to the slow literary drama, the progress of the action drama was smoother. In the distance, stuntman Buck touched his bald head and asked Lewis, Martin's skills seem to be better than when we filmed in Mexico. It should be that he has built up some kind of confidence. Lewis held a handheld game console given by Martin in his hands behind his back. Have you seen the video of Burbank Middle School? In that situation, could you calmly do what he did? Buck shook his head. I can't do it. It's not that I don't have the courage, but I'm not as fast as him. Lewis has been in the industry for many years and has a wide range of experience. He concluded, he has experienced more dangerous scenes in reality than those designed for movies. When shooting action scenes, he has more confidence and self-confidence, which will make him more adept at performing actions. Buck was a little surprised. You are an unprofessional guy. While I was playing the game console, you were thinking about these complicated problems. Lewis pointed at Chad. Did you see him? He started out as a stuntman and is now an action instructor and assistant director. Buck understood. This is indeed the direction of development that suits us. After a day's filming, Martin asked Bruce to drive Mean's car, left the film and television base in a low-key manner, and took a ride in Atlanta. The bodyguards behind him made sure that no reporters followed him, and Bruce drove to Merita. As more and more Hollywood crews came to Atlanta to shoot, the profession of paparazzi and freelance journalists gradually flourished in Atlanta. After entering the Clayton community, Bruce drove the car directly into the backyard, and Martin entered the Carter's house through the back door. As soon as he entered, he found that the atmosphere was not right. Elena, Lily and Hall blocked the doors of the two bedrooms and refused to let anyone in. A woman wearing hot pants, long boots, tight t-shirts, delicate makeup on her face, and golden brown hair curled into big waves, was staring at them with her arms crossed, saying dirty words. You three idiots, don't you admit that I'm your mother? If I hadn't opened my legs and squeezed hard, would you have a chance to stand here? Elena was desperate for her mother who always ran away with others. I don't care who dumped you, and I don't want to know which bastard you are going to run away with next. Since you left, don't come back. You are not welcome here. Martin remembered this person, the woman kidnapped by Jack, Scott's wife, Emma Carter. He is very handsome, but even less reliable than Scott. Martin came out of the back corridor. Emma turned to look at him, the son of the bastard Jack. He has become a big star. She twisted her waist and buttocks and suddenly took a few steps towards this side. Little handsome boy, you liked me very much when you were in middle school, and you always secretly looked at me. Now I will give you a chance. Let you. Shut up. Elena and Lily shouted almost at the same time. The honest Martin had never encountered such a situation before. He ran to Elena and Lily in a few steps, and then he felt a little safe. Emma laughed. What? Don't you dare. You just need some money. Elena strode over, raised her hand halfway, and then dropped it again, pushing Emma out. Get out. Get out. Emma yelled, but refused to leave. Martin didn't know what to do, but winked at Lily. Lily rushed up. Her hand was stronger than Elena's, and she pushed Emma to the door in a few strokes. The front door suddenly opened, and a black man rushed in. Emma, what's going on? Hall reached out from behind the bedroom door and took out a shotgun, pointing it at the black man. Who allowed you to come in? Get out. Martin opened the drawer of the shelf and found a pistol as expected, took it out and hid it behind him. The black man yelled, "Hey, sweetheart, are all the people in your family crazy? Aren't you here to get money, to buy flour for us?" Emma dodged in front of the black man and shouted, "I just wanted to come back to get some money to buy flour, and you actually used a gun on me?" Bruce in the backyard heard the noise and went into the house. Martin made a downward gesture to him, indicating that the situation was still under control. Elena picked up the phone. "You go. If you don't leave, I will call the neighborhood defense league. They are not as polite as me. They will beat your thing into a pile of rotten meat." After Emma came back last time, she heard about the neighborhood defense league. They defeated the black gangs in the South City and beat a black man's butt. "Let's go first." She pulled the black man back. "Don't forget, I also have a share in this house." The two of them left. Elena slammed the door shut and put her hands in her long hair. "I shouldn't have taken her back. I should have let her wander around in Hawaii." That's what she said, but what can she do as a daughter when her biological mother begged in such a situation? Lily was no longer as lively as before and sat down on the sofa. What if she comes next time? Elena was furious. "I want to break off relations with her." Martin whispered to Bruce, "Go to Peachtree Hotel and book a triple suite." He walked over quickly, sat next to Elena, and hugged her gently. "Pack your things and move to the hotel first." Lily replied, "Who'll believe it if you tell others? We are a group of idiots who are forced to move by our own mother." Martin stretched out his finger and tapped her head. "Do you want to start a war with Emma here?" Lily opened her mouth and wanted to curse, but she thought that cursing Emma was cursing herself, so she closed her mouth again. Martin looked at Elena and suggested again, "You should go and look at houses in the next few days. Choose a more upscale community. I know the neighbors here are very good, but you can't live here forever. What are we working hard for? Isn't it just for better living conditions?" Lily wanted to say that she also wanted to be a saint of the Coke God cult, but Elena's hand was beside her. She knew that once she opened her mouth, she would be ruthlessly suppressed by an iron fist. Elena no longer had any expectations of her parents. For Lily and Hall, she didn't hesitate and agreed, "I have saved some money here. You can lend me the rest first." "Hey, do you want me to be a black-hearted capitalist?" Martin said in a different way. "How can you hire people to work without paying them? No matter how black the capitalist's heart is, you can't let people pay for part-time jobs, right?" Elena didn't say anything more and got up to pack her luggage. Lily followed from behind and whispered, "Don't worry, I will pay it back with you." Asking for monthly tickets. Chapter 220. How can you test people like this? After entering the suite at the Peachtree Hotel, Lily secretly found Martin while Elena was putting down her luggage. "I have something to tell you," she said mysteriously. "I will help Elena pay off the money she owes for buying the house." Martin asked casually, You are still studying. What can you pay back?" Lily raised her head and just confidently, "Don't look down on me. I make a lot of money selling stars. When I get into college, I can work part-time." Elena came out of the room and asked, "What are you two idiots mumbling about? Go get your luggage." Martin picked up 2 bags and went into the master bedroom of the suite. Hall moved quickly and walked to the second largest bedroom. Before he reached the door, Lily chased him, raised her white fist, and hit her brother on the head. She showed her sister's power. "Idiot, be conscious. Go to the smallest room." The youngest child in the family became the most pitiful one because his parents were unreliable. Hall didn't dare to say a word and went to the third bedroom obediently. Lily soon became depressed because Martin and Elena went into the master bedroom, closed the door, and never came out again. Shameless. She packed her luggage outside, deliberately making a loud noise, muttering, "You didn't even eat dinner. Aren't you afraid of getting tired and cramps?" After nearly an hour, Martin and Elena came out of the room. The latter's face was flushed, and she changed her clothes. The previous depression was basically gone. Lily was very dissatisfied. "Are you so impatient? I'm starving." Martin looked at his watch. "Come on, I'll take you to a big meal." While eating, Several people also discussed what kind of house to buy. The median price of single-family houses in middle-class communities in the Atlanta metropolitan area is about $200,000. If you count poor communities such as Clayton, the median price is naturally lower. The current property tax is less than 1%. Martin simply called Robert. Robert's current community and the surrounding neighborhoods are good. He will accompany Alina and others to look at houses tomorrow. There are always many fun places in the big city with bright lights and wine. Black actors Shermer and Pratt came out of the bar. The two were not lucky today. They didn't pick up girls, but just drank a lot of wine. As the wind blew, the alcohol took over. Pratt felt hot all over and didn't want to go back just like that. Let's change places. Find a place where they don't mind my fatness. Shermer patted his belly. It's only been 2 days since you came out. Can't you bear it? Pratt has been getting along well with Shermer these days and said, every day in the crew, I lower my posture and please those big shots just to fight for an opportunity that I don't know when it will come. Who understands the frustration and depression in my heart? I will go crazy if I don't release it. We are all the same. Shermer is also a small actor. The difference is that he has Tyler Perry as his backer. So, you need a suitable way to relieve stress. Pratt said, women are the best way, but unfortunately I don't look good and am not popular with ladies. Shermer felt that the time was about right and said, I have a good place, especially for decompression. Do you want to go? Pratt has been following Shermer to various nightclubs in Atlanta recently and didn't think much about it. What are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. I can't sleep alone tonight, otherwise I will vomit when I go to flatter Martin tomorrow. Sherman pulled him into the car, drove south, and asked, don't you think Martin is good? Pratt laughed. How can he not be good? He fucks Jilly every day. It's just too good. If he is willing to help me and give me a chance to get promoted, I will kneel down to blow him. The problem is that I have licked him for so long, and what have I gained? Nothing. Sherman laughed on the surface, but he was disdainful in his heart. What is Pratt's work? In order to get promoted, he risked going to jail to help Tyler Perry. If you don't have special strengths and luck, you always have to pay a big price to make people look at you differently. Director Leterrier is a two-way plug. If I were better looking, Leterrier would have followed my path long ago. Pratt doesn't mind selling his ass, but the problem is that fat people have no human rights, and no one wants to sell it. Sherman said, we are all the same. It's too difficult to climb up. The car entered the area near the South City and stopped in front of an extremely luxurious nightclub, which was obviously a high-end place. Pratt said, isn't this place expensive? Shermer got out of the car, waited for Pratt to get out, and said, it's okay, my friend runs it, we can get a discount. Pratt couldn't wait, so he followed him into the nightclub. A black guy in charge came over to say hello and took them to the private room on the second floor. The black guy asked, what do you want? Shermer patted Pratt, we are family, you're welcome. Pratt burped, girls, pretty and sexy girls. Soon, several beauties entered the private room. They looked young. White girls and Latinus developed early, so it was difficult to judge their specific ages from their appearance. Shermer put his arm around one of them and sat on the long sofa. The remaining three were all Pratt's favorite types. After so many days of getting along, Shermer had already figured out the type that Pratt couldn't refuse. The black guy came in, closed the door of the private room, and nodded to Shermer, wake him up. Shermer went over and slapped Pratt on the face a few times. Seeing that he was still not awake, he simply took a bottle of beer and poured it on his head. Pratt sat up and was about to get angry when a black slap hit his face with the sound of wind, knocking him down again. My name is Fred, the security manager here. Fred took a tissue and wiped his hands stained with beer foam. He used his left hand with a broken pinky and ring fingers to pick up a remote control. Chris, I want you to help me with a little thing. Pratt just wanted to get up when he saw Shermer took out a pistol and pointed it at him. He sobered up instantly. No matter how slow his brain was, he knew that he had fallen into someone else's trap. Fred didn't waste any words. He pressed the remote control, and the screen in the private room played the previous scene. The 1-on-3 scene looked quite exciting. Pratt questioned Sherma. I consider you a friend. But Fred interrupted him. They will be 16 in the second half of the year. As far as I know, you are over 25 and are not protected by the Romeo and Juliet Act. I can ask them to call the police to accuse you at any time. Pratt remained silent. Fred threw a few relevant certificates of the girls over. You can choose to go to jail or help me do something. I won't force you. Pratt believed that Sherma would not dare to shoot, but he also knew that if the other party called the police, he would be finished. A small person like him, who can he rely on to save? Pratt asked, what do you want me to do? Fred looked at his broken finger and recalled what happened more than 2 years ago. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I heard that you have a good relationship with Martin Davis, so bring him here for fun. You are crazy. Pratt was surprised. He is a hero now. Fred interrupted him. If he does the same thing as you, is he still a hero? Take away the halo of a hero. He is just a small Hollywood star. Pratt shook his head. No, I won't do it. Fred nodded, pressed the 3 numbers 911 on his phone, put it on the coffee table in front of Pratt, and took out a bag from his back, opened it and put it next to it. The bag was full of money, 3 thick piles. Fred said, this is a deposit, and there will be twice as much after the matter is completed. The 3 girls will accompany you until you are bored. Pratt was silent. How could he test people like this? A few minutes later, Fred went upstairs and met the black man with glasses in the top floor office. Boss, it's done. Tyler Perry on the other side said, very good. The simplest is the most useful. Prepare the private room. I want Martin Davis to be unable to refuse my kindness. The crew's day of shooting has not yet ended, but Martin and Julie's scenes for today have been shot. The 2 entered Martin's Macu trailer. Dedicated good actors always find it difficult to get out of the role, so Martin and Julie extended the passionate scene to the Macu trailer to disperse the extra emotions. Only the trailer creaked in protest. When it was over, the crew just finished work, and Julie asked, come to my place tonight. Martin packed his clothes. I'll go to Louise and Kelly tonight. Hearing the names of these 2 people, Julie's waist was no longer sore, and her legs were no longer tired. The extinguished fire was burning. Can you go to the balcony tonight? Her suite was adjacent to Louise's, and the balcony was also adjacent. Martin was not as perverted as her, and shook his head and said, they are very careful, and will not agree. Julie couldn't help but feel disappointed. Martin said, hurry up and get dressed. It's time to go. When Julie got dressed, he came out of the Macu trailer and saw a fat man. Pratt came up to him and said, Martin, are you free tonight? Martin asked, what's up? Pratt smiled and said, you took good care of me on the set. I've always wanted to treat you to a drink. There's a place with good wine. Martin had already made an appointment with Louise and Kelly. They were his sponsors, so he couldn't break the appointment. I don't have time tonight. Let's do it another day. Pratt didn't dare to force it. Then another day, Martin met Bruce and got on the same electric car. He asked, have we helped that guy? Bruce shook his head. No, except that he took the initiative to come up to us. We didn't give him any benefits. Let's go back to the hotel. Martin checked the time, took the thermos cup next to Bruce, opened it and took a sip. In the kettle, there were wolfberries he bought from Chinatown. It's not that it's impossible, but you have to pay attention to maintenance. After all, he also wants to be able to spend money like Wes Craven when he is in his 60s or 70s. There are 2 more chapters to come later, and they are being written. Chapter 221, The Beauty Trap Again. What happened yesterday? At the beverage pickup area of the film and television base, Sherma took a bottle of iced Coke, took a big gulp, and asked, didn't you ask him out? Pratt was helpless. He was very busy. He had something to do last night, and I couldn't force him to go. Sherma held the Coke bottle tightly. Find a chance to ask him out again, and be careful with your words. Don't make him disgusted or alert. Pratt patted his thick chest. I'm an actor. Sherma finished the Coke and left. Pratt wiped the sweat from his head and took a bottle of Coke to drink. Atlanta doesn't have much else, but Coke is plenty. Before he finished a bottle, a hand that was almost washed white stretched out from the side, and just like recently, it hugged Pratt's shoulders. Mean came from behind and said, man, you are under too much pressure. Are you tired? Seeing that the person coming was Martin's younger brother, Pratt cheered up and forced a smile. I saw Martin was busy over there, so I came out to take a breath. Mean patted him on the shoulder and went to get a Coke. Seeing the black man's back going away, he asked casually, "You have been whispering with the people in the next group recently. What are you discussing?" Pratt's heart skipped a beat, and his smile froze slightly, and then returned to normal in an instant. "You said Sherma. He is from Atlanta." I asked where the nightclub is fun. Mean said, "Remember to call me if there is fun." Pratt replied, "I will definitely call you." In fact, since Pratt started to please Martin, Mean has been paying attention to him. When encountering someone who jumps out to grab the boss, the most anxious one is the younger brother. At noon, the crew members left the studio one after another and went to the restaurant for dinner. Mean walked with Bruce. That fat guy who was trying to please me always felt weird. Bruce asked, "Are you worried that he might take your place? Didn't I tell you that the friendship between us is better than his?" Mean said, "No, I just chatted with him this morning and I felt that he was acting." After following Martin and Bruce for a long time, he also realized that he was a bad guy. Old Bruce, he wouldn't team up with others to secretly sell Martin's news to the outside media, right? Bruce couldn't help but think of the shabby things Martin had done, and he had cheated on his superiors and subordinates many times, and said, "You should pay more attention to him in normal times. This kind of thing is inevitable." Recently, there were gossip newspapers saying that Martin and Julie were together, but the crew denied it, and Martin and Julie didn't admit it either. It was just gossip. Many male and female protagonists in the crew have had similar scandals. After lunch, Bruce also mentioned it to Martin. Martin didn't care at first, but when he was done working in the afternoon, Pratt found him again and wanted to treat him in the evening. "You don't have to do this." Martin blocked the way directly. "I also worked my way up from a young actor step by step. I know that every step is not easy. You don't have to invite me specially." Pratt wanted to say something, but for a moment he didn't know how to start. Martin deliberately said, "I will help you if there is a chance." Hearing this, some words almost rushed out of Pratt's mouth, but thinking of those videos, he held back again. Martin nodded at him. That's it. Pratt was helpless and could only say, "Thank you, Martin." Seeing Martin get in the car and leave, he could only leave the film and television center alone, walk half a street, and get into Sherma's car. Pratt quickly explained the details and explained, "I tried my best, but he didn't go to the nightclub at all, and I couldn't do anything. He didn't want to continue." Martin said, "So much. If I invite him again, it is likely to arouse his suspicion. There is only one way." Sherma took out his mobile phone and called Fred. Fred asked him to wait. A few minutes later, the phone came back. The boss said to activate the second plan. Sherma hung up the phone and said to Pratt, "Go back and find a way to follow or understand Martin's whereabouts and provide him with the possible location and time." Pratt was slightly relieved. This was better than taking Martin to that nightclub in person. Sherma gave him a few more instructions and drove him back to the hotel. Not far away, Mean came out of a roadside cafe and called Bruce. It seems nothing special. The fat man got into his black friend's car. In the Hyatt hotel where the crew stayed, Martin went back to the room to take a shower and change into casual clothes. He checked the time and asked Bruce to go to the Peachtree Hotel together. Both sides are on Peachtree Street, not far away. Martin called Alina in the car. They went out to look at houses today and just returned to the hotel. Alina said, "Lily and Hall are excited and making a lot of noise. There's a bar downstairs. You go there and wait for me. I'll take a shower first." Martin said, "Okay." In less than 10 minutes, Bruce drove into the hotel parking lot. The two entered the lobby. Bruce answered a phone call and said a few words quickly. He said to Martin, "Duke and Murphy found a car and followed us from the Hyatt to here." Martin turned into the bar, found a quiet place to sit down, and asked, "Who is it?" Bruce's phone rang again, and he received a color message. He opened it and handed it to Martin to see. Fatty. The photo was of a person who had just got off the car. It was blurry, but it could be seen that it was Chris Pratt. "Why are you following me? Is someone telling you to?" Martin thought carefully about the possible situations he might have encountered recently. Tyler Perry? Or is it related to the Russians? Bruce asked, do you have a gun? Martin had a gun license from Georgia, and nodded, yes. Let's sit separately. Be careful. Duke and Murphy followed him in. Bruce went to the entrance of the bar, forming an angle with Martin. Martin carefully observed the surroundings, took out his cell phone, called Alina, and told her not to come down yet. Not long after, a tall, sexy and hot girl with golden brown hair entered the bar. She sat at the bar and ordered a glass of wine. Martin glanced at her from behind and felt that her figure and back were somewhat similar to Lily. The girl took a sip of wine and looked around the bar. When she saw Martin, her eyes stayed for a few seconds, then turned into surprise, and she walked over quickly with high heels. Martin put one hand inside his coat. Bruce's clothes had a slight bulge. Before the girl even came to Martin's table, she was already dancing with excitement, taking out her cell phone and waving it at Martin. Hello, Martin. I am your fan. Hello. Martin remained calm. He didn't believe a word of this because he had said it countless times and was well versed in the tone, voice and coordinated movements. My name is Lina, and I really like the summer with eyes across the mountains and jeans. Lina raised her head and lifted her blonde hair, showing off her figure. Martin, can I take a photo with you? I'm waiting for a friend. It's not convenient. Martin has been fighting all the time these days, and he is confident and speaks very toughly. What about women? They are all red-faced skeletons. Lina didn't expect this kind of answer. She paused for a moment and said with a smile, it's okay, it's okay. She looked around and took out a tissue from the tissue box. Can you sign for me? I didn't bring my autograph book. Martin still didn't follow the routine. Sorry, I didn't bring a pen. Lina put on a beautiful smile. It's okay. She simply pulled out a chair and sat opposite. I'm so lucky to meet you here. I can ask you. There was something wrong. Martin had seen with his own eyes how Adrian was framed by Paris's honey trap. Even if it wasn't a honey trap, there must be other intentions. Martin knocked his head. On the other side, Bruce dialed with one key. Before Lina could finish her words, Martin's cell phone rang. He took it out and answered it, asking, what's wrong? Lily fell. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. He hung up the phone. Sorry, I have an emergency here. This script was completely wrong. Lina didn't make any plans in this regard. She could only smile and say, it's okay. Martin walked out of the bar quickly. On the other side, Bruce had already called, Duke, pay attention to the blonde woman in the bar. Murphy, watch the fat man. Seeing Martin, the two of them tacitly turned to the empty safety passage. Martin said, it shouldn't be Russian, but they have problems. He asked Bruce, it shouldn't be useful to call the police, right? It's useless to call the police. They didn't do anything. APD can only take a statement at most. Bruce is best at handling this kind of thing. I'll call Vincent and Sophia and let their people take action. The matter will be handed over to me. You go, and what happens next has nothing to do with you. Going through the formal procedures, this kind of mess will not last long, and Bruce decided to deal with it quickly. Martin said, if there is any situation, notify me in time. He remembered the man Mean mentioned, the black man in the next crew, and reminded him, don't forget Pratt's friend. Bruce nodded, took out his cell phone, and called Sophia directly. As soon as the call was connected, his legs were shaking, and he forced himself to keep his voice steady. Someone wants to attack the project you invested in, and make you lose all your investment. Involving a wanted order and tens of millions of dollars in investment. Sophia didn't bother to tease Bruce and asked, which bastard is so bold? Bruce said a few words quickly and concisely. Sophia didn't waste any words. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them run away. Bruce turned out of the safe passage and entered a coffee shop connected to the hotel. From the main entrance of the coffee shop to the side road, he found the car that Pratt took when he came. There was a black man sitting in the driver's seat of the car. Duke's car drove over, and Bruce, who was more familiar with Atlanta, got in the driver's seat. Pratt and the woman didn't come out for the time being, and it was obvious that they were not giving up. At the same time, the Beast House Club on West Street, Ivan and Blonde each led 3 people out and shouted, hurry up, hurry up. Go and support old bull. If you are slow, old bull will get his ass blown off. These guys took guns, got into two cars, and drove towards Peachtree Street. Chapter 220 to car accident. It was getting dark. Shermer had just contacted Fred once. Fred told him to keep calm and wait for a while. If there was no result, he would look for another opportunity another day. There was a knock on the passenger window. A white man pointed at the right front wheel and said loudly, "Your tire is soft." Shermer opened the door and went around to check the situation. "Don't move." Ivan blocked the outside with his body and held a gun in his hand. Before Shermer could react, two people rushed over from behind and pressed a hard object against his lower back. One person said, "Go forward and don't talk." Shermer walked forward and tried to stay calm. "Man, shut up." Before he finished speaking, he felt something sharp piercing through his clothes and piercing his skin. Shermer was taken to a commercial vehicle. The golden retriever who stayed behind checked Shermer's car, confirmed that there was no problem, and left quickly. Almost at the same time, Pratt and Lina were also stuffed into the car. In a warehouse near the Atlanta airport, Sophia, wearing a vest and shorts, took the opportunity to do a set of dumbbells while waiting for someone. Chris Pratt had just been hung on the steel beam by Ivan. Bruce accompanied Martin to the second floor through the fire escape stairs and entered the office on the second floor. Through the large windows, they could see and hear what was happening below. Sophia was straightforward and didn't ask any questions. She said to Scott next to her, "Take off his pants." Scott spread his legs and took off Pratt's belt. Pratt looked at this pervert with a strange walk, his face full of horror, and shouted loudly, "No, don't do this." Sophia snapped her fingers, and the brothers tightened the rope, and Pratt was pulled into a big letter. Scott opened his bag and took out a pink kettle and a baton. Pratt was really scared. "What do you want to know? Ask it quickly. Ask it." No one spoke, no one asked questions. Scott picked up the baton and pushed it upwards. The earth-shaking screams echoed back and forth in the warehouse. "What do you want to know? Just ask." Pratt was inexplicably aggrieved. "How can you interrogate like this?" Scott grinned. He had been followed by others all day long. Tonight, he finally had the opportunity to follow someone. How could it end like this? He clenched his baton and shook it hard, as if he was using the crank to start an old tank. This fat white tank made a noise 10 times louder than the tiger. Sophia went over and picked up the pink kettle. Martin turned his head to look at Bruce, who was sweating profusely at this time. More miserable screams rang out. Martin whispered, "I wonder if he has a kind landlord who will take the initiative to introduce an irreverent doctor." He asked old Bruce, "You were." "Shut up," Bruce warned fiercely. Sophia's voice came from below. "Tell me, why did you do this tonight?" Pratt panted and felt that he was really going to explode on the spot. He quickly said, "I didn't want to do it either. It was Shermer. Shermer framed me." He told the story again. Bruce said, "It's a terrible trick." Martin heard it clearly, but said, "It's also the best trick for men. The most attractive thing for men is money, power, and sex." The black shaman was also hung up. Sophia looked at his black skin with disgust, retreated to the dumbbell, and left the rest of the work to Scott. It's easy to imagine what Scott, who finally got his head held high, would do. Shermer was not as good as Pratt. He just used a baton to spit out everything, even confessing that he was raped by the 50-year-old black, fat, and ugly man next door who weighed 300 pounds in middle school. As for the blonde girl Lina, she was less than 16 years old, and her purpose was to seduce Martin. Bruce looked at the girl carefully through the window, and after a while he said, "I found that this girl is a bit like a combination of Lily and Blake." Martin asked back, "What do you mean, you bastard?" Bruce shrugged, "I'm just stating a fact." The interrogation below was over, and the people were temporarily taken downstairs. Sophia went up to the second floor alone. Seeing the female King Kong hand coming up with the pink kettle, Martin and Bruce took a step back unconsciously. Sophia said, "Don't worry, I will only let you enjoy, not suffer." Bruce didn't believe these nonsense and hid behind Martin. He said he would guard behind Martin, so he must be behind. Martin asked, "It involves Tyler Perry, how do you want to deal with it?" Sophia's eyes fixed. "He wants us to ruin our tens of millions of dollars of investment." I want to kill him myself and throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. Martin reminded, we are doing legal business. He said directly, Tyler Perry may be backed by the Methodist Church, and there may be more people involved. Let's see what Kelly Gray thinks. Sophia was impulsive to kill people, but her mind was clear. Okay. Martin was not stupid. Kelly used him as bait to hook people. Now that the fish has taken the bait, he will not go directly. The Freedom Club where Kelly is, and the forces behind it are mortal enemies with those guys. The best way is to let both sides fight, he shouted 666. Martin took the recording and left the warehouse with Old Boo. He called Kelly on the way and went directly to her villa. Kelly listened to the recording carefully. You wait here, I'll go out for a while. She went to the chairman Julia. Martin waited for less than half an hour, and Kelly came back again. How is it? Martin asked. Kelly said, let Sophia hand the person over to APD. Someone will take over, and we can just watch the rest. This is what Martin wanted. He stayed with Kelly and kept getting the latest news through Kelly. That night, the APD Special Operations Group, which held an emergency search warrant, led a large team to raid the Mandala Club, rescued more than 20 unnamed girls, and seized a large number of illegal guns and flour. A conservative city councillor was blocked in the private room. Originally, APD had no way to deal with him, but the team leader found that the private room was recorded throughout the whole process. The councillor was extremely annoyed. The news spread quickly, and conservative figures who had been to the Mandala nightclub were all furious. The Methodist Church, which provided the supply, was the first to be hit. Then there was Tyler Perry. In terms of law and shareholding structure, Tyler had no relationship with the Mandala Club, but conservatives who had reached a certain level knew that the Mandala Club was controlled by Tyler. Some news also reached Tyler Perry's ears. Although he didn't know the specific situation and didn't know where the problem was, Tyler still decided to run away first. Early in the morning, Taylor had already booked a plane ticket, brought some valuables, and hurriedly got in the car and drove to the airport. During the journey, he had to pass a section of Highland Highway, and the road surface was much higher than the two sides. When Taylor's Lexus turned the intersection, a heavy truck suddenly lost control and rushed over with a roar. The truck didn't slow down at all, and Taylor couldn't avoid it, even if he wanted to. With a loud bang, the truck hit the Lexus directly, and the latter rushed out of the intersection like a crocodile rolling in death, and fell into the drainage ditch on the side of the road. The truck hit the roadside barrier, and the driver seemed to be unconscious and never got out of the car. A passerby called the police, and several patrol cars came over 10 minutes later. The truck driver was fine. The patrolman checked and said to his companion, he was driving drunk. Judging from the smell, he must have taken drugs. Another person looked at the deformed car at the bottom of the ditch and said, unlucky guy. The colleague who checked the car came up and shook his head at the two. The first person who spoke said, call a crane and a tow truck. Someone turned on the car intercom and called for support. Similar car accidents happen almost every day in Atlanta, and no one takes it seriously. The famous black actor, screenwriter and director Tyler Perry unfortunately passed away in a car accident. Atlanta lost an outstanding artist. In the reception room of Gray Film and Television Base, Counselor Erica put down the Atlanta Constitution in her hand and glanced at Kelly Gray. They're moving fast enough, she whispered. They won't be able to compete with us in the film and television entertainment market in the short term. Then she changed the subject and asked, did the news first come from Martin Davis? Kelly said, he was the first one to catch the fish. Erica nodded slightly. I remember the kettle last time was also related to him. Kelly smiled. Yes, I worked with him to make it. Erica said, Martin Davis, an American hero. He has done well in Hollywood. No one can ignore the influence of Hollywood movies on culture and public opinion. We must also have our own voice in Hollywood. Kelly felt that she could control Martin and followed the congressman's words to strongly recommend him. Martin's base is in Atlanta, and no one is more suitable than him. Erica made a decision. Increase support for him so that he can reach a higher position and make a louder voice. Kelly responded, I will fully support him. Erica also reminded, it's not easy to cultivate a talent. The conservative forces in Georgia are still very strong, especially the Methodist Church. Let him be careful and don't let others catch his weakness. There is good news. Kelly also just learned about it not long ago. Coca-Cola has officially decided to let Martin serve as the North American spokesperson for the next 3 years. Erica couldn't help but laugh. There will be no problem in the short term. The crew of Wanted received bad news. Actor Chris Pratt was arrested by the APD for criminal offenses. Because he still had a small number of scenes to shoot, the crew also made corresponding adjustments, but the impact was small. Martin seemed to know nothing and continued to shoot normally every day. At the same time, Coca-Cola officially announced that it would hire Martin as the North American spokesperson for Coca-Cola for the next 3 years. As soon as this news came out, it immediately suppressed the media and the public's attention to Tyler Perry's death in a car accident. Using a piece of news that the public is concerned about to cover up other news is also the most commonly used means of guiding public opinion. Coca-Cola also announced that it will hold a unique signing ceremony at its headquarters on June 5th. 3 more updates are sent. Please give me a monthly ticket. It's the last day of May. I'm confused. Please give me some, if you have tickets. Thank you. Chapter 223 The Lord's Blessing. The exhibition hall of Coca-Cola's Atlanta headquarters was crowded with media reporters. A large number of movie fans, Coke lovers and curious citizens came early in the morning and entered the exhibition hall. As long as you participate in today's event, you can get a special gift. In the temporary dressing room of the exhibition hall, Martin was completing the final styling with the help of a stylist. On the sofa in the corner, Justin glanced at the middle-aged big head who was also doing the styling and asked Thomas, why did Martin choose him as an assistant? His image and temperament are not very good. Thomas whispered, Robert is Martin's guide to the acting circle, and he is very important to him. Okay. Justin no longer cares about such trivial matters. An assistant came to Martin and explained the specific process of the event again. Martin listened very seriously and would cooperate with all his strength. The sponsor not only has money, but also power. Since Coca-Cola announced that he would serve as the spokesperson, the mixed voices suddenly subsided and the surroundings became quiet. Justin has been paying attention to Martin and is very satisfied with him. He has outstanding appearance and excellent public image. What is more rare is that he has the stability that young people lack. The endorsement of Pepsi and Britney has been a mess in recent years. Britney herself is not smart enough, and there is a weird father behind her. All kinds of troubles keep popping up, which is annoying. On the other hand, Martin strives for the conditions that should be strived for and actively cooperates when necessary. Hundreds of people gathered in the exhibition hall at this time. Elena, Lily, Harris and Hall are all here. They are in the front position. Lily looked back and said, many people are holding Martin's posters. He is very popular. Harris said, Martin is now Atlanta's most popular star in Hollywood. Lily thinks differently from ordinary people. It sounds like Atlanta is so miserable. Martin can become the most popular. Before she finished speaking, Elena raised her fist and hit her on the head with a bang. You don't have to speak. Lily closed her mouth sullenly, thinking that when I turn 18, I must settle all the accounts of oppression from childhood to adulthood with Elena. Across the aisle, a dozen handsome men held a banner that read "We love you, Martin Dad." The former Handsome Men's group has expanded to various cities in Georgia as the Beast House chain has expanded. Today, they rushed back to Atlanta to cheer for Martin. Hart greeted them. Elena, Lily. Carrington shouted, Madam Master. Lily stood up and raised her arm to wave at Carrington. With a snap, she was slapped on the back of her head. Lily sat down quickly. Hall muttered, idiot. Lily punched him on the arm, and Hall fell silent. More and more media reporters came, and hundreds of people came to the media area. Coca-Cola attached great importance to this contract and even invited Warner TV to broadcast it nationwide. Martin's old friend Helen served as the on-site host. Since the Burbank Middle School incident, Helen became a hit and became the leading news host of Warner TV. In 1886, Coca-Cola was born in Atlanta. Helen's voice spread throughout the venue. Today, the Coca-Cola Church was officially established, and Coca-Cola welcomed its first leader. She raised her hand and gestured, Welcome, leader. Martin walked onto the stage wearing a bright red cape, a long red crown, and a scepter in his hand. The words Coca-Cola were on both the cape and the crown. The top of the scepter was not a gem, but a classic glass bottle of Coke. Behind Martin, there was a big head priest. Robert stepped forward, slightly arranged the throne, and Martin immediately sat on it. Helen bowed and saluted, Leader Davis. Martin extended his hand to support it. Helen retreated behind the scenes and continued the narration. Today, we witnessed a historic moment, the birth of a brand new sect. She took the lead in shouting, Cola Church. Hundreds of people in the audience shouted in unison, Cola Church. Coca-Cola Church. Many reporters in the media area also joined in the fun, shouting happily. This is the first time I've seen such a special signing ceremony. The popularity of Coca-Cola and Martin Davis is going to explode. Think about what Martin has done with Coke. Coke sales will rise again in the next few years. On the stage, Martin pressed his hand down, and the venue soon became quiet. He said loudly, in any corner of the world, Coke is the best drink. It can sweep away fatigue and thirst, bring people happy times, and bring excitement like sunshine. Coke plus life is the Coke God cult. I wish the world has Coke. Warm applause rang out. Hart and Kierrington, the idiots of the Handsome Men's group, blew hooligan whistles. When the voices of Martin and others died down, he said, those who want to join the Coke God cult, line up on stage and receive blessings. Many Coca-Cola employees had already entered the venue and guided everyone to go on stage in an orderly manner. The first to go on stage were the Handsome Men's group headed by Hart and Kierrington. High Priest Robert brought a special commemorative Coke marked with the words of the Coke God cult and stood beside Martin. Hart was ready to bow and salute. How could Martin ask people to salute? Helen was just pretending. He raised his hand and said, no one needs to salute. Hart quickly took 2 steps forward and whispered, Martin Dad, you are so cool. Martin had a microphone on his collar and could not speak. He just nodded slightly and took a bottle of commemorative Coke and handed it to Hart. Then he gave it to Kierrington. The latter quietly gave Martin a thumbs up. The Handsome Men's group left and Alina's 4 siblings came over. Then, many people from the crew, including Julie, also went on stage to give speeches. It was normal to give priority to the family and friends. Martin did not have any abnormality. He gave them a bottle of special Coke each. Hundreds of audiences lined up to go on stage later, and even many media reporters came to join in the fun. The Coke God cult has such a low threshold for joining the cult. Just join and see. Martin quickly issued hundreds of blessings from the leader. He was fine, but the high priest was exhausted and panting. Jerome, who was always calm and composed, came over at this time and replaced Robert's job, changing from the leader to the deacon. Finally, even Coca-Cola's own employees lined up to receive the blessing. Thousands of commemorative bottles of Coke were distributed. Coke God. Coke God. With everyone shouting in unison, today's signing ceremony ended smoothly. Immediately, Coca-Cola immediately posted relevant pictures, videos and news on many websites including the official one. Various media resources were invested in the promotion. Most of the audience gradually dispersed, and the relatives and friends were retained by Bruce. Coca-Cola also prepared a grand reception party. Martin took off his macape and changed into formal clothes. Hart and others were waiting on the bench at the door. Boss. Hart was a little more stable than before. Originally we wanted to slide on the stage and celebrate your coronation in the most grand way, but Old Bull wouldn't let us. Martin nodded. It's great that you can come. Kierrington continued, without you, boss, there would be no us now. The collective supporting role in a theater movie and the stage performance of a Saturn Award have raised the style of their handsome group to several levels and become the benchmark for male dancers in the whole state of Georgia. Martin called them, let's go to the party. Lily quietly got to the side and whispered to Martin, I want to be a saint, what should I do? Martin saw Alina following him and said, go ask Alina. Lily didn't dare to ask. If she asked, she would be ruthlessly suppressed with an iron fist. Martin ignored Lily. Apart from filming, he was preparing for Coca-Cola these days. He asked Alina, have you seen any houses? Alina said, I've seen one. I'll go see it with you later. When they arrived at the restaurant, a receptionist immediately welcomed them in. Justin and Thomas were waiting at the door. When the former saw Martin, he immediately came over to shake hands with him. "You were great today. You looked like a pope." Martin asked, "Am I not the leader of the Coca-Cola cult?" Justin couldn't help laughing. "I was wrong. You are a real leader." Atlanta, Duluth Business Club. In the luxuriously decorated reception room, two people had just finished watching the signing ceremony of Coca-Cola's commercial endorsement. The middle-aged man named Johnson stared at Milton. "You did a terrible job on this matter. We lost the best development opportunity in the Atlanta film and television industry. I'm very sorry. This is my fault." Milton did not shirk responsibility, but also defended himself. "Taylor is quite capable. This time." Johnson snorted coldly. "He secretly filmed so many people, and you call him capable? What does he want? A black dog actually wants to bite his owner back." Milton stopped defending. Johnson said again, "Born in the slums of South City, dropped out of high school, did not receive elite education, and is black. You should be more discerning in the future." Milton replied, "I will not use black people for important work again." Johnson nodded slightly. Milton was silent for a moment, still unwilling to give up, and asked, "They had an accident when targeting Martin Davis. I suspect Martin Davis." Johnson pointed at him and waited for Milton to shut up. "Put away all your thoughts. Coca-Cola attaches great importance to this promotion. If you want to die, you can find a place to jump off the building or shoot yourself in the head. Don't drag down others." Milton cursed countless times in his heart, but he could only choose to endure it. "I understand." Johnson warned again, "You must not only put away your thoughts, but also manage your subordinates. If Martin has problems in Georgia, they will throw you to the Coca-Cola group. There is no place to reason about this kind of thing." Milton had no choice but to force himself to accept it. After Johnson left, he returned to the Methodist office, closed the door, and smashed it, but he couldn't get rid of the cowardly anger. At this time, his wife called, "Come home early for dinner tonight. I made oysters." Milton sat in the office chair, lowered his head, and felt uncomfortable, and wanted to commit suicide. Why is life so tortuous? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. I'll post it if I really die. After the toast, Justin took Martin to meet several senior executives of the Coca-Cola group, such as Brody, who was in charge of the marketing department. Martin was well spoken and got along well with others, which left a deep impression on the senior executives of Coca-Cola. Several senior executives left first. Joey from the public relations department said as he walked, "I just asked my friends in the media, and they responded very well to this signing ceremony. Almost everyone thinks that Martin is the most suitable spokesperson for Coca-Cola at this stage." Brody said, "I have read the marketing department's analysis of his prospects. Martin has very good development prospects, excellent personal and public image, and there are a lot of topics surrounding him, such as gossip, which can keep him popular for a long time." Joey agreed. "It's normal for celebrities to have a lot of gossip, which is actually a good thing." Brody slowed down his pace a little. "I have a vision. Can Coca-Cola create a long-term image spokesperson?" Joey asked. "Like Nike with Jordan and Woods." "Similar, but there are some differences." Brody also has a preliminary vision, and it is hard to say whether it will succeed. Entertainment stars are different from sports stars. Too many people who became famous in their 20s have fallen in just a few years. I'm optimistic about Martin Davis, but I'm just optimistic. Let's observe for 2 years before we say anything. Joey completely agreed. Entertainment stars still have to be cautious. The two went out, got on the electric car, and returned to the office area. The party was over and there were reporters everywhere. Elena and her brother went back to the hotel first. Martin got into Bruce's car and was about to leave when Julie got into the car. "I'll be back to Los Angeles soon." Julie had finished filming her scenes and was going back to attend the premiere of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. "I booked a flight for this afternoon to attend your coronation ceremony." She looked at Martin and said seriously, "Teacher, I have a few questions for you." Martin was a man with a conscience. "Just ask, classmate." Charlie said, "I plan to officially notify Pitt of the breakup 1 month after the film is released." Martin didn't intend to interfere. "This is your freedom." Charlie asked, "Now there are more and more voices in the media that sympathize with Aniston and criticize me. If I go back, I will inevitably be exposed to the media's firepower. How should I deal with it? I mean, I can maintain the heat and eliminate the negative impact. Remember what I told you? Charlie is the heroine of the wanted list." Martin hopes that her appeal will be stronger. "Use the name of the United Nations to go to the Middle East or Africa, where the war has just subsided, to comfort the orphans there, and let the media that cooperates with you follow the whole process and report in a timely manner." Charlie nodded. "I have thought about it, and you have confirmed my idea. A good man like Martin would certainly come up with good ideas. You can also choose the right time and person locally to adopt another orphan." This touched Julie's heart. "Good idea." She asked Martin, "How about you being their father?" Martin did not refuse directly, but asked back, "Do you think it's appropriate?" Julie immediately thought of one thing. Letting Martin be the father of her children means that he has to leave those women. What's the point of saying that? The hotel was in sight ahead. Martin said, "I wish your film will sell well and make a comeback." Julie smiled and continued, "Thank you for your teaching, teacher. When you return to Los Angeles, I should go to the Middle East or Africa. If I'm unlucky." Martin interrupted her, "Don't talk nonsense. You won't be in danger if you follow the UN." Julie joked, "If you really encounter a situation, you have to save me. I want to die in the war, and you find a way to bring me back." Martin thought to himself, "That you are raising a flag randomly. Fortunately, this is reality, not a movie. If it were a movie, you could prepare a funeral in advance." When the car arrived at the hotel entrance, Julie got out first and left. Martin glanced at her, and an idea came to his mind uncontrollably. If Julie really died in a charity event in the Middle East or Africa, the movie Wanted would definitely be a super hit. Is there any better publicity than the death of the leading actor? The leading actor kicks his legs and the movie makes a lot of money. Martin just thought about this kind of thing randomly. Back in the room, Thomas knocked on the door and came in. He took a big sip of water and said, "I just received a notice from the company that the $4 million endorsement fee has arrived. After deducting the agency fee, it will be transferred to you tomorrow." This is the most money Martin has ever made. He was a little excited. He jumped up from the sofa and bumped fists with Bruce. "Jesus God, Satan Judas." He laughed happily and said, "Nonsense. Uncle Martin finally has money to buy a house and a car." Bruce was also laughing. He had a share of it. He couldn't help but wonder what gifts he should buy for Chloe. No, Kim and Chloe. House. That's impossible. He plans to take advantage of Martin for the next few years. After all, he promised to protect Martin. How can he protect him if he doesn't live together? Martin paced back and forth in the living room of the suite, venting his excitement. "Find a modeling agency. I want to hire 100 female models." He looked at Thomas again. "Jude, you are WMA's agent. Do you know Victoria's Secret Angels? I heard that they have price tags. Help me contact a few. AA, Lima, KK, Hedy, Lindwall, Bunchen, all are fine." Thomas replied, "Bunchen is Leonardo's girlfriend." He reminded, "I don't know if the ones you mentioned have price tags, but if you want to make them interested, it will cost at least 7 figures. Bruce threw a bottle of ice water to Martin. "Are you done? Clear your head. If you're not, I'll go to South City and find you 10 black women, the kind that weigh 500 pounds. As soon as these words came out, Martin instantly returned to reality. It was terrible. "Old Bruce, you want to murder." He unscrewed the bottle cap and drank a third of it in one breath. It's much easier to express the restless emotions when you speak them out. Bruce knew him better. 10 black women are not enough. I can find 10 more. The emotions aroused by the large sum of money calmed down a little. Martin shrugged. "First, let's get the properties in Los Angeles and Atlanta, then talk about other things." He gave Bruce a middle finger. "Big black women and other things. I will reward you." Bruce turned to Thomas and asked, "Do you want them? Free?" You work so hard, you should relax. Thomas was already tired enough from carrying heavy weights, and 10 more 500 pounds would not be relaxing, but life-threatening. He shook his head quickly. I can find a girlfriend. Martin glanced at Thomas. His forehead became brighter under the light. But on second thought, the agent's career was successful, so girlfriends and other things were still a problem. Martin felt that he should encourage Thomas and said, guys, we are still on the road and still far from the top of the mountain. We can't be complacent with this little income. There will be a single payment of tens of millions waiting for us in the future. Thomas has seen the hope of becoming a millionaire and is confident in Martin's future. I will return to Los Angeles tomorrow and find new opportunities for you. Bruce thought to himself that this guy is okay in finding a female companion, and he will definitely find a girlfriend and blow her every time. Thomas's cell phone rang at this time. He answered the call and talked for a while. After hanging up, he said to Martin, Jessica called. Many of your fans have watched the live broadcast or the video on the internet, and now the reaction is very strong. Martin was prepared. Say hello to Coca-Cola and send commemorative Coke to several cities that have established fan clubs. Thomas stood up. I'll contact them right away. Martin sent him to the door and called Mean. A few minutes later, Mean came up from the lower floor. Martin was curious. I didn't see you this morning. Mean smiled shyly. Aren't there 3 crews in the studio? The deputy producer of one of the crews is a woman. I've been getting close to her recently. I went out with her to do something this morning. Bruce praised. I'm already working hard for my next job. Yes, I know someone in the crew. It won't be the PD or FBI who are fishing. Mean made a special explanation. She is less than 40 years old and has some say in the crew. Martin said, you should take care of it yourself. He glanced at the time. Let's go out for a drink. We have to celebrate. When going downstairs, Martin called stuntman Buck and Lewis, action director Chad and others. The former two usually stayed in their rooms to play games when the crew was resting, and they were recently obsessed with CS. The latter has recently drawn a lot of action scene sketches. When he came down, he took them to show Martin. Martin looked through it carefully and said, a continuation of the Wanted story. Chad took a sip of wine and said simply, didn't your studio buy all the copyrights of the comics? If this film is successful, can Wesley's story continue? Of course, these are my preliminary ideas, and they are immature. Martin looked at the sketch and could only say that it was just a sketch. If you want to expand on the basis of this movie, I support you. In fact, I have some ideas, but they are not suitable at this stage. He roughly said, if Wanted is successful, we will be more mature in movies, and we will talk about it in detail then. Bald Buck said at this time, don't talk about work during the break. Come, have a drink together, and congratulate Martin by the way. Martin picked up the glass and clinked glasses with everyone one by one. Cheers. Mean took the bottle and poured more wine for everyone. Several people stopped talking about work and talked about interesting things. The next day, Martin took half a day off to accompany Alina and her 4 siblings to look at houses. They chose Roberts Community, located in Northville, a satellite city of Atlanta. Most of the residents in the community are senior white-collar workers or executives of large companies. It has the best primary and secondary schools in Georgia. The 2-story independent villa with a small garden cost a total of $380,000, which Martin paid for. Elena will use her part-time job as a saint of the Coke cult to slowly repay it. Martin specifically told her to hold a moving party before the crew leaves, inviting the community committee and neighbors to participate, and he will also invite some people to help. Today is Children's Day. I wish you all a happy holiday. I have to go to school to participate in activities in the afternoon, so there will be 2 updates today. Chapter 225, Gaining a Firm Foothold. In the messy textile factory, Martin held a gun in both hands and fought against the assassins of the Assassin's League. Every time the M9 in his hand fired a gun, a killer on the opposite side was shot and fell to the ground. Director Letteria sat on the slide car, and he and the director of photography controlled a camera respectively to capture the panoramic and close-up pictures. He designed a long shot specifically for this scene. All the prop textile machines were damaged in the gunfight, and the killers fell to the ground with blood gushing out. The film cannot escape the R rating, so the scale is naturally large. Leterrier, a Frenchman, even suggested that Martin expose his penis, but was rejected by Martin. As the long shot was shot, the studio was in a mess. Most of the props and scenery could be sent directly to the garbage dump, and there was no way to check the accounts. Martin didn't care how much money the crew actually spent, as his share would be guaranteed. Stop. The last shot is over. Director Leterrier stood on the slide chair and shouted loudly, "I declare that all the filming of Wanted is over." The crew was jubilant, and the lace and colored films exploded. Then they started to divide the spoils. Most people will get a souvenir, such as Martin, who got 2 prop M9 pistols that he used in the film. Producers Louise Mayer and Kelly Gray entered the studio together, and their assistants worked together to carry a large suitcase. Louise clapped her hands vigorously to attract people's attention and said, "In the past 2 months, everyone has worked hard and cooperated well. It's very hard. I want to say thank you. On behalf of the crew, I have prepared a special souvenir for you." Assistant Nikki opened the suitcase and revealed a small gift box inside. Martin sighed secretly. Bruce whispered, "Do you want to call Australia again?" Martin whispered back, "Let's talk about it later." Louise personally delivered the gift box to everyone in the crew. Someone couldn't wait to open it and found a fang pendant in the gift box with Martin's name engraved on it. Morgan Freeman asked, "This doesn't look like a coyote's tooth." Louise said, "Martin killed more than a dozen 6-meter-long saltwater crocodiles when he was filming House of Wax in Australia." She smiled at Martin. "Don't worry, it was a legal kill, and all the items are legal. This is actually a token of Martin's love, and I'm sending it on his behalf." No one doubted these words, and no one doubted whether Martin could kill a 6-meter-long saltwater crocodile. They all saw how fierce Martin was. He shot the head of the gangsters holding automatic rifles with coke. Martin thought to himself, "No matter how much I brag, it's only about the size of the crocodiles." When it came to Louise's mouth, one became more than a dozen. All the crocodile tooth pendants were distributed to the crew members. Most people thought it was a good gift. After all, it was a gift from Martin. When Martin became a superstar in the future, it would also be an extremely special souvenir. Louise and Kelly left afterwards, and the former had to catch a plane back to Los Angeles. Martin invited director Leterrier and action director Chad and others to attend Alina's housewarming ceremony. Back at the hotel, Kelly just came back from the airport and went into Martin's room together. Martin asked her, "Did you send him off?" Kelly took a bottle of sweet wine and poured a glass for each of them. The bitch who only knew how to take is finally gone. Martin also breathed a sigh of relief. He finally didn't have to work in a rotation and finally had a holiday. Kelly told Martin in new news, "Coca-Cola wants to place an advertisement in the Wanted poster." I agreed on behalf of the crew. Martin didn't dislike this. Joining in the later stage means that you are the producer and have the power to decide. I feel that this project has a great chance of success. Facing Martin, Kelly certainly wouldn't tell him what Counselor Erica said, but said it in a different way. "I will continue to support you. If you have a good project in the future, call me anytime. With my backing, you can strive for opportunities in Hollywood." Martin pulled her over and sat down. "I'm so touched. How do you want me to thank you?" Kelly raised her eyebrows. "The bitch is gone. You can do whatever you want." Facing the female sponsor, Martin was sincere with his hands, heart and mouth, and his stick was even more sincere. The reaction in action is that the hands move, the mouth moves, and the stick moves. With absolute sincerity, the female sponsor sang with satisfaction. At the same time, Mr. and Mrs. Smith held a grand world premiere in Los Angeles. Because of the gossip incident, this film has attracted much attention. The North American box office took in nearly $55 million in the first weekend. For an original film that is not an adaptation or sequel, it is a very outstanding commercial performance. Under the guidance of Mr. Martin, Jolly successfully fought a comeback, swept away the decline in recent years, and successfully became popular. More importantly, the motherly character of the prodigal daughter who turned back was recognized by mainstream public opinion. The box office of the first week of the film was released. After Jali obtained the support of 20th Century Fox, she joined the officials of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and in front of countless media, she held the older one in one hand and the younger one in the other hand, and rushed to Africa and the Middle East to visit and help orphans who lost their families due to war. Why take the children to such a dangerous place? Jali patched it up early. On the one hand, she couldn't leave her children, and on the other hand, she let her children experience the importance of freedom and democracy from an early age. These are exactly what the mainstream American public opinion needs. A saint has been initially created. Correspondingly, Jali also notes that Hollywood is her base, and film performance is still very important to her. In a series of interviews, she mentioned the name of the new film Wanted many times. She also praised Martin. Martin's acting is very good. It is hard to believe that he is only 24 years old. He is more like a veteran actor in his 50s who has been acting in movies for 30 years. He is also an ideal male companion. He has a gentle and humble personality and a strong body. If I met him when I was 20, I would definitely fall in love with him hopelessly. After the interview was published, some reporters also came to find Martin. Martin responded specifically that Julie I know is a truly good mother. I grew up without a mother, so I have a vague concept of mother, but Julie made my mother come alive in my mind. A good mother is probably like this. When it comes to business mutual praise, of course, you have to praise that to the sky. Julie has a truly compassionate heart. When she was on the crew, she saw the news about the war and often discussed it with me. She cares about the children who have suffered from the war, whether they can have enough food and drink, and whether they can receive basic education. She is very courageous and now she really does it. To be a star, you have to dare to take off your pants, confront when you are on the line, and dare to be shameless when you praise. Before leaving Atlanta, Martin did another important thing, calling friends to attend Alina's housewarming party. Northville community. The sun had not yet set, and Alina came to the door to greet the guests. Harris and Lily were responsible for greeting in the room. The neighbors nearby accepted Alina's invitation and came with gifts. Robert invited several members of the community committee, including Ms. Gianna, one of the leaders. Alina is a very good bartender. Robert's identity is different now. He is the partner and art director of the largest entertainment agency in Atlanta. It is quite impressive to say it out. He is responsible for receiving Gianna. She won the Georgia bartender competition last year. The cocktail paper airplane she created is widely circulated. She is praised as the female bartender master in North America, second only to Louise Mayer. Gianna has paid attention to this new member of the community and said, "It's a great achievement." Robert pointed at Harris again. The second child of the Carter family has started a business in college. He is the founder of the Atlantic Astronomical Association and makes more money than me. Gianna had never noticed Harris before, and she couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Young people are daring and have a fighting spirit. Of course, she didn't take it too seriously in her heart. The family that just made a fortune didn't have enough foundation. Just when she thought of this, several people came in at the door. One of them was known to Gianna, Justin, a senior executive of Coca-Cola. The other one looked familiar and was soon recognized. He was a celebrity in Atlanta and a hero of America, Martin Davis. Those people were busy greeting people and didn't come here for the time being. Gianna paid attention to that side. Martin Davis and Harris were hugging each other tightly. It was obvious that they had a special relationship. She couldn't help asking, "Who are they?" Robert didn't need to brag. He said, "Martin and Alina are neighbors and grew up together." To be more precise, he grew up in the Carter family since he was a child. He introduced, "The shorter one is Justin, the deputy director of the marketing department of Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is interested in cooperating with Alina on a new bottled cocktail drink. The one with a steady temperament is my boss, Jerome, the owner of the largest entertainment agency in Atlanta." Gianna smiled and said, "Can you introduce them to me?" Robert waved to Martin repeatedly, and Martin, Justin and Jerome came over together. After the two sides got to know each other, they all chatted politely for a few words. When Morgan Freeman came out and congratulated the hostess Alina, Gianna was no longer surprised. This is indeed a newly emerging middle-class family. Strictly speaking, it is an Alvo-ish, but the interpersonal network is good and the foundation is profound. During the party, Gianna, on behalf of the community committee, formally invited Alina to attend the fundraising dinner of the community foundation next week. This represents the recognition and integration of the community. The housewarming party is enough for Alina to gain a foothold in the Northville community. After the party, Martin stayed a little longer. Alina asked her brothers and sisters to clean up, and she accompanied Martin to the small garden behind the house. I announced in the newspaper that I had severed my relationship with Emma, and your people also helped me get the custody of Lily and Hall. They can't threaten me with these anymore. I didn't deal with Clayton's house. It's this. Too many disappointments. In exchange for despair, she has made up her mind. The four of us have changed our mobile phone numbers. Martin nodded. Call me if you encounter any trouble. Generally, Robert and Jerome can solve it. If they can't solve it, there are others. Alina did not refuse. I will. Martin then stayed in Atlanta for another 3 days, before returning to Los Angeles. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.